And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mill. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. The session commences. Your company required. It's not happening twice a day today. I did intend an earlier session, by the way, but difficult as you may find it to believe, I do have a life in between these sessions. So sometimes life takes over, and life took over in that instance. So now our normal services resume. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, the Holy Holy song from the Igbo people. The Igbo people. So Holy Holy. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Oh no, I didn't want to start from there. Let me start from. All right, hold on. Pardon me, I should have lined it up, but I had not. So let me just do that now. Just give me 1 second. All right. So this is a story that we touched upon somewhat yesterday. So this is a story that we touched about somewhat yesterday, but we did not really expand on it. But it looks as though, because this is the storyline of the presidential guards brigade that had an encounter with the bandits, and they were telling us that they repelled them. But it looks as though some of those, and the presidential guard, just to bring you the real seriousness of this news story. The presidential guard are the people responsible directly for the president's safety themselves. So the president's safety itself. So they're the ones responsible for Buhari's safety. So that is really now the people in play now. So this is now a step removed from Buhari himself. Identities of presidential military guards shot dead by terrorists in Abuja revealed. So there it is now. I'm not sure what is going on in Nigeria, but it forebodes dark tidings. Dark tidings, let's put it that way. After killing off presidential military guards in Abuja, Nigerian Senate passes bill to check proliferation of weapons. So it took that much to take this little is really the thing. Because they are now directly under threat, by the way, have no equivocation on that. These people, they've stormed the military barracks in Kaduna, they've bombed up rail tracks, etc. They are savaging the entirety of the country. They went after the Nigerian Law School just a couple of days ago. So now the spaces now that you are still saying remain sacred at the Senate buildings and the Aso Rock Villa itself. So nowhere is safe, and they are now coming to feel the realization of that. After killing off presidential military guards in Abuja, Nigerian Senate passes bill to check proliferation of weapons. So there it is, right there. So they're checking the proliferations of weapons now. So now, when they make the proliferations of weapons illegal, I'm sure the bandits, then being the law-abiding citizens that they are, they will go to the nearest police station and hand over their weapons. So there it is, the nonsensity of it. Buhari must go. Terrorism has taken over Nigeria. Falana speaking for all of us, of course, but Buhari is gone already. But what country is he going to hand over to the incoming is the one. And is the incoming even going to be handed? What do you mean is, the incoming almost certainly will be handed a poisoned chalice. So quite why they are chasing it so fervently is beyond me. Buhari must go. Terrorism has taken over Nigeria. SAN Falana. So there it is right there. Reno Omokri reacts to killing of Lieutenant Juro Suleiman in Abuja by terrorists. So the usual quarters, they are latching on to that storyline to take their pound of flesh. Buhari's regime had no hand in my release, says Abuja Kaduna train attack victim. So this is one of the, I think, 5 or 6 that were released just yesterday thereabout. He now coming out to say that, please don't give the credit to whoever it is due, but certainly don't give it to Malam Buhari, who had abandoned us, and we had to facilitate our own, just to how to retrieve ourselves from the clutches of these people. So he was quite pointed, and there's even a clip, but I couldn't really find it, and it's too long, and I do. But really, what is captured in that clip, essentially in this piece as well. Buhari regime had no hand in my release, says Abuja Kaduna train attack victim. So there it is right there, and that is the Nigeria that we have. It never rains, but it pours. It never rains, but it pours. So it never rains, but it pours. Massive protest in Lagos as Nigerian Labour Congress begins solidarity strike. with university lecturers. So there it is. There's nowhere you look within Nigeria that it is not hemorrhaging. And how is Buhari resolving all this? Is yet on another junket to this time to Liberia to go and celebrate their Independence Day. That more important, of course, than the bandits shooting at our presidential guards and labor grinding to a halt in Nigeria. So that is more important to Liberia celebrating its Independence Day. Is more important than all of that. Massive protest in Lagos as Nigerian Labour Congress begins solidarity strike with university lecturers. So a lot of you, of course, I'm sure you'll be watching that space already. Bandits may soon kidnap Toothless Buhari. Only Buba Galadima could come up with those phrases and uttered them publicly. But then, of course, look at the person that is, anyway, look at the person pointing fingers is just the question. Bandits may soon kidnap Toothless Buhari, Buba Galadima. So quite, I suspect that is off the back of the recent, now just yesterday, play out by the bandits yet again in Abuja. 2023, Wike vows not to work for Atiku to remain in PDP. So we have already concluded that plentifully on this platform that Wike really, there's really no way that he's going to cross carpet to another party. There's no other party for him to cross carpet to, and it will be too big a step for him to cross to APC. But it is too much a bad taste in the mouth for him to campaign for Atiku. So he had no option but this. Wike vows not to work for Atiku to remain in our PDP. So that wasn't quite what we were expecting. He was promising us an expose on how Buhari, Atiku got that presidential ticket. So that's the menu. It's rich and diverse. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just surrender yourself to the space and go with us on whatever journey. We don't really know how the journey is going to go, but it's going to be exciting and involved because it always is on this platform, as you well know. So lean back, kick back, relax, and take it easy. Surrender yourself to the space. But before you lean back, kick back, or take it easy, the usual protocol, if you've not clicked on the like button already, then please do that because that helps the YouTube algorithm of the platform. So please do that. And if you haven't subscribed already, then please do that as well. For the same reason, that helps the it helps the platform on the YouTube algorithm. But if you want to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So this is at your discretion. Only if you feel like click on this one. If you feel inclined to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that's not compulsory, but the like and subscribe button, they are compulsory. So click on like as a matter of must. Click on subscribe as a matter of must, and click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard at your discretion if you feel inclined to come and join us live on the screen. So we're staying with the East with the next intro music. We put on your dancing shoes. We partake in another Python dance.
Mama Daora, Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi go onye do I more. O Mary Wonelizu Angiloya Abakare Mamanda Ora Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary
And there it is right there. Nandi Mati Winnie Wo, Bonnie Bonnie Identity. Baba, Nandi Mati Winnie Wo, Bonnie Bonnie Identity. So, Bonnie Bonnie Identity, as guys, I bring you these identities of presidential military guards shot dead by terrorists in Abuja revealed. The identities of some of the Nigerian army personnel attached to the Guard Brigade who lost their lives in an ambush by terrorists in Abuja have been revealed. Correspondents had reported that a captain of the Nigerian army and 2 soldiers were killed by terrorists in the Buhari area of the Federal Capital Territory FCT Abuja. Credible sources close to military high command confirmed on Monday. The deceased officers who were attached to the Presidential Guards Brigade were reportedly ambushed after they visited the Nigerian Law School in Buhari following a distress call by the authorities of the school. Meanwhile, correspondents report that Lieutenant Ibrahim Suleiman and Captain Samuel Attar, who were indigents of Kogi State, were killed in the ambush. Suleiman was the son of Colonel Suleiman Amodu Baba Nawa, retired. He hailed from Akpo in Olamaboro local government area. Apologies for that. Late Attar was from Ibaji local government area of the state, so both from Kogi State. Meanwhile, messages of condolences have been pouring into the family of the slain soldiers. A military signal obtained by correspondents had revealed that the gunmen on Sunday ambushed this. A signal obtained by correspondents had revealed that the gunmen on Sunday ambushed the soldiers who were on a routine patrol of the area. The troops were said to have successfully repelled the terrorists at about 24 something or the other, July the 22nd. It goes, I'm not quite sure, at about 241620A July 22 on TPS of 7 GDSBN. So that might well be some technical stuff. On routine patrol along Kabwa Buhari were ambushed by suspected terrorists. 3 soldiers were injured during the attack. The soldiers have been evacuated to 7 GDBN something or the other for medical attention, the signal had read. Details on the extent of their injury were still being confirmed. The ambushed attack happening within the general area of Buhari shows that the terrorists are actually within the locality and possibly to carry out their plans of attacking the law school in Buhari, as earlier reported. So the way that read, that might well be a direct print of the signal that the platform of that the news outfit obtained. So that's how they've written it. But the sum total of it is that another set of military personnel bites the dust. After killing of presidential military guards in Abuja, Nigerian Senate passes bill to check proliferation of weapons. The Nigerian Senate has passed a bill to establish the National Commission for the Coordination and Control of the Proliferation of Small Arms and Light Weapons. The passage of the National Commission against the Proliferation of Small Arms and Light Weapons Bill 2022 followed the consideration of a report by the Committee on National Security and Intelligence. The bill is a consolidation of 3 bills, 2 private member bills and 1 from the executive arm of government against the proliferation of small arms and light weapons in the country. Dr. Israel Tabiowo, Special Assistant Press to the Senate President, disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday. The bills are the Nigerian National Commission Against the Proliferation of Small Arms and Light Weapons Bill 2022, the Nigerian National Commission Against the Proliferation of Small Arms and Light Weapons Bill 2020, and the National Center for the Coordination and Control of the Proliferation of Small Arms and Light Weapons Bill 2021. The three bills, after scaling the second reading respectively in the Senate, were all referred to the Committee on National Security and Intelligence for further legislative work. Chairman of the committee, Senator Ibrahim Gobar, APC, Sokoto East, in a presentation on the floor, said the three bills seek to provide for the establishment of a government body that will be saddled with combating the proliferation of small arms and light weapons in Nigeria. According to him, the function of the body shall be in line with Article 24 of the Economic Community of West African States ECOWAS Convention on the Proliferation of Small Arms and Light Weapons, which came into force in 2009. The lawmaker added that the Committee on National Security and Intelligence resolved to consolidate the three bills into one. He explained that doing so would adequately cater for the establishment of a commission to implement measures aimed at eradicating illicit arms. So essentially just a technicality there. So let's leave that and go on to this. Buhari must go. Terrorism has taken over Nigeria. Falana, human rights lawyer Femi Falana, has said President Mohamed Buhari's administration has brought depression and hardship. Falana stated this while speaking at the Nigeria Labour Congress protest in Lagos on Tuesday. He also made reference to Buhari's remarks that he is eager to leave office. The living standard of our people is getting worse by the day. We didn't vote for a regime to cause hardship in Nigeria, and that is what is going on, Falana said. As we are gathered here today, terrorism has taken over our country. Hardship has taken over our country. Depression has taken over our country. Recession has taken over our country, but President Buhari is junketing all over the world. He's already told Nigerians he's tired and anxious to go home. We are therefore saying today that Buhari must go. For the lecturers in our tertiary institutions and other workers, we are fully with you. Like our comrades have said, this is a warning protest. #EndSARS protest will be a child's play because we are tired and frustrated and disenchanted. And I join our comrades in saying that enough is enough. Don't let them deceive you by saying there is no money in the country. It is a lie. We reject the dubious economic programs of this regime. We reject the neoliberal policy of this regime. We can't continue promoting poverty in the midst of plenty. And that last comment right there is the most pertinent of them all. We cannot continue to promote poverty in the midst of plenty. Nigeria is probably the wealthiest country in the world, a land of plenty. The average person in Abuja, they control about $4 billion. Even a 30, 40-year-old Fulani chaps that are in the looting spree at the moment, these guys are controlling billions of dollars. So that money is coming from somewhere, and it's coming from your pocket. Not even your pocket, is coming from your life. Reno Omokri reacts to killing of Lieutenant Juaro Suleiman in Abuja by terrorists. A socio-political commentator, Reno Omokri, has reacted to the killing of Lieutenant Juaro Ibrahim Suleiman by terrorists in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Correspondents recalled that gunmen suspected to be terrorists had attacked some officials of the 7th Guard Battalion of the Nigerian Army Presidential Guards Brigade in Buhari Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory on Monday. The attack led to the death of some soldiers, including Lieutenant Suleiman, whilst others were left seriously injured. Reacting to the development, Omokri, in a tweet via his Twitter handle on Tuesday evening, criticized President Buhari over Suleiman's death. He tweeted, "Yesterday, Joero Suleiman, a soldier in Buhari's brigade of guards, died when terrorists ambushed him and his squad in Abuja. This morning, General Buhari, the man he died defending, had his bath and traveled to Liberia without even acknowledging Juro's sacrifice." But this is it, though, the callousness of it. But the importance of that trip to Liberia, of course, Liberia is only celebrating its Independence Day. So there must be something behind all this constant traveling that Buhari does. Is either going to meet the Fulani plotters in destinations outside of the space, or more likely are trafficking money. It doesn't cohere. Some of these travelings is going to celebrate the Independence Day of Liberia, whilst the country is being savaged by terrorists, just as recently as when he was about to board the plane. And he didn't acknowledge that the Brigade of Guards in charge of the presidential safety, there must be something to this traveling. Meanwhile, President Buhari had earlier traveled to Monrovia on Tuesday for the country's 174th independence anniversary. So there it is right there. A president that has his priorities bang right. Buhari regime had no hand in my release, says Abuja Kaduna train attack victim. Hassan Uthman, one of the released passengers kidnapped during the Abuja Kaduna train attack, said President Buhari's regime played no part in his release. No, not at all. Mr. Uthman categorically told Channels TV when asked if the Buhari-led regime had a role in his release from the bandits then. Instead, Mr. Uthman, who was released on Monday alongside two others, said the Buhari regime aborted first plans by his family to secure his release from the bandits. Initially on Friday, members of my family wanted to facilitate our release, but the government aborted the effort, he added. Berating the regime for failing to secure his release, he said, "The government has a duty to protect our lives and property, but in this aspect, the government has woefully failed." Mr. Uthman, who regained his freedom after spending close to 3 months in the bandits' den, said others still in captivity were in a dangerous situation. Anything can happen to them, anything can happen to them, and called on the international community to rescue them. On Sunday, bandits behind the Abuja Kaduna train bombing, in which 8 persons were killed and over 50 kidnapped in March, released a video where they were seen torturing the passengers and threatening to kill and sell them. Commenting on the video in a press release, the Buhari regime called on the media intervention, saying that it had done its best to secure the abductees. So if it says it has done its best to secure the abductees, and the abductees are still in captivity, that is to tell you then that there's no hope for them. Because if they have done their best, then they can't offer any more, So they're not saying they are continuing to work on it. They are saying they have done their best. So if they have done their best to secure the release of the abductees, and the abductees are still in the hands of the kidnappers, so what is your expectation? Are you asking them to do more than their best? You can't do more than you are capable of doing. He has reached his capacity, as Obasanjo told us months ago. The guy has reached his capacity, which is the lowest base of anything. So this is Buhari. You are on your own, is what they are telling you. Are on your own. They killed his guard, and he flies to Monrovia. You are on your own now, are you not? They killed his guard, his direct guard, and he flies to Monrovia. Is it on a rescue mission? No, to go and party for Independence Day. And there it is. You're on your own. You are on your own. Give me 2 seconds. I just need to grab something. Give me 2 seconds.
Onye du iPod, o meriwo n'Izu, onye ya abakare, mama dawora, una pori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una pori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Now Python dance 3. Una pori meri Nnamdi.
And there it is. Nnamdi continues to win the war in DSS facility. So there it is. Nnamdi continues to win the war. Okay, let's go on to the next. So now, it never rains, but it pours, is what I said, and it never does rain, but it pours. It certainly pouring in Nigeria. Massive protest in Lagos as Nigerian Labour Congress begins solidarity strike with university lecturers. The protest organized by the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC in solidarity with the striking Academic Staff Union of Universities has commenced in Lagos State. There is heavy presence of security operatives, including the police and others. There is, let me take that entirely all over again. The protest organized by the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC in solidarity with the striking Academic Staff Union of Universities has commenced in Lagos State. There is heavy presence of security operatives, including the police and others, are at the venue to prevent breach or attack on the protesters by thugs. It was learned that labor members, other unions, civil society groups gathered at the underbridge axis. In Ikeja, the vehicular movements towards the protest venue have also been disrupted. The Nigerian Labour Congress NLC had on Monday called on members and civil society groups in Lagos to come out massively on Tuesday morning to begin the 2-day protest in solidarity with striking university lecturers. Mrs. Fumi Shesi, state chairman of NLC, gave the directives at a stakeholders meeting at the union secretariat in Yaba, Lagos State. She added that the exercise was ready to be held on Tuesday and Wednesday as part of the nationwide action. The Academic Staff Union of Universities had been at loggerheads with the federal government since February 14 over the latter's failure to honor some past agreements, amongst others. The disagreement has kept students of public universities at home for the past 5 months. So there it is right there. So a lot of destinies would have been changed in that 5 months period, by the way. Some would have given up on the Nigerian system and escaped abroad. Some would have given up on education entirely and found another course of travel. The ones that would have taken to Yahoo Yahoo would have taken to Yahoo Yahoo. Some would have lost their lives in the course of their life being redirected. So a lot would have happened to a lot of them in that 5 months. The disagreement has kept students of public universities at home for the past 5 months. Some other unions in the university system are also on strike due to disagreement with the federal government for different reasons. The NLC therefore directed all sectors, including the health, electricity, and aviation, to shut down operations and join the solidarity protest in support of the striking workers. So there it is right there. And by the way, Buhari is in Monrovia celebrating with George Weah. This is it. This is it. All right. I just saw a headline that I may well bring you. Let me just bring you it, just because it caught my eye. Let me just share it with you. Tinubu ruling APC making moves to lobby, bribe Christian Association of Nigerian leaders over Muslim ticket sources. There is fresh information regarding how the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC has initiated moves to lobby and bribe some leaders of the Christian Association of Nigeria to get their support for its Muslim presidential ticket. Some top APC members of the Christian extraction have kicked against the Muslim ticket and expressed their dissatisfaction with the choice of former Borno State Governor Kashim Shettima as Tinubu's running mate. Tinubu and Shettima are Muslim, a combination that has triggered varying reactions since the former recently announced the latter as his running mate. In Katsina, Tinubu is from southern Nigeria, whilst Shettima, a former Borno State governor, is from the Muslim-dominated northern part of the country. The APC Christian leaders have described the Muslim ticket as an insult, particularly as the party's leadership claimed that competence was the yardstick, implying that no Christian across the north possesses this quality. Christian Association of Nigeria and the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria have both kicked against the team of Tinubu and Shettima as the presidential and vice presidential candidates of the ruling party. Some respected party members have either quit their membership or stepped aside from the APC's presidential campaign and are now ready to hit the streets to drive their grievances. The APC candidate recently met with the General Overseer of Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, following the controversy trailing the Muslim ticket. Sources at the weekend told correspondents that Tinubu had set up a team of eminent persons with whom he was scheduled to meet the Christian leaders within the party and faith-based organizations like CAN, PFN, and the Catholic to appeal to them and secure their support. The APC haven't failed to justify its Muslim ticket through other mediums, have reached out to the leadership of the Christian Association of Nigeria to endorse its choice of vice presidential candidates, a Christian leader and member of CAN told correspondents. The APC has concluded plans to secure the endorsement of CAN towards quelling the agitations that have come about due to its choice of Senator Shettima, a Muslim, as the vice presidential candidate of the party. I can tell you authoritatively that the APC leadership has sent emissaries to our leadership to support or endorse the decision to field a Muslim ticket. Talks are ongoing and the inducement figure is very my goodness me. So it's just the elegant use of language, though. So bribery is bribery, but look at how they are rebranding it now. Where was that again? I can tell you authoritatively that the APC leadership has sent emissaries to our leadership to support or endorse the decision to field a Muslim ticket. Talks are ongoing and the inducement figure is very tempting. So the inducement figure, of course, the bribery figure, but how much bribes can is the question. So we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, of course, because these are already independently wealthy people. So what level of money will sway them? I won't be shocked in the days and weeks ahead, we might see a statement from a faction of CAN endorsing the APC presidential team. This is a big challenge for the APC. I think it has realized that the Muslim ticket has elicited resentment from most people who view such disposition as an affront to the sensibilities of Christians across the country. He continued, my fear is that the Christian Association of Nigeria leaders may not resist the offer. It is structured in such a way that it would leave no traces behind, and the amount involved is huge. Talks are ongoing through a senior member of the association with the mandate to get the buy-in of other critical stakeholders in the association. The statement was corroborated by a close associate of one of the leaders of CAN. He stated that there had been tremendous pressure to appease the association. Before unveiling Kashim Shettima Some APC stalwarts reached out to the leadership of Khan, extending an invitation to attend the event. This was rebuffed by Khan, citing no moral justification to attend the event in the face of a clear lack of respect for the sensibilities of Christians in the country. He said, the condition given was the replacement of Kashim Shettima as the vice presidential candidate. Sorry, let me shut this up. The condition given was the replacement of Kashim Shettima as the vice presidential candidate of the APC. The decision was hinged on the fact that other political parties respected the ethnic and religious sensitivities in the country, and the APC should not be an exemption. He added, I am ashamed of what is going on. I can't believe that such a topic would be deliberated upon in the first instance. I know the money promised is very tempting, but as servants of God, look at this clown. Who in the Christian Association of Nigeria is a servant of God? They are just chancers and killers and opportunists. I know the money promised is very tempting, but as servants of God, and at this stage, they ought to have risen above the inducement. Why do you think the Christian community can speak in one voice? Most of the members of Khan have been grandstanding. They are in the habit of taking care of themselves. If only Nigerians would realize the rot in Christian Association of Nigeria, they will henceforth take with a pinch of salt whatever statement that emanates from the association. An APC chieftain confirmed to correspondents that emissaries had been sent to Christian Association of Nigeria leadership. He, however, denied the Christian leaders were being induced with cash. We are talking about competence over religious consideration. Talks have reached advanced stages through proxies. Calls put across by correspondents to Felix Mokar, APC spokesman, were not answered or returned. So there it is right there. So let me go on swiftly. I think we probably just have a couple more readouts. Yes. Bandits may soon kidnap Toothless Buhari, Buba Galadima. Elder statesman Buba Galadima says rampaging bandits may eventually kidnap President Muhammad Buhari, whom he described as toothless. These bandits are disdainful. To the Buhari administration. At the beginning of the government, everybody was scared of him, Buhari, expecting him to be brave before he was now exposed to be toothless. So toothless, I mean, I think in terms of action rather than in terms of actually physically being toothless. If care is not taken, sooner or later, Buhari too can be kidnapped, considering the way security issues are ignored, Mr. Galadima said. The one-time ally of Buhari made this statement in an interview with BBC Hausa Service, in which he said Buhari knows nothing and can't do anything. The only option available now is either to continue praying or arm ourselves for protection. But if we depend on this government, definitely we will be killed, he added. Mr. Galadima's statement came days after bandits threatened in a viral video to kidnap President Buhari and Nasser El-Rufai of Kaduna State. Earlier in the week, members of the Boko Haram ambushed the Presidential Guards Brigade in Abuja, killing 3 elite officers who had sustained gunshot injuries. A few days ago, Mr. Buhari's advance convoy was attacked in Katsina. The same day, Boko Haram militias broke into Kuje prison and freed their members and other criminals. So there it is right there. There's nowhere to look. There's nowhere to run. We're surrounded and they are going to slaughter us one by one. So there it is. We're surrounded and they are going to slaughter us one by one. So there it is. We were alarming about our war not that long ago. And not that at that time as well, we all knew that very soon something even worse and even more egregious would happen. And certainly it has done. Wike vows not to work for Atiku to remain in PDP. Governor of Rivers State Yemson Wike has reportedly ruled out the possibility of supporting the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Atiku Abubakar. A close associate of the governor, who spoke with correspondents on Tuesday on the crisis in the main opposition, however, stated that Governor Wike would not dump the PDP. The associate added that he would not join the All Progressives Congress despite advances from leaders of the opposition party ahead of the 2023 general elections. Governor Wike has been silent on the forthcoming presidential election following his grievances with former Vice President Atiku. This is coming after Governor Wike threatened to reveal to Nigerians all that has transpired in the PDP since the emergence of Atiku as the presidential candidate of the party. Wike said, "On Atiku, I will speak soon, and Nigerians will know the actual truth of all that transpired in the PDP in recent times." The Rivers State governor had stated this whilst reacting to the interview of Atiku on Arise TV, where he claimed that the committee set up to nominate a vice presidential candidate for the party did not pick Wike as his running mate. Atiku, however, said the committee led by Governor of Benue State Samuel Otom only suggested three names to him, and he decided to pick who he can work with. The former vice president picked Governor of Delta State, Ifeanyi Okowa. So that's that. I think that's enough read out. Let's now see who's available to take it on. Okay. So Ovie, I see you. Bartholomew, I see you. Solly, I see you. Vin, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. Baba Kure, I see you. And Saki, Father, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So good to have you, gentlemen. So let me. Who am I coming to? So let me remove this from the screen. So let me remove this from the screen and let me kick it off with Solly. So Solly, are you ready to go?
Yes.
And look at that. Okay, yeah, not asleep this time around. You're usually asleep. So Solly, Solly, this is it. It never rains but it pours. It's almost like have you ever watched the movie Groundhog Day? It's almost like Groundhog Day in Nigeria. It's rinse and repeat, and it's a sense of deja vu. So we're still there. The bandits are savaging the country, but this time around they are moving closer to the seat of power. So the presidential guard attacked, three taken down. Your response, Solly?
The presidential what? Guard attacked.
Yeah, the presidential guards, the battalion within the army that are elite officers dedicated to the protection of the president and the presidency. So they were attacked just yesterday.
One man, the budget of all the Air Force, the Navy, especially the Army, was increased since Buhari came in 2015. The
Mhm.
Army budget was increased over 5 times, you know, over 5 times, and the country go weaker and weaker. you know. So it's not surprising. Yes, rinse and repeat. But you know what they also rinse and repeat? They are shock. Me, I don't get shocked. What else do you expect to happen? You allow them to roam free. You don't lock them up when you catch them. You call them repentant. You allow them to take money for you allow banditry to you get spread, you allow it to go through the country, they get the money, they buy more weapons. They when they get their money, at least they are buying more weapons. I can't say the same thing for Nigerian army. you know. So one is well prepared, one is still playing games. And it's so obvious that
Is it not a cause of concern, Solly, that because that's a step from the presidency, don't you see? So this is they are called the Presidential Guard Brigade. So
Mhm,
their only function, they are the most when they are doing the training, they pick out the most gifted and give
mhm,
them the best training possible, and
mhm.
they then constitute an elite force, and that elite force then is then dedicated to protect the president and the presidency.
Let me
So
tell
these
you.
were the people ambushed by Boko Haram and slaughtered. So is that not yet another ratcheting up of situations?
Yes, well, as long as he's protected, he doesn't really care about what happens
Yeah,
to
but
him.
is he protected though? Is the thing. Okay,
That,
okay,
what they
carry
are
on.
doing
Yeah,
is
yeah.
what they are doing is they are testing the waters. You know, Al Qaeda did not take over Afghanistan in one day. They did it over a period of 20 years, I think, or 10 years, slowly covering ground over and over and over, and which is what they are doing. They test the waters. They see if they can continue. They spread. They do it little by little. It's not a race. It's a marathon. But it's none of these guys' concern because it has not yet touched him. That's how most Nigerians are. You know, most Nigerians believe that it can never happen to them, basically. So they don't care about most things that is going on in Nigeria, unless it happens to them.
Oh,
You
oh,
know,
oh, all right, thank you, Solly. Let me put that question to Vin because Vin he's an ex-military, so I think he might probably have a fuller grasp of that narrative. So Vin, oh God, are you in another windy space?
Yeah, I'm just around my farm, but we can go on. We can go on.
Okay, because there's a lot of but stay where you are now because this reception is good there. But I was just that conversation with Solly, the presidential guard, the brigade that guards the presidency. So they were caught off guard by the bandits, and they know bandits are in function, they're in operation within the country, to the point that three were taken down. They said the bandits were repelled. I don't know quite what that means, but is this now yet another ratcheting up of that space? The insecurity, Vin.
Thank you so much, and good evening to everybody in the platform and those that are watching us or listening to us. I would like to say, hit the like button, share so that other people will come in. You see, one man, I was surprised when I heard that unfortunate news. You see, I shudder to say this brigade of guard, is it the same brigade of guard that I was a member of in Abuja? Abuja is well or militarily fortified in order to resist any attack towards that seat of power. What happened? Are there no, helicopter gunships that can at least respond with area surveillance before the ground soldiers, the infantry? The brigade of guard is mainly infantry soldiers. They move in on the ground and they must be supported with aerial support. So, how did they get into that very place without knowing the amount, or the let me just say the amount of insurgency that they were about to meet? They just entered into that place. You see, what is happening in Nigeria is I am baffled. I cannot see Nigerian soldiers, especially the professionally trained brigade of guard that is responsible for the safety of the president or the presidency in that area, falling into this kind of attack. A captain was killed, three was killed, another captain was captured, about 14, based on what my friends told me today, were taken as hostages. Why would this be happening in that country? Is there any? In fact, I am tempted to believe that there is some sort of, connivance in what is happening in that particular space. One man.
Mm. It's quite a spectacle, because sometimes I wonder if we should still be alarmed at these things, But how can you not be alarmed? It's just it's quite a thing because you have to weigh the scale of vulnerability. So if the presidency is vulnerable, because this shows vulnerability in terms of the presidency. So if the presidency is vulnerable to attacks by bandits, then what fate you and I? Then what happens to you and I? If they
Yeah,
can attack the presidential guard and take down three, they've not given us their data on who, if they were able to take some of them down. But if they are that audacious to successfully do that, then what fate you and I, the man on the street?
if I were the commander of those party that went for that that were responding to that attack, I do not know the manner or ways they entered into that place to face those rat tag. In fact, it is disheartening to see trained soldiers getting involved in this kind of thing without any profit for on their own side. Rather, they fall victim of these people. You see, I don't know, but someone need to speak. Someone need to say from the presidency what really happened. Where these soldiers intentionally sold out for to prove a point. A soldier, a trained soldier.
Vin, the conversation has now evolved to the space that a lot of people are now they are now not even speculating, but they are bringing into the conversation that the insecurity in Nigeria is beyond the capacity of the Nigerian security apparatus, and
Exactly.
they need external actors. Even Showore was saying that in his interview just earlier on this week. But good Lieutenant and Botte mercenaries, they flushed them out of Borno somewhat successfully. Buhari came in and kicked them out, and we are now a lot worse than we were. Are we worse off than we were in 2014? I'll start from there.
Definitely, Nigerians and the Nigerian military are worse off now. You see, it was not like this when Goodluck Jonathan was there. But I will challenge anybody that is going to defend most of this thing that is happening. Why didn't they do this thing when we were there? Why didn't they do this thing when we were there? They will be crushed. That time they will be crushed. There is vested interest. There is people with vested interest with what is going on in that particular space. This thing that is going on in Nigeria is now the whole world have seen that Nigeria security is vulnerable to attack. Any militant group can just invade Nigeria the way it is. That is where it is paining me. That's why it's paining me.
You know what also alarms Vin. You know why they moved the capital from Lagos to Abuja? They moved the capital from Lagos to Abuja for reasons of security, because Abuja
Yes.
is at the heart of the country. So they are saying the capital is that much more secured, because anybody that wants to attack the country, we have to traverse at least half of the country to get to the center. And the security structure should be able then to curtail and repel and overwhelm. But this happens in Abuja casually, and they tell us they are external actors. So what's in play?
You see, that is that the moving of capital from Lagos to Abuja is a no-brainer to me. If you go to Sierra Leone, that small country, when you enter, you will be at the sea and you'll be looking at Freetown. Or they call it Freetown, but it's Freetown. You will be looking.
Is that how they talk? They can't pronounce R in.
That is their accent. They are Freetown.
Right,
So
Freetown.
if you go to Liberia, where your president is right now, Monrovia is just at the Atlantic Ocean. Even the seat of government of Liberia is facing the sea. There are other places like that. In the former capital of Nigeria, was it not in Calabar? What threat was it? In Lagos State, Ikeja, what threat What threat? What was the reason why those reasons they gave to push it from? It is proven right now. No matter where
It's a
you are.
fallacy. So the reasons they've given has now been
Yes.
proven to be a fallacy.
Yes, it is proven right now militarily that there is no place you are, and people that wants to take over or invade your country, will not have the. If they are capable, they can enter anywhere. They can enter anywhere. Look at what is happening. Look at the distance from Abuja to Bronu. It's just like you are traveling. It's half. It's half of from Abia State to Abuja. So how did they get in there? They planned this thing from the beginning. Their planning was so sophisticated that they are. In fact, let me tell you one thing. This is where I blame the government of Nigeria, especially the military and the intelligence department. There were informations coming out that these people were bold to say that they are going to do these things. And why didn't they build up security within that area? Is it today that we are hearing that they are around the enclaves of Abuja, and they are threatening? And just few days they threatened to kidnap the president and air of fire. This thing happened. So you see, my brother, there are
Oh,
things.
Vin, my
Yes.
brother. Sorry to cut you. If there is infiltration in the force, don't you think we can win this battle?
Of course. You have a very good point. You have a very good point. You see, that is why I'm telling you that there are vested interests in what is going on. It doesn't mean that the Nigerian army cannot deal with these people. That is why when I hear,
You know what is really alarming, Vin, is that in the 7 years now of this Buhari administration, there's been no recorded success in the fight against.
it's worsening. Yeah.
It's worsening. So because it's a space that dominates the headline. So if there were any successes, we would have known. So there's been no instances where there were turbaning bandits in
Mhm.
Zamfara. So there's
Mhm.
been no, it's playing out in open clear, and it's just normalized as an everyday thing. The budget for the security space, it quadruples every budget cycle.
Yes.
But there is no
Yes.
recorded success in 7 years.
Yes, one man. Nigerians are being fed with lies, absolute lies. There is no success because there are vested interests in what is happening. People are benefiting from what is happening, and people are going to benefit from what is happening in Nigeria if it continues in this manner. That is what I will tell you. And I will leave you people because my battery is running down. Look, this is no longer a child's play. I would like to address the old southern Nigeria. That is where my mother come from. And you too, one man. You people should get ready for the worst. The worst is going to happen. And I am seeing what happened in Afghanistan to happen in Nigeria. If these terrorists, ragtag terrorists with no much, training like the soldiers would do this thing, there is accomplices within. There are accomplices within the space, within the military, within the security, circle that is allowing this thing to happen. They have a very ulterior motive that nobody knows. Old
Can I
Southern
ask you a
Nigeria.
question,
Old
Vin?
Southern Nigeria. Let me land this. Old Southern Nigeria, begin to prepare yourself for for the worst. Because if Abuja will be attacked, and they are taking it with levity. The life of your loved ones in the South are not guaranteed, my brother. Go ahead.
It's just okay. Go on now. Solid.
Yeah, you said Abuja is like one of the most secure. Me, when I went to Abuja, it wasn't secure. They were doing bomb blasts at markets when I went to Abuja. I don't think that's something they could have easily been doing in Lagos.
No,
Anyway,
no,
so
see, you see,
Vin, let me just ask you a question. Do you
mhm.
think they can enter the southwest? And if yes, how do you think they can enter the southwest? Because I don't think they can really prosper in southwest states.
Really.
As I'm talking to you now, there are pockets of attack in the south. There
I
are
said
attacks,
southwest, southwest.
consistent attack in Ogun State. I listened to a video when some people were chased out of their place. You see, even I'm not a single, singling any region in the old southern Nigeria, southeast, south, and southwest. If these people are able to continue with what they are doing and gaining ground, what other forces do you have around your place? And these people have international support, people, at high places of authority in Nigeria. What do you think that will happen in the South that is just controlled by governors that have no powers?
And just to add on to that, I mean, it was only just a couple of weeks ago that we were discussing our war. So I don't know what you are talking about. Were they not in
Good.
Owo, just ignoring people?
Or what happened? Or what happened?
They
Enugu,
did it casually
Enugu.
and they walked away.
Yes,
Well,
Enugu
that
also.
was that
Enugu.
was situation. That was situation. Me, I just feel like it was kind of hate crime because if
Right.
you look at most of the people that were killed in that war situation, they were from the southeast. I would say 90% of the people that were
In the
killed in that war.
southeast, in an
Yes,
Owo
check their
church.
names. Check their names.
You see, my brother, even if it
Check
is
it.
Solid,
southwest,
Over
it's even
90% of them.
listen,
Check it.
Solly, even if it is southeast, must we allow it to happen? If the victims that were slaughtered in that our church, Catholic Church, I know that the highest number of Catholic Church in Nigeria are from the southeastern Nigeria. Must that be allowed to happen in that place in southwest? No, it shouldn't. If you have a good governance that protect lives and property, will you allow such things to happen? No, the governors of these very states must be equipped to tackle their insecurity in their state. But when you have the security, vested in the hands of the federal government, and that federal government is not, saying it wise, they are staying hands. They are looking on the other side. Why these things are being committed in these very places? They are just testing the waters in old southern Nigeria. They are testing the waters. Once they test the waters and there is no much resistance from them, then you will see what will happen. When they did it,
Vin, please, I want to ask this question because you are a veteran. If there is infiltration in the force, how will you dictate it? Because
I told you.
Let me land, my brother. If there's infiltration, then government is not the one doing it. So how will they dictate it? How can we continue to blame this government? We know we will blame them, but if there is infiltration, even beyond the power of the government, so how do we detect this as a veteran?
They have military intelligence, don't they?
Look, you see what you are telling me. The question you are asking me now is in your hands. There, you can see it on your hands. How did these people, when you look at, let me answer you in this way. T.Y. Danjuma said something before, I think 2 or 3 years ago, that the military are colluding. So whose responsibility is it now to fish out these moles? Whose responsibility it is to fish out these moles? And they are not playing. They threaten and they hit. They threaten and they hit. And your government is turning the other cheek. In Akwa Ibom, some of these people
okay, we're losing you somewhat. I think you're running out of juice. Sorry, Vin. You're fading out.
And one more thing we should not forget.
Can you hear me?
Let's say Vin, because I think it's about to lose either battery or signal. Carry on, Vin. Yeah.
Yes. Whose responsibility it is to fish out these infiltrators in the army? You remember some time ago, repentant bandits were enlisted, and a major general of operations said that they can become the president of your country tomorrow. These are the problems. These are the problems. The system has been compromised. You are on your own, my brother. If you have your loved ones at home, begin to tell them to begin to find ways and means to protect themselves, because the federal government, state government, local government can no longer protect you. If these people will begin to, pinch in the military, they will call it pinch. They are pinching the seat of government. Before you realize it, the worst will happen. And I am looking at the same thing that happened in Afghanistan. That is what is going to play out here right now, because these people are internationally connected and your government is not willing. They don't have the political will to tackle this problem. I am telling you, no matter how Abacha was bad or corrupt, no matter how Babangida was corrupt, no matter how Abu Salami was corrupt, all of them, this thing cannot happen. This thing that is happening now, playing in your eyes, cannot happen. In those days, when we were there, they cannot do this. This shit that is going on in Nigeria now, where innocent people cannot even walk freely without looking at your back, without being killed. Look at the Dabchi, look at the Chibok, look at this other one trend, look at the killings, the massive killing that is going on. What is your government doing? In spite of all the billions that was vested, that was deployed to fight these people, don't you think if people are not doing what they're supposed to do, is it not the responsibility of the government to fish them out and begin to trade them, use them and set examples of them, and things will come on? What did Goodluck Jonathan did that time? Goodluck Jonathan with Ihejirika did so many things that time, but we condemned them. And here, we brought this other one here. Look at what is happening. You cannot travel 2 kilometers from your house without looking at your back. Is that the country that people want to live in? You are military. Your security has been compromised, and it is the responsibility of the federal government to fish out to these people and set examples of them, because you cannot be. What is the reason for you to have a government that cannot protect you, your life and property? What?
All right, thank you, Vin. So thank you, Vin. So that is what you have expressed is the sentiment of all of us, Vin. I don't even think anybody can claim that anybody has been alarmist. You only have to pick up. Yeah.
Can I just interject a little bit? Good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody.
Good afternoon.
This situation we have found ourselves in is a situation that has been in play. We have been seeing these traces. When I was talking about the Muslim ticket, this is part of it. No. This is not politics now. This is not politics. This is not politics. It's not politics. Please, this is not politics. When I was talking about the Muslim ticket, this is one of the reasons why I was talking about the Muslim ticket. Look, our army has been infiltrated long before now. Ihejirika said it. Remember, in the past, every one of them that spoke the truth died mysteriously. This plan has been on for a very long time. Now, Sodi was saying, if they have been infiltrated, how do you do it? Look at the feudalism in the army. We need to break that chain. Like Sowore said yesterday in the interview about changing the guards. We need to start changing them. You cannot have people from the same region managing your security apparatus. These are there because in there you have sympathizers. These sympathizers are the ones that say, okay, forgive this Boko Haram and enlist them into the army. They are extremists inside the army. We have to call a spade a spade. That's one of the same also reason why I do not want Atiku to go in there. I want us to break up that northern hegemony on our political outfit.
No, I think we are all on board on that one. We have to break that northern hegemony.
That's what I'm telling you.
If Atiku goes in, then that solidifies our.
It solidifies it. So please, before I'm just going to stop it here, please. please, it's either Tinubu. At least I know that one. He will at least he will talk. At least if they start trying to oppress him, he will talk. It's either Tinubu or Obi, because our country is going, our country is living. We are that. You see that country? You see what happened in the war? Nothing is going to happen. If they arrest them, the next thing you see, they have released them. They are there as your police commissioners. They are there as your DPOs. So they have infiltrated us systematically.
I will give my people. I still have the interest of the old Southern Nigeria at heart. If you are not prepared, please be prepared. Because for me, the way things are going on, I don't see election coming 2023. Something will happen. You see, 6 months in a military, in insecurity, IS as it is, internal security of this nature that has gone so wild, anything can happen. Anything can happen, my brother. Thank you so much. I'm running short of time.
All right, thank you, Vin. Good to hear from you. We've not heard from you for a while. So that's Vin. Once upon a time, a regular on the platform. So that's Vin. Is an ex-serviceman. So you can is speaking from knowledge. So it's speaking from. It's not just. It's speaking from knowledge. So let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, and then I want to go on to. Let me go on to Baba Akure, who seems ready for us. So I'll acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat first. It says, I have said it here. They have sleeper cells in Abuja. So yes, thank you for the super chat. But I think they really have sleeper cells all over the country. Is what a lot of people are afraid. That's where the concern is. Where the area surveillance is. I mean, what's the big mystery? It's really, it's a head scratcher, the Nigerian situation. These people have sleeper cells. We have area, at least, thankfully, they don't have air power yet. So we have air power. So where's the aerial surveillance of those forestry areas to see unusual movements and sending troops to go and investigate and ravage them? These are just basics. I'm not even a military man, but I know that much. But that speaks to the complicity, of course, that people talk about. But if they feel that they are complicit, it looks as though this thing is reversing itself on them. But however it plays out is not looking good for you and I. It's not looking good for you and I. But let me take Baba Akure to a different talking point. Baba Akure, now we are going back to the Muslim ticket, which you seem to have quite fixed views about. But the turnaround of the Christian Association of Nigeria is eminent, because they are telling us now that the money that is being presented now to the hierarchy of that space is too generous to ignore. And they are telling us also that those people, they are only out to look out for themselves. So in the next few days, we can anticipate then a pivoting of position by the Christian Association of Nigeria to then tell us then what is all the fuss about Muslim ticket. Is it not the same God? So now the bribery of the Christian Association of Nigeria, what says you they're about to be compromised?
Good night, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody, wherever you are. Thank you very much for having me, one man.
Pleasure.
Right from day one, though I will say I will say that I want to trust a couple. I will say I will trust a couple Christian leaders, right? But not all of them anyway. I'm very sorry to say this, because I have already thinking about it, that something will of course happen, and I do hope they don't get money to sell their birthright, or to mislead people, because these are the people that controls millions of people that follow them every single week. Then if they compromise and they tell their followers, okay, well, this is the person that we agree now, okay, let's just support this, and nothing is going to happen, Muslim ticket, nothing happen, and they start brainwashing their follower using 993 as an example. That will cause another problem. That is cause another problem, because many people will follow them. Remember, take for instance, Redeemed Christian Church of God, or winners, or all those big churches, right? Remember, these people, they always follow their leaders. So now, if it happens that those people compromise, then it means that everything is gone guaza. So it means that they are going to vote for Tinubu. So to finalize everything, it is up to the followers to see what has been happening in Nigeria since last 7 years. Then they can decide. This is not issue of this is my geo. It is not issue of geo right now. It is not issue of my bishop.
But the thing is, the Christendom, they're more so than anybody else. They are often led by their geos, and it's almost, these geos, they almost have like a godlike,
Yeah, I understand. I understand your point. That is why I'm saying that if take for example like Pastor Adeboye, Pastor Kumuyi, Pastor what's the name of this man for Winners Chapel? Oyedepo, Suleiman, all these people. If they say, well, we are going to follow them right now, what do you think is going to happen? 80% of their congregation will just follow them, just like that. 80% of their followers will just follow them. Okay, well, we are going to vote for them.
If Tinubu puts $1 billion down, do you think we'll still hear all this noise making from these so-called Christian people? $1 billion.
Okay, woman. I bet I want.
One man.
To be honest with you, right? To be honest with you,
carry go.
To be honest with you, we still have some Christians that will not even take your penny. It doesn't.
Are you sure about that?
I am telling you.
You mean Christians or Christian leaders?
Some Christian leaders.
Name one. That will not name one.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'm not talking of big names. Even you can even see some people that you don't even recognize.
$1 billion. No man pay.
Take the money now.
One man can name one.
I know, but there are some people. We might see in Nigeria that we don't really we just talk about Christianity, but we don't really practice it. But I'm telling you, we still have some. I'm not even talking about those who attend Redeem. I'm not talking of all this. I'm not talking of big name. Even local people that still believe in what they have in their hand, and they will not even corrupt.
I can name one.
All right. Let Saki name one.
Profession together, you and Sergeant Roger. You are a sniper.
So who is a sniper? Over here, who is a sniper now? What's going on? Yes, Saki, you had a name.
Yeah. Catholic Bishops Conference of Nigeria.
Right.
Will not collect that money.
Yeah, must be. Why not? They don't spend money in the Catholic.
They will not collect that money.
Why not now?
Yeah, I've just named the people I know, and they will never collect it.
All right. Okay. All right.
Whichever way, one man I know for sure. There are some people that we may not really know, right? And they are not really involved in big churches, right? And they even better. They even understand, and they take what they have in their hands seriously, that they will not compromise. That is just the fact. But If this happen anyway, if this happen, I know for sure a lot of people will fall into that trap. I mean, a lot of followers. But right now, if the leader collect money, it is for the follower to see and refresh their memory and look back.
Don't worry, they won't do any of that. You know they won't do any of that. So why are you saying it? The followers will always do as they are. When they hero worship. Have you ever been to any of these Nigerian churches? They hero worship their leaders. It's almost as though that's the religion they're worshiping them.
If they cannot refresh and look back to what happened in Nigeria even up to today, then it is they should not complain when the time comes. As for me, I know that Joel is changing his mind. As for me, I will prefer Obi anytime.
No, Joel is not changing his mind though. He says he wants power to come to the south.
Obi is from the south.
Yes.
There is no way that Tinubu, if something is going on like a Muslim, there is no way they will have sympathy for themselves. That is number one. However, if somebody said, okay, I'm going to continue from where my predecessors stopped, so what is that telling you? He might not really tell us. He might not really tell us what is in mind, but I know for sure he's going to continue at least some of what is going on. I just hope that
Baba Kure, when somebody like Tinubu says that he's going to, or even during the primaries, or Shibanjo and the rest of them, when they say that they are going to continue where their predecessors stopped, what do you think they are saying? Who do you think they are speaking to with that statement?
Well, they are just, to me, I know they may be just trying to make their boss, make Buhari feel good that is doing something.
But that's the politics of that statement now. So you know it already. Yeah, so you can't take it verbatim. That
they might not really want to do what they say, but to me, my choice would be Obi because number one, he is young, and I'm not saying that he's not corrupt. He's a politician, but at least he's still much more.
Have they captured you as well?
Don't worry about the issue of capturing or whatever. I'm telling you, if Tinubu comes from my own village in Akure North, I will not vote for him. That is just the fact. I don't hate him, but he needs to go home. We cannot continue under APC with what we are seeing in Nigeria now, and you are telling me that that's the person I'm supposed to vote for again. When bandits, in fact, I saw.
Do you make a distinction between APC and the Buhari regime? Can you see that some people might make that distinction between APC as a political party and the Buhari regime as a government?
Of course.
Why would people make that distinction?
Well, maybe I didn't understand your question properly anyway.
I'm saying some people, myself somewhat, they are able to make the distinction between APC as a political party and the Buhari regime as a government. So the Buhari, because in APC you also have people like Oshibanjo, you have people like Fashola, you have people. People that are somewhat people have respect for and they see as achievers. So they have that within that party. But then you have as the arrowhead, Buhari. So some people are able to make the distinction that the Buhari regime is a failure, but that does not necessarily condemn the party because he has control of the country. And the party might not necessarily and almost categorically does not influence him.
Well, to me, they have the same, and I think they have the same agenda. The reason is that if you are in a place where you see things going wrong, and what you are saying is that sometimes it's even better for you to just keep quiet. Don't even say anything. Than you, now, Fashola, the same Fashola you mentioned now, came on I think Arise TV, Channel TV the other day, and was, in fact, a lot of lies about what they have not even done, and they will not even do. That was what is propagating, so that we can believe that they are doing something. So how do you expect me to give to believe that many people will respect him with what we are seeing in the country right now? Why some people are just lying just to cover all your atrocities.
You know, you call it a lie, Baba Akure, but some people will call it some people might call it
Politics.
no, they call it a political
Statement.
spin. Yeah, so it's a political spin now, which is what people, even in Canada, they tell you something sometimes and you wonder that what is this man saying? So it's a political spin. Go on.
You are very right anyway, you are very right, but with the issue of insecurity that is going on in Nigeria right now, with these killings, no, I'm not going to make decision between any of them. I just put them in the same bracket. The same. APC need to go. Let us change and see what is going to happen when another party take over. Right now, even right now, we are even saying that Atiku. Okay, if Atiku gets there, he's going to go back to North. I think even if Atiku gets there, if it is the person that is going to do it better, I think I don't. To me, I don't even have any problem with that. Rather than Muslim ticket, that is the fact. Because APC
is an Atiku presidency not a Muslim ticket?
No, it's not Muslim.
No, not his candidature, but Atiku Malam Buhari Northern Fulani handing over to Atiku Abubakar Northern Fulani. So is that I know who cares about the fights? What has Al Sheba been?
Okay, so now what is going to happen now? What do you ask me a question? I'm going to ask you a question. What is going to be now if Tinubu win and Buhari hand over to him? How do you see that too?
Well, that's a southern
okay,
handover.
So now the election now is going to be Northern against South and Christian against Muslim.
Is that not what it is?
Is that to say?
Well, is that not what it is? Is that what it is? Is that not what it is?
Give me a moment, please.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Baba Akure. Baba Akure has gone off to attend to matters. But let me go on from Baba Akure and let me go to let me go to Ovie.
I'm here, one man.
All right. I was asking you, is the Nigerian narrative, is it not ethnicity and religion anyway? But where go on.
Yeah, I understand what you are saying, but in this situation that we find ourselves, it is even better to have Northern Muslim and Christian that we do what Nigeria need to do rather than this APC. That is the fact. How can we imagine that some miscreants, some riffraff, take over the whole country? To the extent you see this, what is happening now about this issue of attacking presidential aid and stuff like that. It is not new. It is not new because we've been perceiving this for very long time. We've been perceiving this for very long time. When you
in 2014, you yourself, you told us on Facebook back in those days
did you see me on Facebook?
Well, because you told us that you told us on Facebook. So you told us on Facebook in 2014 that PDP was a categorical failure. Mm-hmm. So what has now changed that you are now looking for answers in PDP?
You see, we always go backward, right? Because we when we are referring to things, we'll be mentioning some names. There is no time we mention about the failure that we are facing right now that we will not mention Jonathan administration. If that is what you want to hear. In 2014, we thought because corruption already ripped off the country, even insecurity is not as bad as this. Corruption ripped off the country. At least Madueke alone stole $40 billion in the country that is struggling. We thought, okay, this man is going to try and see how he can sanitize the place, and because In fact, 1983, I knew exactly what happened in 1983 when he was the head of state. And today, we know that today Diagbon was the person that is running the show at that time. We thought this is the person that will sanitize the country, make things better. Okay, let's just support him. It doesn't really matter. He can come from the north. He can be a Muslim, but due to the legacy that I saw, I'm not the point that they told that I saw in 1983. Okay, let's just vote for this man. Then the first 4 years, even the first 6 months, when he didn't nominate something, you know what we were saying at that time? Oh, well, he's going to do very well because he is trying. He's taking his time to select his ministers so that they won't corrupt. That was what we thought. Then the very first 4 year gone. What happened? And I said to myself, if it is every single
sorry, Baba Kore, just so for the benefit of time, the point that I was making really is that you condemned PDP as a categorical failure in 2014. You recommended Buhari. You are now saying it's a categorical failure, and you are inviting us to go back to PDP. So what has PDP done to cleanse themselves for you now to recommend them?
I'm not saying that we should go back to PDP. I am saying if you have to underline if, that is conditional tense. I'm saying if PDP is the person that will do it better based on what we are seeing right now. The reason why I'm saying if is that because I will still prefer that to APC right now. Because if, let's say, Obi didn't show up in this picture, I would rather vote for APC. I would rather vote support PDP and see what they are going to offer again. But not this situation that we find ourselves. That's why I said if. I'm not saying that it is to me right now. I support Mr. Obi. That is the fact. Because I think he is the best.
Yeah, Baba Korea, how can we place any confidence in you when you led us from Goodluck Jonathan? You led us from Goodluck Jonathan to Buhari, and then when you led us then from Buhari, you led us into the middle of nowhere, that Yoruba space, that Yoruba nation. Now you are leading us from Yoruba nation to Peter Obi. How can we place any confidence in you?
One man. You see where you came now.
Ó tún fẹ́ lọ dà wá sínú kòtò.
So you say Yoruba nation.
Ó tún fẹ́ jẹ́ kó kó wa lẹ́rú.
Tomorrow you will come up with another one, and then you lead us again.
Ó máa lọ tà wá lóko ẹrú, bàbá Àkúrẹ́ tún fẹ́ lọ tà wá lóko ẹrú.
Don't worry about Yoruba nation. Yoruba nation is going on, and it is steady, and it is in one side. Now we face the reality that is going on in Nigeria right now.
But you are taking us to Igbo nation.
No, don't forget about it. Even Igbo nation is doing their own, but it is not really affecting issue of Peter Obi right now. So let's just put issue of Yoruba nation, Biafra nation. So now, because I want to touch briefly on that issue of bandits. If BBC could go to the bush and interview bandits, grant interview, and the government telling us that they cannot find them, they don't know where they are.
They have a bounty on the head of this guy, 5 million naira.
Let me tell you something, one man. The government cannot tell us that they don't know this book and they are not participating in it. You see what is happening right now is that the thing now, when you breeding a lion, right? When the lion is very small, then you start pampering them, you're giving them food, you feed them, believe that they are your pet. That is what is going on right now in Nigeria. Because remember, few weeks back, they broke into Kuje prison. 24 hours before they broke into that place, they removed the military that is guarding the place. And this incident that is going on, we'll be hearing about this thing about a week ago. And look at what happened. So I'm not going to be surprised when bandits or these terrorists go into the Aso Rock Because what we are seeing now is just a child play. Yet we are still seeing child play. Because 2 days ago, they came. They said, "Oh well, they are going to until when they get Buhari and they get El Rufai." What happened? Not even quite 24 hours after that. What happened? So I am not going to be surprised. You see, somebody was saying here, "Oh, Buhari has a lot of security guard and stuff like that." Boy, I pity Nigeria. And you see this lady, because I'm very sorry to bring this thing in, because that is how I feel. This lady that just won gold for Nigeria and broke record.
Toby Amosun.
I said it just today. I said no. The lady didn't broke record for Nigeria. He broke record for himself, because there's nothing to be proud of in Nigeria. Absolutely nothing.
But it was Nigeria that they were shouting now when she broke the record.
Forget about that, man. It is very painful when you're born in a place and you just see anything. The cry, the lady was crying. Do you think it is? She was so happy, but when she thinks about what is going on in Nigeria, that is it Nigeria that I'm representing, that I break world record for? That is, look at how the country is. Look at how the country is. That is what will be going through our brain at that time. I said no. The lady broke record for herself, because there is nothing that you can be really proud about Nigeria. Are we talking about government? These people don't care, because they have second passport. If you like, you can go ahead and say, "Oh, where you want to go and eat your the crumb of bread under Tinubu's table." You go ahead. When the problem comes, they jump into their private jet and fly away and go and spend the money for this stash all over the world. It is very painful.
All right. All right. Thank you, Baba Kure. It is very painful. So there it is. And that is the voice of all of us. So thank you, Baba Kure. So let me go on from Baba Kure to Once Upon a Time Ovie, now under any other name he dreams of. So to
Toby Nation.
Toby Nation. So
Nation.
So now to Toby Nation, but that Baba Kure is now claiming for Yoruba land. So
it was painful to see how our Omoyan, one of the chief, that's Baba Kure, how he's trying to recategorize pure emotion display by our coin, trying to put another spin to it. There's no way you can put to it. That is the spirit of Nigeria you are seeing right there. Something our politician could not do, Toby did it by uniting all Nigeria at the same time. That is the spirit, that's the joy that you are seeing there. It has nothing to do with how the country did bad at that time. At that point, it's all positive. For the first time in my own lifetime, I see a Nigerian national item play at that level. At least for that moment, the world was on a standstill. Listen to our national item. There's more to that than just trying to play it down. That is a pure emotion. That's the spirit of Nigeria. Not just that in display in Toby, but every Nigeria, regardless of where you were located at that point, and even up to today, was a proud Nigeria. And the world see that no matter how they try to spin it, it no work. And it's still going. So that is the spirit we are seeing. That is what Nigeria can actually do, not just in sports, in every aspect of us. We get them. Now only us now know ourselves. The day we will discover our history and actually study where we they come from.
Have we lost you, Ovie? There it is. All right. So that's Ovie then. So we've lost him, of course. It's found money to go and buy a go. So we escaped that one. Let's go on from Ovie and let's go on to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you driving or are you able to? Oh, I think Ovie is back. Ovie, are you back?
Yeah, my network. I don't know what happened.
All right. You should have spent the money that you spent on other things on the network instead. So that's the.
I know you're gonna go there.
You know now. So that's the spirit of Nigeria, okay. But this is the problem of Nigeria. Identities of presidential military guards shot dead by terrorists in Abuja revealed. So these were meant to be the elite guards, of course, but then, of course, the Boko Haram, they don't have any truck with elite. You are wearing a uniform, they gun you down. So it continues to escalate within that space. And what are you first making of the security situation in Nigeria? You've never really spoken on that.
I always see, put a political context to it. But I'm someone who, I believe one can learn from a failure as much as you can learn from a success, or somebody who's successful, for a lack of words. Now, with all this, what happened, of course, is, human being has been lost, a life has been lost, especially on duty. Now, but let's see it from a different, let's put different context to it. Buhari is on his way to Liberia to deliver a lecture on security and election. Liberia is celebrating 175 years of its independence, so that dated through pre-colonial era, the first in Africa. There's very significant history to that. Now, that country today will not be in the current configuration of Africa if not for Nigerian military, but Nigeria at large.
No, we know the history, but in terms of the scale of priority, is the significance, because it's not especially, it's 175th something. So it's not a milestone.
I'm going there.
Yeah, go on.
I'm going there. I'm just putting other context to what is going on there. And again, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Nigeria will be having their election coming up soon. I think if there's anything I want to believe that Buhari will do and will be successful at the dying minute, is giving us a free and fair, credible election. That he knows that he holds every Nigeria. And this man has been saying it. There is no way I will hand over to a corrupt person or a thief. He's been saying it in other different way and form. So I believe he will do that.
Sorry, what does that mean? The people in play are Atiku and Tinubu.
There are more than that. We have about more than 15 candidates running the election. Let's put all that everything on table now.
All right. Are you going on a convoluted Kwakwanso journey?
No, and Sian, are you the bring the name call? I don't come up with it.
I'll shut up. Carry on. Yeah.
What am I saying? There is going to be a lot that we deliver on that lecture in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, that will give us a lot of points, a lot of work, and will give us exactly what to expect come 2023 for himself. It's no longer on the ballot. We should all establish that. So it's important to, for us to pay attention. Even the Liberia, who's also holding their election, and in the Sierra Leone, whether we like it or not, is the leader of the West African Union. He has a role. This thing has been scheduled before now. Yes, what happened is unfortunate, but assuming the man decided to cancel all this engagement, what weakness will he be showing to the people that actually gave the order, who are currently the terrorists? I don't need to be a soldier that you don't have to show your weakness to your opponent to show that you defeated or you are still going. That's not making an excuse for the security situation that is happening. It's not today. I've been talking before on our politics. Why? Because there's going to be a new man in town, and everybody is showing with as much as they can. Am I saying that is everything that is responsible for the Boko Haram and the rest of what's going on? No, there's more to it. The system is not functioning the way it's supposed to. But I also believe that it's not the most safest society and not the most police society. The safest society is a society that has pretty much 99% of the immunity for everybody in that community from age 1 to age 99. So when everybody is engaged and every amenity is in place, that goes a long way to reduce the security situation. Again, am I saying that Nigeria has been defeated or this is the best we can do? No, but that's where the politics come in. Who among these candidates can actually say, okay, yes, if I elected as a president,
I will sit with all these terrorists that we're talking about because they are human beings, they feel me them. And now we reach a dialogue with him because to actually build a nation, it's going beyond your philosophy or your policy or ability to compromise. That is what build a nation. That is what brings greatness. That is what will lead to success. So how many of these men that can say, yes, if I sit down with the Nnamdi Kanu or leader of Boko Haram or ISIS or whatever, they will agree to sit with me in the first place. Will they underrate my power or not? Because that's what you are seeing. When you undermine your power, doesn't matter how your policies, they will always be overshine your policy. So who is that man among these men that are going for the presidency that is ready to talk that step? That's another angle to see it from. Because whether we like it or not, these people who are doing this, members of our society.
Okay,
this might not make sense.
Okay, just staying with that Nnamdi Kanu space that you touch on for just for a very short window. Describe how you would like to see the candidates individually address that question. So let me give you the candidates and just very briefly describe how you would want them to tackle the Nnamdi Kanu question. So if they present Nnamdi Kanu to, let's say, Kwakwanso, how would you like to see him address that?
I would like him to address that is that, I mean, it's telling him to stop whatever he's doing, it would be very premature. But he agreed that, yes, he's going to do it in a diplomatic way or in a democratic way. Put it on writing, make it known to the world that, yes, this agitation I will see continue, but it has to be a democratic way. No more harms, no more inciting, no more preaching. Go away the way it's been done in the year 2020 in a civilized manner. As we speak, I believe that those other groups that approach court that, yes, the referendum should be a possibility or a thing in our constitution. I think they're getting a call from the court that I think they've set a date for the hearing. It should be in October, if I'm not mistaken. So I want to see Konkoso approaching from able to sit with him and to see if he can reach agreement in that angle. Because as I said, to say stop doing what you are doing, that might be too late by this point because there are a lot of people who have the same Nnamdi Kanu ideology, though they don't have the same approach. So this thing is not going to stop.
As part of his campaign, should he necessarily make that promise to release Nnamdi Kanu?
I don't think it's even advisable to release Nnamdi Kanu before the election. I'm sorry.
Not before the election, as part of his, it's not the president. So I'm talking about Kwakwanso.
Yes, after in fact, that should be one of the things that, okay, as soon as I get into power, the first thing that will be on the table for me is the route to negotiation. To see where we are going, because that will go a long way to actually reduce security, even in that part of the country, and it will actually give them a sense of saying, yes, there is hope that we can either have our freedom or not. However, that is going to take, but ability for him to establish that from the get-go will go a long way to reducing security, and again, set the economy in emotion. And the man that now, since you put Gonkoso, the man that I believe that with what he has done with education and with the ideology, how he's going to run education, I think there's a slight chance that, yes, he can give or he can start something that can be built on. Because I don't believe that the way we want Nigeria to be can be achieved under one generation. So it's more difficult than it seems, but I'm not saying it's not possible at the same time. But yes, I want to see somebody who approach it from that angle. How can we sit down and iron it out democratically, peacefully, the way it is being done as we speak today? How are we going to go into referendum? So yeah, as I said, it's a good thing that the courts are paying attention. We might have a judgment before, even the election, and see how we can either they want to stay or they want to go, and other ethnicity that want to join, because from what I understand, even Ijaw Nation too appended their signature to that suit that they will saying, our land, no, we know data arrangement, but we see how it's going to turn out at the end of the day. So I pay attention to that space too.
All right, brilliant.
So yeah, that's
all right, come in, Baba. But then after you, I want to move over here on to another topic. But come in, Baba.
Yeah, I just want to. Ovie, do you think if referendum conducted today how do you see Nigeria as a country, or you see it to be splitted?
Just for
because you did mention referendum. That's why I just put that question to you.
Yeah, I mean, there have been agitation for referendum now. So a group, some northern group approached courts that yes, there should be a train of thought towards that angle. They should be to put in the constitution that yes, we should be able to hold referendum for whoever wants to leave. So, and I think court just answered them. As I said, the John Nation too have agreed to join the suit, that their land is not part of Biafra, shit like that. So there are many other interests that will come in as we go. Yes. It's going on right now.
All right. So, Ovie, let me move you on to another talking point. Well, Wike vows not to work with Atiku, but to remain in PDP. So this doesn't really come necessarily as a surprise to anyone. But what are you making of Wike's politics? I think he had no option but to adopt this position now that is informing the public of.
Yes, I mean, as you said, it's not a surprise anymore that pretty much that is his best choice at this point. Not that he doesn't have other choice, but that is his But why is he making it public? I don't understand. Is that also a strategy? Because I don't think you should make that kind of a thing public. It's something that, yes, people know that's how you are going to do, but let it remain the realm of speculation. You're giving them, you're actually saying it. Or he's not the one saying it, or is it the one man? Because I know you say know how to play with headlines. Is that actually phrase it? Is that what it meant, or now your own grammar with that?
Well, that's the headline of the piece. It says Wike vows not to work for Atiku to remain in PDP. And of course, they don't speak frontally; they speak via sources.
But I saw another headline that says Autumn, who is Wike Radan man, saying that Atiku is the candidate for the party that is going to work for the party.
That would be Autumn now. I don't think they are tied at the hips, but Autumn will of course work with but I don't anticipate that Wike or Seyi Makinde would work for Atiku. Seyi Makinde for reasons of Yoruba, and Wike for reasons of feeling aggrieved.
Oh man. Well, even though you have a point there, but you don't forget that interest comes in first. I'm talking about Seyi Makinde now. Is it that he's going to leave the party if they don't succeed? Or if he remain, how he want to continue to climb the ladder in of his career via that platform? When people like them, Atiku, they go see their life. People, if they lose the election, their influence is still very much.
If Atiku loses this election, he will leave party politics.
Yeah, no, Obasanjo no be Obasanjo don't retire.
He will certainly leave the PDP. That's what. And if he doesn't leave, they will chase him out. I can't say him.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter whether he decides to quit the partisan politics or remain. His influence is still there. These are now they get the party. They are the owner. Is the founding. One of the founding members of that party from day one. So regardless of what, his influence will still be there until the day he takes his last breath. So I think Makinde will think deeper than that. Think about, okay, what next for me, and who is going to help me to achieve that? Is it PDP or APC? Because say Yoruba interest. I mean, this is politics. It's local, and it's personal interest come first. So as of that Wike, I think the Wike now the same thing. Wike now how we go save him at the end of the day. So yes, I expect him to put his money in every of the major parties. I think that is what he's going to do. He will equally support Atiku, Tinubu, Konkoso will be as equally in case. Because I don't think you want to toy with just putting his egg in one basket. At this point in time that nobody can beat the chest. I'm going to win the election outrightly. So I think you'll be smarter than that. But
all right. Hold on. Let me just. All right. Let me go from your view. Let me go to Ajanle Koko instead. Have a look in the private chat over here. Have a look in the private chat. Um, uh, let me go from you over here to let me go to Ajanle Koko.
One man. I don't now one for you.
No, but
Am I clear though? That's the most important thing.
Yeah, well, you are clear, but
one man. I just make there's nothing like that going on here. Okay.
All right, brother. Brother. It's just something I observed, but thank you.
Good try though.
All right. So let me go from you to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, one man.
All right, brother. Do you want me to come to you, Ajanle Koko, because you are driving and that usually dips in and out. So do you want me to come with you or leave you till later? Tell me what you like me to do.
Okay, yeah. You can come back to me. Go to someone else.
All right, brilliant. So let me go then. Let me go from you, Ajanle Koko. Let me go to Kulata. So Kulata, are you ready to go?
No. I'm working on something. Can you skip me for now?
All right. Let me go from Kulata to Joel. Joel, hopefully you are ready to go. All right. So let me go from Joel to Thomas, who is ready to go. So Thomas,
I'm here.
All right. Let me come back to you, Joel. Let me go with Thomas instead because Thomas seems primed and ready. So Thomas is primed and ready. So we go with Thomas, and Thomas then to that space I started the conversation off with identities of presidential military guards shot dead by terrorists revealed. So I mean, this is just another day in Nigeria essentially. But should we surrender to it in the way that we are now saying surrendered to it? Is the question, Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. Woman, thank you for having me, and thank you for having all of us to better our country. This thing you read now is just like they attacked the Queen Guard. That is what is be playing in my mind since you've read the news. You can just imagine they attack the guard of the Queen or the security of Trump or the president of US being attacked. I think by now, heads will be rolling. Yes, heads will be rolling. Even some people will voluntarily resign because which English will you like use is an insult. It's a big insult to our security agents, even from the soldier, army, all security outfits that we have in Nigeria. It is a big insult. So one man, I just want to ask this question: these people that were attacked, were they attacked outside the Aso Rock or what? Where do we have the place where they were attacked?
Yeah, what they said was what they said was that they got a signal from the Nigerian law school that they were under threat, and they deployed to go and attend to that space because, of course, they are within the same city. And then, in the course of that, they were ambushed by these bandits who took down 3 officers.
Man, it's very unfortunate, and that's why I'm asking Vin the other time that if they've been infiltration in the army, can we really win this war? Because one man, I'm standing there, you are there. You don't know what is in on my mind. We could be in the same battalion, and I'm working directly for terrorists. Then how can we win this battle? Because if you don't know your enemy, how will you fight your enemy? So that's why I'm asking Vin the other time is can we actually blame the presidency? We would blame them because presidency, Buhari is the head of the country. We every box, every problem stop at his table. But actually, I think twice. If being infiltrated, how do we identify these people? How do we take them down? You make a comment the other time. You said they have intelligence. What will the intelligence do? Because intelligence don't know what is on my mind. They don't know what is on your mind. If you are a traitor, because that's what I'm saying. To win this battle, if the military has been infiltrated, to win this battle it will be very difficult, one man. Because I don't know how they can do it. These people that were ambushed, maybe somebody signaled the terrorists to go and ambush them. Because if they don't know they are coming, how will they know when to ambush them and attack them? And they were being killed. So I think this war is a big war. It will be very difficult for us to win. And if a Buhari, as a military man, a veteran, cannot even take us there. So if an Southerner is coming, what will a Southerner do? Even Tinubu, even Atiku, and even Chore, even every one of them, what will they do?
Sorry, Thomas, your system is crackling up a bit. But
can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So if we infiltrated every time, and I still say this one man, this man is a military man. He has fought battle, and he can't even do this. I think the only solution we have, one man, is I go with Chore. We have to hire mercenaries. I think we can't do this because if we have higher machineries, I think they may have more knowledge than we do, so that they can even if people are infiltrating the military, they can even help us more. Because one man, we can't win this battle. For them to attack, and you remember they attacked presidents, the president what they call it, entourage in Kaduna or in Katsina the other time as well. They don't even scared with the weapons, with the everything. The presidents, at least I can say in Nigeria, Buhari is the most guided citizen in that country. He's most guided citizen in that country. But for them to go to have the audacity to attack his guide, to attack his entourage, one man, I don't think we can win it. But I just pray the next president, Buhari has done what he can do, one man. Don't expect any miracle from Buhari. He has done, and even Obasanjo has said it. He said Buhari has done everything he could do for Nigeria. I think the next president, if we can hire machineries, I think that is where we can fight this battle, one man. It is
actually machineries. A lot of people call it it's not. A lot of people call it machineries for whatever reason, but it's actually machineries.
Machineries.
But let me take you from that space to Wike. Wike vows not to work for Atiku to remain in PDP. So I mean, if he's not going to work for Atiku, is he going to work against Atiku? Is the question. And even should he, would it be some inside agent by your reckoning?
One man, I could even love him to keep quiet. Saying this, it doesn't help the Atiku camp. It doesn't help the Atiku camp in any way, one man. He could have just keep quiet. You are not going to work for the person in your party, and you want to remain in the party. Does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense to me. If you are not going to work for him, leave the party. No. And one man, you remember when they started their primary, they said they signed that anybody that wins this battle, they will support him. I could remember that time they said I don't know what the English we normally use for that. That the sign that anybody that wins, we are going to work for him. It's still the same thing. I don't know why Wike is crying foul to me. It's a contest. Somebody has to win. And Atiku won. So just move on with your life. Move on. He didn't pick you as his vice. He said it on one man. He said, I will pick somebody that can work for me. He saw you, he sees you as somebody that cannot work for him. So, one man, if you are as an Atiku, I will not pick Wike. No, I will never pick Wike if I'm Atiku. If I'm in the shoes of Atiku, I will not pick Wike. Wike is big on his own. Atiku is big on his own, and two captains cannot be in a ship. Even their whole scenario will be worse more than Atiku and Obasanjo. Because Wike to me is very combative, it's very comforting. Every adjective you can give to him. So Okowa is a little bit meek, self-reserved. Wike that will be blowing even to his party members. He talk to them anyhow. No, who will pick you as his vice? No. So I expected him to just keep quiet. He doesn't. His statement doesn't. He doesn't add anything to Atiku. He's taken from Atiku. And I will tell you one man: if it's not working for him, it's going to work against him. That is it. I'm not working for you.
How many people are you anticipating will be working against Atiku from within?
One man, everyone in the South, maybe like Otom too, because Otom and Wike, they are 5 and 6. He love him. They are 5 and 6. Otom may not say it outrightly that we not work for him, but within you can see Otom is still licking his wound because they don't pick Wike. The 2 interviews that he has granted, he's still saying it, that they should go and pacify Wike, like as if somebody, maybe his wife died or something happened to him. They have to pacify him. They have to speak with him. Atiku should call him. Who is he? He has lost. And even in the South, people from the Southeast, they don't even vote for him. They vote for Atiku. So what are we saying? So I think we should just go and park somewhere. If he doesn't want to work for him, he should just keep quiet. His statements is not good for Atiku camp in any way. No.
Bella Gold is saying the reason we can't hear you is because you have your windows up. But round off your thoughts on what you're saying, and then I want to go on to Home Entertainment, who seems to be a new voice to the space. But round off your thoughts, Thomas.
Yes. So Wike to me, it's still angry, but I don't know why he's angry. I can't see phantom anything. It's a race. You lost. Take it and work with the person that won the ticket and move on the party. But saying this, it doesn't good for the camp as well. One man, it doesn't good for PDP in any way. It's going to reduce everything. And I know some people who love Wike, they may go with him as well, working against Atiku. So it's for me.
Thomas, please, can I interject?
Yes, please.
One man, I just made make a point now in the comment section that tally with what Tinubu has been saying about how to recruit Nigeria youth into army and feed them with forget about the feeding part. But he make a point now that Buhari should approach Congress to ask for $10 billion loan and buy weapon to give NYC members. So I kind of find that interesting.
Are you laughing at that? Because I don't think.
No, I'm not laughing. I say
because I didn't even say. Let me highlight it because I think when people mock Tinubu sometimes it amuses me sometimes. They say, he say Agbado. It's not there, and he say 50 million. He say Agbado.
Yeah, but that's not the OPS.
You understand what he's saying broadly now. He's saying there has to be mass recruitment into insecurity, into the security structure, because the country is, that the United Nations, that is 1 to 400. That is security according to the recommendations. In Nigeria, it's about 1 to 10,000. So just massively undersecured. So
we are the police, yes.
We are not. How is it possible to secure the country? How is it possible? We have 200 million Nigerians, and we have 500,000 security in total. How is it? It's not possible now. Look at the vast terrain. How is it? It's not.
Yeah,
it's
I do see his point. It's just that is the way he put it. And Nigerians are, as I said, it's very easy to criticize. That's the easiest thing to do in a society. And the second easiest thing to do is to protest. But when are we going to be, man enough and organized and put that criticism to action? Is where we are lacking. That's where the problem lies. How do we organize ourselves and put our criticism to action? That's what we can't just do. So I see his point, but it's just that we choose to focus on the sarcastic, the witty part of the whole argument he was trying to make by saying Agbado and cassava, and people
because they want to ridicule the guy before reasons. But
and even but there was no substance in what he said. That's the problem. The issue there is
forget about the substance. It's open for debate.
Let me just learn, right? The issue here is that if Tinubu himself is talking about recruitment, I get it. I get the concept, right? But what we are saying is this: even if you have 2 million personnel recruited into all the major forces, you might only decrease criminality by at least 10 or 20%. Do you know why? The reason why is that there's poverty in the land.
Yeah, so but that's also a way of providing 20,000 employments now, Joel.
No.
What if you recruit 20,000, that's 20,000 employment there.
Okay, we have 100 million people living under poverty in Nigeria. What is 2 million?
You have to start from somewhere now, Joel. You cannot change Nigeria just by just one sweep. It doesn't work like that. You have to start from somewhere. That's a good start. That's why I say it's open to debate. You can't just condemn that idea like that. It can only refine.
I am not condemning it, right? All I'm just saying is this, right? That if your option is to recruit people into the army, it's part of the solution, and it scratches the surface. You're solving like 2-3% of the problem. The major problem there is that there are a lot of poverty in the land. Look, let me tell you something. I said this thing in one of the shows in the past.
Yeah, but how do you reduce poverty, Joel? How do you reduce poverty?
Hold on. Let me finish. In the US, we have over 300 million guns in the hands of citizens. With the way America is so fortified in terms of force, we still have killings going on in the street on daily basis. We still have what they call it, mass shooting going on a daily basis. In my county, just yesterday night, we had about.
So sorry, where are you taking us to? Take us there.
Yeah, I don't understand. How do you reduce the poverty that you say something? How do you reduce it?
If we have the same kind of poverty that we have in Nigeria, in the United States, it will be worse. It will be worse. So
how do we reduce poverty, Joel? Let's straight to the solution now. How do we reduce poverty?
No. You start with investment into critical sectors. That's
consumption to production.
You are encouraging investment in under police community.
Hold on.
When P2B said that his target is for Nigeria to have an export in the tune of over 200 billion. That is what we are talking about. Real numbers. The opportunities are there.
Hold on. Hold on, Ovie, please. Joel, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So recruiting sufficient enough security personnel to address the security situation in the country It's not to the abandonment of other things that needs to be done. It's as well
Exactly. That's
as
the point I'm saying. That's the point I'm trying to
but,
make. That's the point I'm trying
that's
to
not.
make.
But you not made any point now. Did he say that
Exactly.
he was going to recruit the military and then he would sit down and it's
No.
Can I
No.
please?
See.
Joel.
I'm trying to talk about people making jokes about him. I am not trying to condemn Tinubu. All I'm just saying is this, right? If people are condemning Tinubu based on what he said, no, there is fact in what he said.
no, you said
And
it lacks
the thing is that
substance.
he said,
Joel, let me
You said
put what
okay.
you
what
said
now?
into
You said
another
it lacks
perspective.
substance.
I said the joke.
Uh,
The joke that we normally put up about Tinubu and the Abado thing, right? It lacks substance. Because in all of these things, we think it's a joke. There is solution. In the consumption, production to from consumption to production, we joke about it. It is a solution. That is my point.
All right, Joel. Let me you quick to jump to how Obi wants to convert how many thousand million job employment or however you put it. We are
allow me.
saying that people
Ovie,
let me make my point.
Give me 1 second.
Let Ovie make that point. Then you come in, Kulata, and then you wrap it very succinctly, Joel, and then I want to go to home entertainment, who's new. So take us quickly to what you want to say, Ovie. Let Kulata have the space and Joel address.
We are complaining. It's not that we are complaining of insecurity. There's insecurity, and one man we just agreed or established that one of the reasons that this insecurity is getting out of hand is the fact that we are under police. And again, if I want to extend that, nobody want to invest in that kind of environment in the first place, knowing that we are under police and the infrastructure is not even there to take people mind away from other worries that we might have. So ability for somebody to say, okay, I will do it simultaneously. If you recruit 20,000 youths, let's put it there in that number in case of the argument, that is 20,000 employment you have created. That is confidence, a little bit of confidence you are giving to investors that yes, we are in hurry to meet that acceptable numbers of police in communities. So I see no reason why we just say condemn as we won't do this, we won't produce. Yes,
No. I think we just condemn any idea that comes from anybody else. But Kulata, you wanted to add?
No, you see, I wish I'd been following all your conversations, but I just got in when Joel was passionate.
You have not looked at this guy out there.
And no, mind me. But here's what I'm hearing. Joel is saying, we have an immediate security need, like an immediate one, as in now. Joel is telling me consumption to production 200 billion. Those are real numbers. Kind of like, get real. Like we have like a problem that now we need to borrow to be able to solve that problem. Now we need to borrow to hire more people immediately. Existential.
We need to get to work right now.
Now you are now telling me
before you are doing consumption.
You're now telling me consumption production 200 billion. As in, won't you even start that? Which free trade agreement are we able to even get 200 billion? Abba. Roll now. Fair good. Like which free trade agreement is going to give us 200 billion? We just don't throw numbers and say those are real numbers now. To get to consumption to production, the quickest way we can even get to production is from our oil and gas facilities. That's the only thing we can leverage that can be production. And look at how long we've been struggling to build refineries. That is production. Are you going to tell me you're going to generate graduates with bright brains and IT all of a sudden? The natural resource we have that we can easily switch to production is from petrol to refined crude oil to refined petrol. And natural gas, we distribute it in different ways. That's consumption to production. And we can't even do that. And you're now saying if someone will come and flip a magic finger, consumption production 200 billion, then we'll recruit people.
It's very silly. The difference between the obedience and taking back follow-up 4 years ago is TikTok.
Let Joel address that. Yeah, Joel, go on. But things, and then I move on. Yeah.
All right. This is the issue, right? You see, shutting down people's idea does not make us make any progress, right? All I'm just saying now is that Nigeria is on life support, right? The security system has not made it even easy, even for Nigerians, common Nigerians, to invest, right? Now, if we are going to employ people into the force, that is part of the solution, but it's a minute part of the solution. Being that the amount of people that we have living under poverty is high. So whether you want to slice it, you want to call it production, you want to make mockery of it, or you want to make mockery of the Abado district, it doesn't matter. What matters to me is that I want somebody that have said that he's going to do something, and I know that he is going toward the right direction. So it doesn't matter what any of you feel. Production to putting us from consumption to production is part of the solution. And the thing there is that when we talk about all these companies, even in the oil companies that we are having issues with, the issue is about manpower. It's about the person at the helm of affairs. I have made mention about the feudal system that we have in Nigeria, where you have someone from a particular section of the country, the president, and all chief apparatus. When we start changing those issues, when we start changing those hierarchies, then we start making points. We start putting people in place that know what they are doing. People in place that cannot start conniving with people on the street to our own detriment as a nation. So you can make mockery of anything you want to make. This is serious business for me. All right. So
Yeah,
Joel.
Sorry, Joel. Sorry,
Peter B had made mention about how he's going to make how he's going to decentralize the police. Right. So that is practical. The problem is that we have a centralized system, which has always been the bane of our economy. You want to travel out of Lagos, Nigeria, you go through Lagos. You want to import something, you go through Lagos.
All right.
Everything is kind of centralized. You want to get money, you go to Abuja. You want to get everything is centralized. Nobody wants to give away. Decentralize it. We have state police.
That requires a constitutional change, by the way. But thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel.
You see, now we are, thanks to who make that point. Even though yes, open to debate, but at least he has changed the conversation. I'll be going to see substance. We're going to see how to defend your candidate. Not just saying that yes, if you do this, can you actually break the policy down to the average common man on the street to understand?
Okay, as we are moving forward, we're now getting past the phase of peppy little catchphrases, all those peppy little cliches, consumption product. No. We don't want to.
Yes.
We don't want to hear any of that. We want to borrow down into the minutiae of the detail, and we want to nail it down and nail it hard, because we cannot afford any mistake in 2023. So it's a very good introduction thing, Pepe. Production. But now we want to open the bonnet and see the engine. Saki, have your say, and I want to hear from our home.
Yes. What I want to say is that what Tinubu said, that we have an immediate need to increase to employ more in the army, or rather in the military, in the security forces. It is important. But P2B has also said in one of his interviews that the number of security forces we have, that we are under policed and we are under militarized, that you can't have that number in a population of 200 million. Exactly what Tinubu said. He has said it in the past. But what Tinubu said made a lot of sense. But is it achievable? He failed it when he said he's going to employ 50 million youths. 50 million. That was what he said. Is 50 million achievable?
No, but that just a open statement.
That was a mistake.
It's open to debate, to scrutinize.
He even came back to revise that. Did you not know that was a misspeak?
Okay. Because I know that there was one of interviews P2B was granted, and he said, at least, we need at least, above 1 million soldiers right now on the immediate. He has said it in the past in one of his interviews. It's not as if it is only consumption to production he's saying. Let's not always say he's only saying consumption to production. Tinubu was not the only one that said there is a need to increase our security forces. It is very important to do. It's very expedient. We can't run away from that. That's my submission.
Kudos to Efosa that change the conversation in a very productive direction. Efosa, about talk by hey, don't worry.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to highlight, isn't it?
And Saki, to add to what you said, right? P2B started talking about. You see, that's the reason why it's like, he has made mention of this thing for quite often that it becomes, people just see it as being normal. It's now common. P2B has talked about recruitment into our forces right from time. He has gone past that stage.
Yes, but
He has been saying it.
Joel. It is not.
I remember an interview where he was talking about, he was giving examples about, how, it is in the United States where you have university and police, right? Local government police and all that. He has addressed that long time ago. But
Joel,
this guy cannot keep saying the same thing in every interview all the time.
Joel.
Go back to his interviews and listen to him, to his public speak. Listen to him.
Joel, you are missing the point. Just listen. Joel, listen. Nobody is saying what you are saying. That's not what you say. But he's making a point. It is not left for you, the followers and the surrogates, to be able to break down what it means to a layman on the street. Right, even not a layman, some people who are highly educated can actually say, I see loophole in what this guy is saying, but do the follower actually understand what he's saying? Now, it's now upon you guys to break it down to the level of a layman on the street, the woman in the
Sorry, let me just make this one point real quick. Right. You see, after P2B, look, P2B was being vocal about the security before now. I don't know if you guys have noticed. For the past 3 weeks, immediately he put in Ndati into the picture, right? Ndati started with saying, "I am not going to say everything." P2B now is now saying, "I am not going to say anything." What do you think is happening? Nigeria is in trouble. You cannot just say anything. Why do we have a list of people sponsoring Boko Haram, and that no arrest has been made? These are the issues. There are things that leaders or people that are
Joel, everybody, every Nigerian knows the issue. You are not talking about the issue. Your approach to bringing solution is the issue, is what we want to hear. How easy can you break it down to the layman on the street? Everybody knows Nigerian problem now. Everybody knows. But how do you now break your own solution down to the average man on the street to say, okay, yes, this man, it makes sense, I go vote for him. That's what we expect you guys to be doing, not being defensive.
There are issues of national security that you cannot keep bringing out to the street. One of the problems America has.
What is the issues of national security?
No, there are issues of national. No.
It's not in government.
Look, hold on. There are classified information in countries. Yes or no? One man.
What do you mean classified? Well, in government, yes, not in.
It's not in government.
It's a private citizen.
Do people have access? Are there people that are outside of government that have access to those classified information?
No.
All right. So let me just move on to. Sorry, thank you. Let me move on to home entertainment because I don't know quite where we're going with that conversation. But let's hear from home entertainment. So good to have you. So you've been listening to the conversation. You can pick it up from wherever you like, but perhaps kick it off from this space. The presidential guards that were taken down, we discuss endless matters of security, but we must never tire of discussing it. So the elite of the security personnel now are being slaughtered by the bandits. Home entertainment, good to have you.
Thank you. Let me first say,
is that Pansat
again?
Exactly. God Almighty.
Well, it is Pansat. I'm on vacation, what you guys call holiday, in your neck of the woods over there. But yeah, I will take it. Let me start from where you recommend that I start. I believe that one language, one word you never hear from Nigerians, no matter where we are talking. It's accountability, responsibility. You never hear Nigerians, no matter how educated, when they're talking, they don't discuss that as at all. The government doesn't do that either. But it's quite sad that they attacked the guards over there. And it's getting worse. Obviously, somebody working from inside. Now, we must remember something. These are not 10-foot tall terrorists or whatever. These are ragtag, crazy people that can be mopped up with a determined force in a week or two.
Are we mistaken to continue to insist that they are a ragtag bunch? Because they are moving sleek and they are moving clever, you know?
All right, but it's observationally, you could see them and you could tell that they're ragtag, wearing sandals and carrying light weapons and menacing the country. Now, you know, an administration matters. When you remember in the Iraq situation, Iraq and Syria, when President Obama was in office in the United States, you had ISIS cutting people's necks every day. Pretty much, they were invincible. They were practically invincible. They were doing whatever they want. They cut people's neck on live television, menacing everybody. But when Trump came in, he put a stop to that and mopped up the whole area. Within a month or 2 months, they were 100% cleaned out. Same thing with Saddam Hussein. He was taking over Kuwait, menacing the United Nations, violating the UN resolutions against his activities. And he was lobbing missiles at Israel, kidnapping United Nations workers. But once Bush came in, because he wasn't in the loop, Bush took care of him. It took 48 hours to dislodge the Iraq Republican Guard. And Saddam Hussein was dug out of the ground a couple of weeks later. So Saddam wasn't invincible. He's no match for a coalition of the willing or United States or anybody else. So it's just a basic idea of that you're not in the loop, you're not in that cabal to keep that place like that. You'll be surprised how easy it is to take care of that nonsense in Nigeria. It will take maybe a week. They are ragtag, ill-equipped. Okay,
they are ill-equipped.
They
are saying they are more equipped than they are better equipped than the Nigerian forces.
Right, that's a propaganda. That's if the people
even at the war front, the soldiers are reporting that.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Somebody earlier posed the question. I think it was Vine. I think it's like, how do you? I mean, it defies credibility. I mean, you're gonna have some terrorists coming to that God compound and do all that. Okay, look, the two people that killed at Kogi State commanders, they're expendable, you know, because obviously the core of the issue we have in Nigeria is the Fulani domination of Nigeria. So they could put their eyes on the southeast or whatever, but those people, to them, Yoruba is expendable, Kogi, even the Kanuris are expendable. So it doesn't matter. I don't regard it. Now, I may be wrong, but I'm a very good analyst. I'm very good at that. I could tell you that they're not 10 foot tall. Doesn't matter.
So sorry, how did you arrive at the thought that you are a good analyst? Who gave you that commendation?
Okay, let me give you an example. If you
did somebody actually give you the commendation, or you are attributing it to yourself?
No, when you're good, you know you're good. When you're good, you're good. But anyway, it's with levity that I say that. One man.
Oh, yeah, carry on.
But like I said, all of us here that come on here, and for sure, I've been here at least 6 months talking to you about issues, security issues, even IPOB issues. When we talk about Nnamdi Kanu and the legalities that involved his capture and illegal rendition to Nigeria, all of us are on record. But now the United Nations has ruled and ordered Nigeria to do exactly what we said should be done, the right thing to do. But do you think anybody in here who used to prognosticate and talk about how it's right, the country is sovereign and they could do this, you know, they're not going to admit to it now, but the ruling has come in. They're going to avoid that topic. So to go back to what we're talking about,
we discussed it, by the way, but carry on.
Many times we're on record.
No, we discussed the United Nations pronouncement and concluded that Buhari would just ignore it.
Right. One man, I give you kudos. You try, but you got to admit that should not be an event. You didn't when the guy was under assault. You didn't make it one event. You discuss it twice a day.
Yeah,
So
because it was consistently in the news. It
right,
no longer is consistently in the news. We go
no,
with the
no, but
headlines.
this ties into everything. Now, one thing you have to admit is that at least the international community is saying something. Okay, they're saying something to Nigeria with this ruling, and they're giving them 6 months, which is going to coincide with that particular election that we're looking at. Okay, so it's going to culminate. Now, for a guy like me, if you remember the first time I came here, how I win is important to me. Nigeria needs to be really thoroughly cleaned. Okay, if they say tomorrow Buhari obeys this order with this working committee from United Nations and releasing Nnamdi Kanu, that doesn't work for me. That's not what I want. I want him to disobey. Nigeria is supposed to be the giant of Africa. We're blessed with human resources, natural resources, and all kinds of things. Most people are in exile. Those in Nigeria are subdued. So we have to come in there from diaspora and otherwise to deal with that country. He's not going to obey that. All this military achievement by these terrorists, what are they trying to do? They want to, if they go, maybe, perhaps now, God forbid, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but let's go, they attack Obi or they attack anybody else in Nigeria. And you're going to go, oh, this is a random terrorist attack, because they could even attack the president or the garrison over there. But because it's not true. If you notice that these people, they don't change their tactics. When Buhari was running for office during Jonathan.
All right. So, sorry. Let's take a moment to acknowledge Baba Kure's daughter and say hello to her. So do you want to give us a wave, Baba Kure's daughter? Do you want to give us a wave?
Woman is greeting you.
Do you want to give us a wave?
Wave to her. Let me tell you.
That one looks like our daughter, for real. Baba
Yeah,
that is your daughter.
Look at that. Baba Kure.
Baba Kure offer go with Akure.
Any way I say.
Mo ní ṣe ọmọ yín gbọ́ èdè Àkúrẹ́
All right, let her greet you in.
No, she can't hear. Okay, she can't hear us because we can't see her now. So
Baba Akure.
Hello.
Baba Akure. Baba Akure. Ṣé mú jiyàn? Ṣé mú fi níyàn jẹ?
Àkúrẹ́ olóyè mẹ́kun ọba múdàtì. Gbogbo ẹ̀rù pani.
All right. How can you understand what you are saying? Ajebota, you are speaking Yoruba to Ajebota. Good to meet you. So back to you, Bansa. Sorry, we'd like to acknowledge people when they present their family, but yes, back to you, Bansa.
Yeah, I love that. By the way, Baba Kiro is a beautiful. Our kids are gonna do better than we did. Obviously, you could see in their eyes.
That's the prayer of all of us.
Very sharp. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, like I was saying, I think that there's no need to go that far yet. We're approaching it, but everything is gonna work out. Nigerians, if you could hear me, what I'm saying is, don't be afraid. All right, we're gonna have to deal with this. Everything is gonna culminate around January. We're gonna know exactly what direction this country is gonna go to. So. I would like to say Ovie, I've seen him here. I've seen him in other forum promoting his own candidate, and that's politics, and that's good. But he has to understand if Ovie is back home, say in Kano, somewhere. First of all, the Hizbah is gonna grab him and shave his head. I don't even think Kwakwanso would want somebody who's alternatively wearing his hair the way Ovie wears his hair, smoking dope or doing whatever, to represent him. So that kind of freedom is good, because that's what we want. We're in diaspora and we understand that that's the kind of freedom we want. But to constantly come on, if Joel is making a point, or anybody else is laboring very hard to make a point, to make the country better, Joel is at his job as a nurse or whatever it is he's doing over there. because of the passion for the country to be better. And he's gonna just throw in all kinds of silly arguments that his own candidate cannot uphold. Nobody has all the answers. I've been here and I chastise Jewel for having all the answers, because nobody. I didn't come here to be a dog for you. Whenever I'm talking, you want to say, "Give me the solution to this." I don't have it. You go figure it out. Google it. So as we're here, we've moved on further. The candidates have emerged. Okay, I look at somebody like Babakari. Look at this gentleman. Look at his family. You can already tell he's a good guy. He looks at all the candidates. Do we still have a little thing for our people? Yes, we do, just like me. But you look at all these candidates, we want to select. This is not a joke. This is not politics. Okay, so without being condescending, I'm saying to anybody who's out there trying to keep going back to the primary debates, what if we lose? What if Obi loses, or maybe Showore loses, or all the characters that we need to move the country forward loses? So what's going to happen? We're not going to die. So I have to tell you, all these things are going to come together, including the release of Nnamdi Kanu, or if they decide not to and they do violence or do something, we're going to come in and clean that country. That is a very important country.
Don't worry about all that. Nnamdi Kanu has been renditioned for well over a year now, and nothing has moved. The heavens has. In fact, that quietened down the east, which was what they were which is what they set out to achieve. So that's all that happened. It just quietened it. In fact, it shut it down in one full stop. So that's what happened.
No.
And it is at their behest to release him or not. So
that is not. No, that's not the way. Look, nations. No, listen to me. Nations are very, very hard to push to action. Okay, like I was telling you before, accountability, responsibility. Nigerians don't think about that. Right. Nigeria, the people who try to do the right thing, they have a longer process. All right, legally, to go do things legally takes time to table those things. You have Sri Lanka jumping off here. You have this going on here. You have Russia and Ukraine going on here. But the United Nations was still able to issue this order. Okay, like the
international community is not going to look. I'm not sure. You should be sophisticated enough to know the political space. This is a satellite group within the United Nations that has made this pronouncement. The United Nations are then not either going to put sanctions of Nigeria. That's not going to happen. They're not going to send in troops to go and gun down Aso Rock. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, hold on.
They will ignore it or not, and that will be the end of it.
No. Please.
My goodness me.
Let me help you.
Are we going to hologram again? Is this where we're going?
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that the directive and the order, when you have a United Nations working committee, you're not going to have the whole United Nations doing anything.
Right.
When they give a resolution, that's different. When they give an order, okay, now, who are the coalition that's going to enforce that order? They gave him 6 months. They have a time, space, not only to release Nnamdi Kanu, the order they gave Nigeria, they're going to obey each one of those orders. Okay, number one, not only do you release Nnamdi Kanu, you have to compensate him. You have to punish those people who held him down. These are hold on. Well, those are orders. Now, if Nigeria is not a signatory, you couldn't make all the arguments, but I don't even think that matters with the way the world is today. Nigeria is a signatory. It's not just Nigeria, including Kenya. These are orders. This is not fable. United Nations work with committees. Okay, you for example, you have in Sri Lanka the OHCHR. The Office of the Human Commissioner for Human Rights. Right. And they give their accountability project and report on that, resolution 46/1. Now, when this, I could give you all the...
all right. Thank you, Pastor. If that happens, then we look forward to that. But I'm not holding my breath for anything Nnamdi Kanu. But thank you for that. Let me go from you, Pansat, to Ayo. So let me come to you, Ayo.
I wanted to respond to the other things, by the way. Aside
yeah,
from
but if you want to stick with this topic, then but don't take us on.
No,
just
I'm
this.
saying I'll respond to the other things. I was trying to cover the rest of the stuff.
All right. So let me take you then to the trade unions now joining hands with the university lecturers to have a 2-day protest in Nigeria. So that protest is going on as significantly in Lagos and then sporadically all over the country as well. And off the back of that is the incident of this bandits attacking what is meant to be an elite force. And off the back of all of that is Buhari on a junket to Liberia to go and party with George Weah. So that is the country that we find ourselves in, home entertainment.
Yes, I support the support of that labor. Anybody who could support them, an LC, they should. I support them, even if it's for 48 hours, you demonstrate. But we are beyond that. This is not a civil polity the way in Nigeria. Normally, I forgot that quote and who said it, whereby your enemy defines you pretty much if you're going to be a gentleman or not. If we're in a civil polity, yes, you could. If you demonstrate and if the government care, they don't want gridlock, and they'll do something about it. But they're not gonna do anything. It's like IPOP sitting at home. If you want to sit at home, you could sit at home, or they don't give a damn, right? So you could sit at home all you want. But in a civil society that is functioning, you don't want people sitting at home not making any money, having a grill. But nobody cares. So somebody like Gandhi may say, "Hey, look, I'm gonna starve. I'm not gonna eat until." Maybe the British will say, hey, we don't want this guy dying in our hands. Let's see what his demands are. But if it's the Nigerian government, you could starve to death as far as what do they care? It's none of their business. As a matter of fact, you're making it easy for them. So yeah, I support, as a Democrat, as a civil society, and just somebody who's fair, who cares about labor and workers' rights and all kinds of things. I support all that. But that's not what's going to solve our problem. Is the macro, is a big issues. Now, this show has stained me, my opinion before when I came on this show. I was very upset in those days. I was ready to carry my own AK-47, get in the sand dunes and fight it out with these people. That's what I was thinking. But I came on here, nobody, Nigerians here, they didn't want any of that. They don't want to talk violence. They don't want to. So I listen and let's try to reason. But look, man, you look at since caveman, think about this world we're in. Since the world began, you've never had Sunni Muslims form a society with Christians, period. It doesn't exist anywhere else. Not just Christians, with anybody else. If you know one, point to it. It doesn't exist, so there's no respect. Without respect, no relationship can work, marriage or otherwise. So let's go through it. Let's do the 1, 2, 3 like everybody wants to do. But I'm telling you, as somebody who studied these things, I'm a great analyst, military analyst. And
you're not a great analyst, I have to say, Pansat, and okay. You're not a military analyst.
Let's talk.
You don't have the backdrop in any of these things.
Let's talk.
It's somewhat.
Let's talk.
You know.
Are you calling yourself a military analyst?
Let me tell you. First of all, one man. No, you could say that, but let me fire the first salvo to you. I'm telling you that states are rational actors. You could put that onto nations as well. I said this to you before. States are rational actors that calculate their gains in relative terms, right?
All right. Sorry, Pasat. I must move on. You're just going to take us on some convoluted something that never really leads anywhere because we've done that severally with you. But let me go on from you to Ayo. So let me go to Ayo. So Ayo, are you ready to go? All right. We don't appear to have Ayo. So let me go to. Oh, we do have Ayo. All right. Yes, so let's go with you, Ayo. And Ayo, so that space of the labor union joining the academic staff in this, what they're calling it a massive protest in Lagos. So it's just everywhere you look, the country is just hemorrhaging. The weight of everything is just too much for people. The president, does he have his hands on matters? No, he's off on a junket to Monrovia. So there it is right there. We say this guy only has 6 months left or thereabout. But can we even afford 6 months of this, Ayo?
All right, thank you, woman. Thank you for having me on the show, and thank you for everybody listening, anywhere you are in the world. And please like and subscribe. You see, I totally support what they've done, 100%, even 150%. But I wouldn't say it's rather too late, because if I were NLC, I think they should have done this probably like 3 months ago. You don't have to wait until when there's allocated months of this time before you start joining, because so it will have been easier and very meaningful. Though it's still meaningful now if they had joined earlier. You see, I don't understand why our president is just taking this with levity, and this is the future of the country. Why would you be giving the Minister of Education? At first, he came out and said, oh, he was given 2 weeks for the to sit down and iron this. And later they came out again, maybe Gabash, and said, oh, no, he never said that. See, he should have, by now, he should have called ASU and the members into an office with himself, not just handing over that to the minister. He should have done that. Even the president himself said, okay, look, I'm the father of the nation. What do you want? How do you resolve this? These are our future. There is no future of a country without education. So if you're having kids staying home for 6 months, no, we know it's not new. We've been into this. I remember way back then, we had this 6 months too, the 90s and the rest like that. But nobody prayed for such things to keep continuing. Why will a 5 years course be 7 years or 7.5 years? So I totally support them. This is the warning. I'm sure after maybe a few days, I don't know what the plan is, they should go on another 3 days. Let's push government to the wall so that they will know you need to do something about this. Sign this agreement. Call them to the table. Ask them, what do you want?
I'm not aware of a Nigerian student that has ever spent just the full complement of their term in a Nigerian university. So you go there for a 4-year term, a 4-year course, and you spend those 4 years and leave with your degree. It's never happened, because they will be.
It might happen in the 70s.
If you are lucky, you spend 5 years. Yeah.
Yes. After that, I'm not sure anybody who had gone to a public university. I went there, so I know 5 years course took me about 7 years with sites. So, and by now, this should have stopped. But instead of that stopping, then you see the big elites having private university. But how many Nigerians who, when this living, can afford to take their children that was into the private university? No. How many? Maybe less than 1%. So, and the funny thing is, these people, they are product of this free education. They went through public universities. Even when there were no strikes, they wouldn't do anything. They enjoyed it. They know how it works. But now it's coming back. They are just feel as if, they are less concerned about that. They don't want to do anything. No. So if it's possible, NLC should continue this for the next 1 week. Ground everywhere. If this is done, I'm sure this will put senses into place. Look, I need to act fast.
You know what really upsets me, Ayo, about the Nigerian educational system? Everybody in government now, every single one of them, they are all products, especially the southern parts. They are all products of that Awolowo free education system. Fayemi, Oshibanjo, all of them, they are all products of the free education system that Awolowo pioneered, and these people now have now prized, the next generation, the upcomings out of education.
Yes, you're right. That is the principal part of it. That's what I'm saying. They went through this. So if you enjoy a system, why are you making it difficult for others? You went through the system. Without the system, maybe some of them will be touts today. Some of them will be doing something, the menial job, but you went through this system, you enjoyed free and up to tertiary institution, and now you are finding it difficult to implement what needs to be done.
Wait. Why do you people keep talking about spend? Do you think we have unlimited amount of money? Like, something has to give. If they're going to give ASU and all these workers more money, and you also want them to hire more soldiers, and you also we just want. What about the money? Who's talking about where that money is going to come from?
Kulata, you see, no. You should not talk about this. When it comes to education,
why not? I mean,
you see,
it costs money. It doesn't. Is it free? Is Nigeria making money for free?
Nobody say it does. It's not. It doesn't cost money. It does.
So what are you going to cut?
It does cost money.
Listen. The first 4 months. The first 4 months of this year. The first 4 months of this year, we borrowed by over 16% to be able to cover budget servicing and to cover recurring expenditure. And then you're going to fulfill an obligation that's going to increase the expenses more. And we're talking about hiring soldiers to further increase the expenditures. Please, how about the revenue generation that will pay for all these things?
Okay.
We keep demanding, but nobody wants to pay for shit.
You see this. You should not talk this when it comes to education. No, I don't expect that. No, you should not.
There's no Professor Pella going to make money appear. There's no money.
Kulata, if I may ask the question, one man. Kulata, what exactly are you driving at?
Hold on, Ayo. Let Ola come in.
Kulata, what exactly are you driving at?
I'm driving at our chronic revenue issues right now. We have massive cash flow issues right now. Massive.
Yeah, and whose fault? Does that mean that if there are deficiency in some services, that those people that are providing those services should not demand for the right environment and for the right thing to do their job?
What it means to me as a management person is I need to cut costs somewhere and I need to generate revenue somewhere. So if I want to pay for those lecturers, I need to cut fuel subsidy. Money needs to come out of somewhere. Money just doesn't show up except you borrow more. And when you borrow more, everybody's going to freak out.
If I got you right, so it means you are not necessarily blaming those people that are on strike, but the government.
I'm not blaming them, but I'm just saying we've plus corruption, plus inefficiency, plus everything. We have chronic cash problems. And if you're going to pay people extra or hire more people extra.
That goes contrary to what Fashola was telling us just yesterday.
Fashola was spinning. He was spinning.
You see, even I watched that interview.
What is he spinning? What is Fashola spinning?
No, he was telling us that we don't have money problems. So I don't know.
No, he said so. He said we had money problems. Fashola did not say so. He said we had money problems. I think that's what
Nigeria is not broke. He said Nigeria is not broke.
Well, he said it's not broke, and that he's not the finance minister who will not be speaking.
But you know me, I won't lie to you. We're very broke.
Well, you Fashola would know more than you, Kulata.
He knows more. He knows more, but he's a government guy. Me, I'm not a government guy. I mean,
what I'm saying is this, Kulata. I quite agree with you, but what I'm saying is this is taking longer than what we're expecting. What I expect the president to do is this. Bring them to table. You see, if you are saying, oh, you are cutting, you want to do this, you are cutting cost, how long is that going to happen? I know it cannot meet all their requirements, all what they want. Okay, look, you are asking for 300 billion naira. Let's sit down. I will first release 100 billion to you. This in the next 3 months or 4 months or 5 months, please. Another tranche of 100 billion will be released to you. Please. For the sake of
and also, they're not asking for, they're not making new demands. They are only asking that the honor was already been agreed. So if they agreed it, then they must have the budgeting for it.
No, Wama, I understand. Like I said, I follow this closely. Even when ASU president came on program with Shehu, he said this. He said so many things that Shehu asked him, how much is the professor A, the highest professor with longer years? How much? It's something like 500,000 but he said that in the 80s, then professor were earning more than local government chairman the rest. That how would somebody, you want to do your research, you have to
In
pay
the
a lot.
80s, it was 1,200 naira per month. My papa and a professor.
Let's
In
look
the
at
80s.
this. Let's look at this trial
No.
from another perspective and say.
Kulata, your papa and a professor, when was that? Well, which one was what out? When was that?
Since my papa has been professor since the 70s. So I know about all these ASU histories. I'm very intimate with the details.
So that means Papa will have bought a 504 just within 5 months. That time,
Yeah,
right?
Kulata, your dad.
No, I mean you get expense. You know, we no go job. See now only 504 go try.
No, I'm just giving an example.
Kulata,
Even if you had up all the money that the professor was heading to,
it will not have bought. No, it would not have bought 504 back in the day. No, it won't.
Kulata. Your data is always.
What about
numbers when you're going?
No, numbers matter now. Why are we talking like numbers don't matter? Look, there's some.
Hold on.
Numbers matter now. Like
hold on. What I'm saying is that you try to use data. Okay, you have to understand that when you're sampling, it's a sample of one. For example, your dad, right?
No, that one is just that is an anecdote. That's an anecdote. It's not overall statistics.
I see that go to the same arrow going to the same thread. If I pull it in all your data, somebody once said that there's lies, there are damn lies, and that is statistics.
Don't dissuade the conversation from what we're talking about.
It's coming at you from a different angle. I think it's been sizing you up.
It wants to go to OB and all these things. I don't have time for that. I'm not talking about OB today. Let's talk about something else.
Please. You know, when somebody's
telling
the truth and you fighting the truth, you can't fight the truth. Data is okay. Statistics is okay,
right.
But the truth is superior to all that.
But I'm sick and tired.
That is what statistics is, though, the truth.
I am sick and tired of everybody not talking about how we're going to make more revenue and how we're going to tighten the existing revenue. Like, we need to put the screws in some areas. Yes, we need to put the screws in corruption. We need to put the screws in revenue generation. We're the worst in Africa, or one of the worst in Africa, in converting GDP to revenue. All the other African countries are better than us. How can we live off just oil export alone? What kind of country are we trying to run? And then everybody will have increasing demand.
Lack of enough revenue is just a symptom of the bigger problem. Because now, no matter the level of revenue you generate today, you are still.
They will still eat. Yeah, they will still steal. We need to fix that too.
So because that's it. You want to wonder, for example, why do you need National Assembly that will be taking billions of naira? Why can't
but this National Assembly we're talking about, the expenses is 3% of our overall expenses. It's just 3%. Yes, it can be cut.
3% is not just 3%.
No, it's 3%, but we can still cut it down. But it's 3%. But we can still cut it down. Don't. I'm in support of cutting it down. But from an overall picture, is 3%.
And 3% of what? Because we have to see
of our total expenditure.
What is the size of the Nigerian economy per annum?
Is it GDP or based on our budget?
No,
because GDP,
our
GDP is supposed to be. I mean, with all this way that dollars is going down, isn't it roughly 400 billion or something per annum?
No, you can't use. You can't use GDP.
There's nominal GDP and then there's PPP.
No,
so one of them is 400, one of them is close to $1 trillion.
We have to talk about fiscal.
Do you trust Nigerian figures? First of all, they don't know how many people we have in that country. They haven't done any census in a long time.
But
these are internationally condensed.
There are methods that they use to get this thing now. You make a lot of assumptions.
Look, I'm a scientific-minded individual.
You keep giving yourself this accolade.
No, because I'm offended. One man. What I like about one man is that first of all, he's very knowledgeable, okay? But what he does is you letting a lot of people just get away with whatever, okay? Because
nobody gets away with whatever. We interrogate is Kulata not being interrogated now?
But what I'm saying is that if any Nigerian network is looking for somebody to host one man will do a good job.
Kulata's problem is that he does not want to align himself with the OB's way of doing things. He cannot just like sum up it.
Oh God, this is not about Obi now. We're talking about real problems. You guys are talking about Obi.
No. It's okay to hate on him. You're just a hater. But this is the thing. This is the thing.
Why you go take Kulata the presidential nominee?
Joel, hold on, Joel. Let's just call it spade a spade. Let's call it spade a spade. Kulata is an Igbo hater. Is an Igbo.
They're not at the same level now.
No. He's an Obi hater. I don't know if he's an Igbo hater. I don't know if he's an Igbo hater, but I know for sure that he's an Obi hater. He's an Obi hater. There is no way.
They're not at the same level now. I go eat that.
I want to take over.
Let me say, I don't find any of this amusing. I don't find it amusing. Hold on. Okay. I don't find any of this amusing.
And I'm laughing because you're ridiculous.
Please, Kulata, give me a minute here. Let me just make a statement. Stop interrupting me. Number one, evil is when somebody knows the right thing, the right thing to do. You know the right thing to do.
Oh, come off it. I mean, seriously.
What is the right thing?
Let me finish, please. You've already demonstrated that you're an educated person and you're smart. You know the right thing, but you refuse to do the right thing.
Okay, I will vote for Peter Obi. Let's move on. I will vote for Peter Obi. I will vote for Peter Obi.
I go vote for
I support Peter Obi. The end.
Are
we happy now?
I will vote for Peter.
I will vote for Obi. Everybody here, please vote Obi.
We're going to vote Obi.
We are all obedient.
Can I take
I will wait until my turn so that I could then
you are talking on top of Pansa. Let Pansa land now, please. Yeah.
What I meant to say is that when somebody knows the right thing to do, they refuse to do the right thing. Instead, they do the wrong thing, and it hurts somebody else. That I eschew. I don't find that funny. It's not a joke.
Obedient for life.
What is the right thing and what is the wrong thing? They're not making any point.
Where I'm taking you is that we have a guy who is very smart, Kulata, very sharp, very smart.
No, that's your subjective view.
No, it's not. It's not my subjective. I know that we are all educated here. Okay?
Who is the judge here?
Yeah, all of
that's why I said this.
Are you saying is the judge smart at all? Because if the judge is smart, he will not be a judge at first place.
You know how your has the floor. I will go hear from him, but
one man. Only somebody who thinks that Kulata is not educated or is not smart should disagree with the statement. If you think so, go ahead. I'll wait for 1 second. Okay.
There are people who will say that Kulata is not smart because they will be a lot smarter. If he was in the midst of nuclear physicists, they would just send him to go and make tea.
I think he's even smart enough to even belong to any of those forums. The point I'm making is that he knows the right thing to do.
What is the right thing? What is the right thing? I want to know. I want to know what's the right thing.
Okay, for example, let me bring it down to the discussion we're having right now. We have a situation in Nigeria where our country is devastated. We have people getting killed for so many years now, at least 5, 6, 7 years. People are getting killed. So we come together. Some people like Jules and North is at work. He's here talking daily. One man is doing 2 shows. When he's sick, he's doing 2 shows. All of us trying to put our heads together. So we're trying to hammer out how do we tackle the situation. So that is the issue now. That is overall, that's what hold us together. What is the right thing to do going forward? So if you have OB contesting for election, you have Tinubu contesting, you have Atiku contesting, and perhaps Showere contesting. So out of those 4, you have to be an imbecile.
Look at that.
Okay, no, you have to be an imbecile.
I know you are not going to make sense from the jump.
Okay.
That's it. When has they ever done? You just wait our time. They listen to nothing. Like,
I
are you kidding me right now?
I have
let's
been on
talk about
forums.
the ASU issues now,
I have
please.
been on forums, but let me conclude by
See
saying
the
this.
person where they determine who is smart and who is not smart.
We are
And you are the one
let me say
determining who is
this.
smart and who is not smart.
I didn't
You.
land yet.
Don't let us go into
No.
that space of
All
opinion.
right.
We are saying something
I
very
think you are
important
better.
for the country.
Sorry, I think you are
Yes.
better suited to Niger Watch. That is your
Wow.
space. So
Why?
I don't
Why
think
you say that?
because
And you are the one
that
determining
is
who
your
is smart and who is not
conversational
smart.
level. That's your
Basan, you are the one
conversational
determining who
level.
is smart and
Hold
who is
on,
not smart.
I
Don't
want
use
to
my
hear
Let's get back
from
to
analogy.
Ayo. Let's get back to Ayo. It's too much.
Wow.
So thank you. Yeah, so just what we were saying. So we know Nigeria is going through a problem right now. Financially, we know there is, but at least they can still work things out. That's what I'm saying. It's not rocket science. If you sit down with them, going to round table, they are the way. Because if you listen to what ASU president was saying the last time he was with on channels, it was just telling them this is an agreement that has been there. So you cannot force a program that cannot work into an educational system. So those are those things they are trying. And it says if they sign that tomorrow, they will go back. They want to work. That's what they love doing. So I have friends there too who are professors, who are lecturers. So I know what they are saying right now. Only those of them who are in the private universities who are not talking much because they are. But those in the public universities, they are facing this. So we know, and it's a shame to us that at this time again we should be going 6 months of strike. Though it's not new, but it should not be happening again. So let's go into something else.
All right, brilliant. Wike now vowing not to work for Atiku, but to still remain in the party. So we do a lot of Wike conversations on this platform, as you know, Ayo. And I think by looking at all of his options, we had already arrived at that point. There is nowhere for him to go, but then there is nothing for him to do. It would be a real slap for Wike to now start taking photos with Atiku smiling that I want him to be president after the way they have publicly humiliated him over and over again. But then it will be a real reach for him to leave that party and go to another. So really, this headline, does it come especially as a surprise to you, Ayo? Wike saying he won't work for Atiku, but won't leave the PDP.
Not at all. Not at all. It's not a surprise to me. I know that will come because if you look at his body language, all this while, it shows that he's not somebody who easily forgives. That's one that I don't know him much, but from what I see, and though he has been humiliated so many ways, even in the last interview, Atiku had on Arise, he made reference to that. And though even if you listen to that, you should not be saying something again that has to do with you choose that choice or Wike, you still have some things to settle, your scores to settle with Wike. So I know he would say that. Though I know he has his mind, he will not leave PDP, but he will work against PDP. That is like I don't have his mind. It might change tomorrow. Who knows? We are humans. They might go back there and say, "Oh, please, call all the PDP governors and say, let's work together. We are sorry, but I don't think that might be happening because of the division in the party. So it's likely that's what they're saying. He will not move. He will still be in PDP, but he will work against the party and some other governors too, not only him.
Ayo, how can any of the PDPs from the South, in all consciousness, after lining up twice to tell us that power must transit to the South and they will not move on that position, so how can any of them, in all consciousness, then go off and campaign for Atiku, who is not from the South? You remember that period when they were having meetings after meetings, and then they would line up in a neat row.
As about declaration.
As about declaration, and then another one in Lagos. So how can they, in all consciousness, insist now that Atiku is that the new space? Are you expecting all the Southerners in PDP to campaign against Atiku?
No, it will not happen. Now, this is my personal opinion and analysis regarding this. Some governors will go in line with Okowa from the PDP. That is certain. Some will be his close allies and say, okay, because of you, if he wins, we know that yes, there's chances of it coming back to us because of his, I'm not praying for that, because of Atiku's age. If anything happens to him during that time, they know he's going to step into the shoe. So some of those southern governors, especially from the PDP, will say, okay, our friend Okowa, let's go with you. We know, yes, they don't give us, but with you, something might work. And some will say, no. Have you forgotten the Asaba Declaration. The first one was in your place, that's why it's called that. And now, no, we must give it to South. So some of them will go against Atiku. In their state, even as PDP in their state, they would campaign for PDP, maybe in gubernatorial and some other places. But when it comes to the presidential, they would go against Atiku. It could be Obi, it could be Tinubu, whoever they feel it will favor them. But not all of the southern governors will go in line with PDP or Atiku. No, I don't see it coming.
All right, brilliant. And the soldiers that were taken down in Abuja, just your thoughts on that.
You see, that is a sad story and it's a sad event in that history of our country again. Such, I was just reading that through in the Punch again, that there's about some army lieutenant and about 5 soldiers still missing. I don't know what has happened to us as a nation. I think there is something really going on in the defense system and in our military. I think, as I said, it just goes beyond. I listened to almost what everybody has said, even it goes beyond, because if this could happen under the watch of a retired general, which you will feel he will be able to do something. I don't know how easy it will be for the way they call it bloody civilian to arrange this thing. And it has gone beyond changing the architecture or changing the service chiefs. We've done that in the past, it didn't work. The service chiefs were changed. Now we have a data guy as the chief of staff, and still it's happening. So you see, now it is not an Hausa man, it is somebody from the south. It's the chief of defense staff, Irabo, and now it is still happening. So it seems there is something going on that I don't know. Maybe some of them are benefiting from that. You can never rule that out too. I can tell you, just like we heard about Buratai when he left, say the money they saw does not belong to him. So there is something going on, which we as a layman, it might not be visible to us, and they are making money out of this. But it's a shame that is happening to us as a country. That tells you we are not safe. There is still work to be done. So, and that is why I will link this to what Tinubu was saying about, you see, we are overstretched when it comes to number of soldiers we have in the military, the police. You cannot have that, and you want peace to reign in a country of over 200 million. We are only deceiving ourselves. That is the truth. We need more people to be employed into Nigerian army, into the police force. That is the truth. And that's, if you, for example, if you employ 100,000 or 150,000 or 200,000 into Nigerian police and army, automatically that person that you've employed, maybe if he's not married, he will have a wife. Out of the money, he will also feed his family, and that money is going around again, solving some problem. But the truth is, we need more hands. We are overstretched. We need more hands. If you are comparing ourselves to other nations, Egypt.
If you permit me, can I ask you a question there?
Yes, please go ahead.
Is it the issue that we are understaffed in the security, or the fact that even the level of capacity we have now, that we are not even utilizing it, talk less of maximizing? You know, do you think that's the issue? Because as far as I'm concerned today, you can even give 1 million soldiers and nothing will still happen in Nigeria, in a situation whereby you have the leadership that will not even care about whether we survive or not. So is it an issue of capacity for now?
Yes,
personally, I don't think so. I don't. Whether you have another idea.
Okay. I tell you, the first issue is we are. If anybody is saying we are not on the staff, that's we are only joking of ourselves. We are making mockery of ourselves. That's the truth. We are. We need more hands into that. You see, just like what we were saying. What is the ratio of?
Okay, let me have something. Look at the issue of the attack of that Abuja Correctional Center.
Yes.
Look at it. there was an intelligent report, right,
Okay.
that this thing was going to happen. And telling our government, they did nothing. Even the rumor we have is that even they even moved some soldiers away. How does that explain our how does that explain insufficient number of personnel? How does that explain that, for example?
Now,
To me,
to answer that question,
okay.
Let me say this. Now, I will still take it back to that we are on the stretch. Now, they had that intelligence report that it's going to happen. What were they supposed to do? If we were not on the stretch, would have been, call the battalion there and say, okay, please, this is what you have. You have a meeting. We need reinforcement. We need extra 40 soldiers to man this place for the next 2 months. But they can't, because most of the soldiers they've gone into one thing and the other. That is why almost every state in the country has these military soldiers that doing one thing or the other, instead of them to be in the barracks defending our territorial against any invasion. But most of them are in all those states, and they've said it severally. So truly, if we had more hands, I tell you, they will have stationed about 50 soldiers there, saying, okay, because of this report, please, for the next 3 months, they have to be here. Or probably they might even be on rotation. Some will do 10-hour stretch, some will go again, you bring another one. But because we're under strike, that is why they were able to attack them. And that is exactly what happened at Kuje prison.
All right. All right. Thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. So Ayo, for reasons of time, and Ayo, try and join us as often as you can, because I think you present fairly well, and I think everybody.
Woman, I joined, but most times I work remotely, but I've been listening to everything while I was working. I was just listening to everything. So keep on, you're doing a great job. Yeah.
All right, join us on the screen is what I meant. But thank you.
Let me just say, there's another Ayo that comes here that is a fantastic Ayo. I mean, I really would like to have him come back to the show. That is one Nigerian that everybody should be proud of. That's a great guy. Ayo, the other Ayo, I don't know what his last name.
Everybody here is fantastic. This is a superstar field. I mean, who's not fantastic? Baba Kure, Ajanle Koko, Ovie, when is
I know you're taking this one because of me. I know.
Before Ovie is before and after. So Ovie before is fantastic. Ovie after, everybody is there where the so I mean, who doesn't enjoy Joel? So everybody here is fantastic. Ulata the superstar, so everybody is fantastic. So and you of course are Pansat as well, sometimes fantastic. So thank you, Ayo. Let me come to Joel then, who we have to appreciate that Joel, he juggles us with work only because he enjoys our company, I hope. But now let's enjoy his company now. And Joel, let's start you off with something not so enjoyable, the security situation in Nigeria. So now they are now picking up the elite guards. So what fate then you and I, Joel?
Okay. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Like, share, subscribe. The issue of insecurity in Nigeria, I think is no more something new to any one of us. You see, sometimes in the past, there are people that will say stuff, and I'll be like, oh, probably this person is just guessing and trying to make, a mouth hold out of nothing. But you see, some of these things these guys are saying, like, let me take, for instance, Nnamdi Kanu. Look, most of the things that he is saying, or he said in the past, most of these things are coming to pass in our country. I hate to say it, but the reality is that no one is safe. And you see, there is no one to talk to. You see, that was when we were talking about the Muslim ticket, and we were saying, who are you going to talk to? Who are you going to relate to? There is nobody to talk to. Every one of them, that is in charge of the security system comes from a particular part of the country. And that part of the country is a part that has been riddled with a class system where you have the very rich and the very poor. The very rich does not want to leave. They want the very poor to stay where they are. So we have endemic poverty in the north. These guys, sometimes you think that to recruit them, you don't even need to pay 5,000 to 6,000, 20,000, and some of them food. You get these guys recruited. The problem we have is that we have a leadership issue. There is conspiracy in the army. There is conspiracy in the way things are being done in our force system. Why is it that? Look, let's go back a little bit to what happened in Kuje prison. An intelligence report was given. That is not the first time it is happening. If you remember that gallant soldier from the north that was killed, right? Yeah, every mission they have gone to, there has been a kind of a saboteur. And this thing has been going on. So why is this one so important? Why are we making this one so big? Because it happened to the president? No. It has been going on in the army. And the people in the army, remember when some guys in the army said they were resigning? Because, you know, their system, their operations has been watered down. They cannot tell, if they tell them to go to a place, when they are going there, and some of them will be like, they were waiting for the helicopter to counter. And the helicopter is nowhere to be found. And we keep losing men. These men have no insurance. Their families, we put more families into poverty. We put more families into mourning because these are human beings like us. So I'm looking at the bigger picture. What happened to the presidential guard with Buhari? It will continue to happen. We need to break that system. We must break that system. And one of the ways to break that system is to make sure, that is the ultimate one, make sure that power returns to the South. Now, let me tell you, with what is going on right now, you can only be president over a nation that is functioning. Who are you going to lead as the president? That is the problem. We might not have even a Nigeria come 2023 at this rate. At this rate. So that is my stand. My stand is that 2023 election, because look, there is nothing to expect from Buhari again. A president that attacked his convoy in his home state, and he traveled to was it Chad or Niger or somewhere. Now they attacked his presidential guard. Now he's in Morovia. That man is done. He's cooked. Forget Buhari for the meantime. How do we manage ourselves from now to the 2023 election?
Oh, that's the big question, though. That's the big question.
That's the thing.
Because forget
Okay.
Buhari, but the harm that it can still cause in these 7 months, we might not be able to recover.
That is what I'm saying. And look, let me tell you, I was listening to the news today, and the dollar is at 660. 660. So what are we saying? By the time the politicians start buying up these dollars to do election, it might go up to 700 to 800. Remember, the last election, that was when we experienced our first, I think, when we got to about 500. And they say, oh, it started coming down to about 360. But we all know in Nigeria, when it goes up, it is hard to come down. And it is so because we have a faulty system. Let us do the needful when it comes to 2023. First and foremost, I was telling you guys that religion is on the ballot, tribe is on the ballot. But with what I am seeing right now, I don't know, between PDP and APC, they all just got it messed up. We seem not to have the duo to take us to the next level because of how they cooked up their candidacy and that of their VP. Somebody was saying, what was the need of bringing in bishops to the unveiling of Shetima? Now, nobody is talking about what Shetima is going to do. Everybody is talking about the bishop. What is going on? We need to get rid of these people. And I said, power should stay. But for me right now, I'm looking at it like this. If we allow power to stay in the north, we shall still have this thing about, appointments like they did in the Buhari regime. Certain key appointments will still be left in the north because they want to cover something. There is something being covered. When Dati Mohammed started making that statement, like I said earlier, about not wanting to say anything more, as Nigerians, I want us to start, practicing inference politics. What is he trying to say? What is he trying? What is that? We have seen these guys. We know that they are credible. When they are telling us they don't want to say something, look, the major thing, and I will say it today, the major thing that they are trying to hide are the sponsors of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Until we get rid of those guys who are so raggedy, how can you afford an AK-47 that goes for 2 to 3 million naira? Have you asked ourselves the question? Where is that phone coming from?
Have you been shopping, Joel?
Yes, I
said, have you been shopping?
Have you been shopping how?
Have you been shopping?
How do you know? How did you know the cost? That's what he's trying to ask.
Oh, no. The cost is out there. I mean, even here, I mean, you can sometimes when you walk into a store here, you can see the amount and know how much it's even going to cost when it goes to Nigeria, even though they're going to give them a wholesale price. But at least you can have an idea.
All right, I was only being silly.
Yeah, I understand. I get it. But that is the issue that we have. It is serious business. Somebody from the south has to be in that seat so that we can break away. We can start exposing those things that those people in the north are not allowing us to see. That is where this thing is going to. So I don't want to delve too much. The security issue in Nigeria is there. And without security, the foreign direct investment are not coming in. Even we Nigerians cannot even invest. Let me tell you something. There was this land I bought in Owerri. And I was thinking of, okay, let me go and fence it. Do you know that any person I call and say, hey, can you go to Owerri and fence this thing? You know what they tell me? They say, no. They kidnap it. Oh, that side. Oh, they kidnap people a lot. So am I sending that money? No, I'm not sending that money. That's what we are talking about. Sometimes when we talk about foreign direct investment, it is still within that 2,000, 1,000 that every one of us do send to Nigeria to have something done for us. If you are not sending that money in, then that money is not going in. It is part of that foreign direct investment. The issue is that when we send money to Nigeria, most of the money we even send to Nigeria is based off consumption. $18 billion from these diasporas, where does it go to? I know that 60 to 70% of money I send to Nigeria goes on to recurrent expenditure. If we have a working country, if I send such money, it should be for investment. So that is where I'm coming from. So, one man, please, let's go to the next topic. I wouldn't want to delve into this security issue, but it is what it is.
The other topic equally as depressing, the school children out of school now 5 months going, and I just wonder, because they say an idle mind or hand is the devil's workshop, but then if you add youth to that, and then you just fear. So you have all these young teens, early 20s, are just dusting around at home. So we all know what that means because we were once upon a time those dusting youths. So there they are now. The lecturers on strike. The labor union joins them. Lagos has a massive protest going on as we speak, as the slaughtering continues in the north. But is the president's hand on matters? Do you think, Joel?
Buhari, you see, you have to have somebody that has something to lose whenever you are electing anyone into political office. Does Atiku have anything to lose? No. Does Tinubu have anything to lose? No. Why? These guys are not from the professional areas of the workforce.
What does Peter Obi have to lose?
You say?
What does Peter Obi have to lose?
If Peter Obi, in terms of Peter Obi, if Peter Obi goes in as if Peter Obi goes into any public position, his private sector life is credibility that he wouldn't want to lose. We have seen that with even the likes of Obi Ezekwesili. We saw that with Okonjo-Iweala when he was in government. The issue there is this: when you have people that have gone through the rudiments of education, they will know the value.
But Obi has been a full-time politician for over 10 years now, 15 years.
Okay.
So he doesn't have as you put it, private public life no more. He's a politician. So what does he have to lose as a politician? Just
No. Since Obi left, you see, if you have something doing and you get into any political position, if you're going in to give service, your integrity, it means that you hold your integrity so high. Immediately you're done with that public service, you go back to your private life.
He hasn't gone back for over 15 years. That's what I'm saying. He hasn't gone back to his private life for over 15 years. He's a full-time politician. He is a full-time politician.
Please. You can be versatile in whatever thing you're doing. Don't tell me that Peter B, after governorship of Anambra, he's not doing anything again. He had a business that he was running.
Concluded that Atiku is not a businessman. What's his name?
I never said that he's not a businessman. I'm talking about people that have something to lose.
Yes,
people that have. See. Look.
No, you have not convinced me.
Remember, listen.
Now, I'm asking a question.
What he's saying is that
when they asked Atiku how he made his money, when Atiku was asked, let me finish, please. When Atiku was asked how he made his money, the first thing Atiku said was that he bought some cars and put them, and they were running through the borders.
That is a business. That is a business.
Good and fine.
Running a business.
Good and fine.
Just like Obi was running a bank, they are all businessmen. But they have not stopped being a businessman for over 15 years. They are all full-time politicians. As at this point, none of them has gone back to. I mean, from your perspective now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you say Atiku doesn't have anything to lose and you say Obi has something to lose, and I ask you what is he has to lose, you're talking about private life. This man has quit a public life for over 10 years. He's a full-time politician. So I don't know why you want to differentiate.
I am telling you that even, let me just go by what you said, even if Obi does not go into his private business after he left office, his integrity still stays. Your integrity does not mean...
Are you not saying Tinubu and Atiku don't have integrity at all? Is that what you are saying?
No, because their past is messy. We have seen that. We have seen. No. Look. I am not going to mind
to be clear now. It's not argument. I just want to be clear. They don't have integrity. I just answered you. Only Obi has integrity.
Look, let me just tell you. Amongst the three, Obi's integrity, unless you want to lie to yourself, Obi's integrity is far above those other two.
How do you justify that? Because integrity is subjective.
I mean, how many times? Look, let me tell you, we live in a global world.
No, what do you quantify it? How do you quantify their integrity? What is your statistic? What is your basis of comparison in the first place?
The reason I am telling you that is that we have seen Atiku in government in the past. Mm-hmm. We have seen how he ran his government, how he ran government with OBJ. And we know that he has so many things in his, he has so many skeletons in his cupboard. You cannot make such amount of money. Please, let me finish, my brother.
Okay.
You cannot make such money if it is not traceable. Between Obi, Atiku, and Peter Obi, we can trace where they made their money from. We have discussed, we've exhausted Tinubu's own with the alphabet thing.
Joel, how much Atiku have? If you don't know how much he has, how do you not say you
I cannot tell you how much Atiku has, but I know from the interview. Hold on, let me finish now, my brother. I know from the interview Shogure granted. He was talking about an island in Italy, right? We know that he had the Nigerian University in Adamawa. He is the biggest employer. Can I finish, my brother? He is the biggest employer of labor after the government of Adamawa. I know all this. What I'm just saying is this: how did he make his money?
Joel,
and
Intel.
If you're putting that question to you, how did he make his money?
Intels.
It really matters. Go ahead.
Intels, the company called Intels. They compete directly. Yeah, they compete directly with the federal government of Nigeria, and they make their money in foreign exchange. Atiku opened that company with an Italian guy, and they've been making. It's been a long time. It's been a very long.
Before he got into government.
I don't know exactly, but Atiku has always been in the government.
Because let me tell you something.
Wait. You asked a question. You asked a question, and we're giving you answer. How did Atiku get his money? Intels. And Atiku has always been in government as a custom officer, and I think he's been making money in customs since. So yes, he has a shady past. He made money from a shady past, but the legitimate source of money making is Intels. And Intels, you can't say Intels is corrupt like that. It's just sharp practice. They saw an opportunity, they pushed it. The government gave them that concession, and they've been making money out of that concession since. But the immediate past before that time, I do not know. But of course, he must have done some sharp practices. But in Intels, he was making a killer, which the government, was not illegal.
To support what you're saying, right? So to support what you're saying, right? The Intel company you're talking about is, I think, is somewhere at LMS. I knew when it came in because I knew that we used it in campaign in 2019, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew when Intel came in. I think Intel came in after Atiku left. After Atiku left office, then they converted to Edorama. Yeah, so I really get it. I am
not after I left office. I think it's before that time.
Before when?
I think it's before. I think it was even before. Well, I have to go and Google it now. But I think it's been a long time. I think it's probably been before he even made VP or so. But he's had this deal for a very long time.
Yeah, but what I'm just trying to make you understand is that, right? When I was in PH when Intel came to Port Harcourt, and that was when I was in Port Harcourt. Atiku was already the VP. Right, the company Intel could have been existing prior before that, just like the thing that Tinubu did with Alpha Beta, right? So you now go in there and add a boost to it, and it is what it is. That is not the point. At what stage before Atiku became what he is? What was he doing? That's my point. Peter Obi, I can really trace it, right? And with the way Nigeria is, if Peter Obi had any skirmishes in his cupboard, trust me, I know Nigerian politicians, they would have gone for him.
Joel,
but for
let me point out something for you, right? You are questioning the legitimacy or how Atiku make his money. That's okay, that's fine. Let me finish. Go ahead. And from what you are saying, you said he is the second highest employer of labor in the state outside the government. Mm-hmm. Now, if you, Mr. Obi, who pride himself as an investor, as a businessman, how come we're beginning to find out that he is making his money from this country, but at the same time, he's taking it out of this country? And this is a man who said he's going to turn consumption to production, with money. If you cannot invest your own money that you make in the same economy, instead you are taking it to a private island to keep them there. How do you expect me to actually even believe what you are saying? Or how am I sure that you are not going to support Nigerian investment?
Where is Access Bank?
Huh?
Where is Access Bank?
Access Bank is in Nigeria.
Good. That question has been answered. I'm not going to go into
wait.
No, let me tell you, okay, that dude already had a business in the UK. So I am not going to go.
Joel. See, you are running away. You are seeing my point. You are running away.
I'm not running away. I'm just
saying some answers for you.
He made his money legitimately.
One at a time, but carry on, yeah.
Joel, let me give you some answers. Intel started in 1980. It started in 1982. I just went to Google it. It started in 1982. Atiku partnered with Gabriel Volpi, Gabriel Volpi, an Italian guy. Peter Obi's family made their money by they have some concession in they import Heinz baked beans, Heinz this, Heinz that. So they made a lot of their money by importation. They still do up to date. It's family business. Is largely importation. So at the same time, we know of Pandora. So it's making money from, rather than production that you guys like to talk about, is one of the biggest beneficiaries of importation in that country. Yes or no? So all of them are making money.
Sorry, and it doesn't.
It's not illegal. It doesn't own Access Bank. No, it's not even one of the biggest shareholders in Access Bank.
No. I'm not saying that he owns Access Bank, but at least he played a big role. He played a big role in Access Bank being what it is today.
No, wait, that's not even the point. That's not even the point. Kulata, by your revolution, Obi is an importer of Heinz.
He's an importer of Heinz now.
So like ketchup, right?
Yes, Heinz ketchup.
What is the impact?
Please, guys. Yeah.
Sorry, what is the impact of that importation to our own local production in Nigeria as at that time?
Does he own any businesses? Does he own any businesses that we know of?
And let me answer this question. Do we ever have in Nigeria? Can I finish, please? Can I finish my question? In Nigeria, he was doing importation, right? My mom.
He's doing importation. It's not a past statement.
Importation hinder our ability to produce.
You put him
in the past. It's not a past. It's not a past tense.
Can I finish? Look, let me tell you. Every country of this world, even the United States, as we speak, does importation. Obi is not going to be the person to put up a production act to make our economy in Nigeria, our production in Nigeria, more viable. Obi does not have control over the power system in Nigeria. Obi does not have control over the policy in Nigeria.
It's important till today, till we speak now.
What are you talking about?
No. See. The thing there is that
hold on, Joel. Does he own any production facility anywhere in Nigeria?
I wouldn't know that. But this is the thing. Does he support some productions? Yes. It does.
Like you can't be supporting production while you are, on the other hand, we are hindering the potential of the production to survive.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, if the kind of business Obi does, like if you talk about Heinz, like this, even the Heinz singlet, right? If Obi wants to do a production and want to produce singlet in Nigeria, are we not deceiving ourselves? How many companies have survived in Nigeria? So let me tell you something.
The Heinz we are talking about is not the t-shirt Heinz. It's the
let me get a word in on this, please. Hold on.
You said what now? No, I know it is. No, he also has the license for importing the Heinz. You know the Heinz singlet and boxer we used to wear those days. That's what I'm saying. The one we used to do salad too. Right? I know that one. I'm just telling you. This is what I'm trying to make you understand. My mom was into. Can I finish?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Is that consumption or production? What you've just said, is that consumption or production?
Well, that one is the consumption part of our country. We import it, right? No, you asked me a question. You asked me a question, right? You asked me a question.
That is not even the bad part. The bad part that is hindering the ability for us to produce. Why you want to keep importing, we cannot produce.
All right. Let Joel regain the floor and let him sum it up just for reasons of time.
Okay. So this is what I'm trying to make you understand, right? In my own particular family, we have engaged in production. My dad was a brewer though, but he engaged in a pig farming, right? And at the end of the day, when we had a disease, there was this disease about like a flu-like symptoms that came sometime in 97, 98. And it was like a national thing. It's like a bird flu, and it attacked them. We had about 4,000 pigs. They all died. There was no support from the local government. There was no support from the state government. There was not even support from the federal government. Now, if you are looking at people that are producing in Nigeria, it is still a miracle that they are still producing in Nigeria. The issue of production in Nigeria has been so bastardized. Now, my mom was also into importation, because sometimes when we talk about importation, we think that probably people must survive. My mom imported shoes from Italy, Brazil, and China, and all that. But what happened? The industrialization bill from Abacha in 1995. She went and made her list before she came in. This is our goods. So the thing there is this: when you are talking about, in all of this that happened, people were losing their jobs. So what I'm saying is that whether you're on the importation part, whether you're on the production part, Nigeria is not conducive. So do not attack a man or someone that is doing something to fend for themselves.
Can I ask you a question?
When you're not in government.
No. I want to move on now, here, but sorry.
Yeah. Okay, as long as when you're not in government, do not attack people. Look, America that we are talking about, if you go to Walmart, for instance, where many people buy their stuff in the United States, 85% of what we consume, even in the United, let me just put it, 60 to 70%, comes from China.
Why? That's a big question. Why? Yes.
You say why? Look,
yes.
Look, the issue is because people there are a whole lot of things to it, because I don't want to take so much time. Can I? I can tell you one of them. I can tell you one of them.
Production. It's just cost of
the cost of production. Yeah. So that's why I say I don't want to delve into it.
No, there's a policy that lead to that. So everything they happen just like that in a cost of production. No, there is a policy that lead to that.
Sorry, Ovie, I don't want to get heavily into the American stuff.
That's what I'm saying. If you want to go into this now, we are not going to go anywhere. If you want to discuss about the policies of the United States, we can discuss it some other day.
Nobody you bring Walmart into the conversation. Walmart a Nigerian company. Walmart not be Nigerian company now.
Walmart not be Nigerian company. I'm just telling you that America does importation. That's my point. So you cannot kill the man that does importation. What I'm just saying is this: that you can still produce and at the same time import. No country in this world produces everything that it needs. You must do some importation. The difference is this: if you have to work towards having a good balance of trade, and the way you have to go about having a balance of trade or having a trade surplus is by engaging in productive activity. Now, where are those products going to come from? Now, when he was talking, Peter B said something about the land in the north being the next oil. The land in the north is the next oil, but what is the security like over there? That is the issue. So you have to allow someone to come in, someone that has really pinpointed all these things, and is telling you that this is how I'm going to solve it. You need to give such person an opportunity to do so.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put. The one thing that you never fail to do is to be articulate. So that one you always get right, Joel. But everything after that, is subjective. But
well, it's. I mean, opinions are. I'm not saying that my opinion is better than anyone, but I'm just telling you from whatever I'm telling you is what I have been able to study, what I've been able to read. What I think on my own.
Yeah. All right.
What I think on my own. And please, Woma, before I leave, let me just touch a little bit on the Wike issue.
All right. Before you go, sorry, hold on. Before you go on to the Wike issue, let me acknowledge Jafar's super chat that has been sitting on the screen for a good while. So this is what Jafar is super chatting to say. It says, Peter Obi cannot speak authoritatively on the strike in progress. Peter Obi cannot speak authoritatively on the strike in progress because during his term as governor, he was unable to solve the strike action of the Anambra University, which lasted for 6 months. So it's not just the Anambra University, by the way. It was the waterworks in Anambra that he wasn't able to resolve. The doctors were on strike for about, I think, 13 to 16 months. He wasn't able to resolve that. So a lot of strikes and banditry going on in that space. So Peter Obi cannot speak authoritatively on the strike in progress because during his term as governor, he was unable to solve the strike action at the Anambra State University, which lasted for 6 months. So thank you for the super chat, Jafar.
That's a lie.
That's a big lie. And you see, sometimes when we want to post stuff, I want us at this stage, when we want to post or say stuff, let us start saying the truth. Anambra State University was having issues before Peter Obi came into power. Like I told you guys in the past, at the time Peter Obi or even Ngige came into power, Anambra State Secondary School and Primary School have been out of education for over a year. They lost a full academic year to strike. When Peter Obi came into power, we had many issues in Anambra State, including that of the Anambra State University, of which he now called them, and he made a deal with them. Asked them, what do they need to succeed? Remember, education is one of the biggest achievements of Peter Obi in Anambra State till date. So what he did with Anambra State University was that he called them in and they had a discussion. And that's the reason why the discussion he had with them was how to fund them. He also talked about this strike issue that we have today. He said this is an agreement that was reached in 1999. If you had called them and said, hey, we're going to pay you this monthly or yearly, that this strike will not go on. That is how he was able to solve the issue of Anambra State University, because they were going back and forth. They asked for a certain amount. He said, the state government cannot do this. He now called them and said, okay, this is what we're going to be able to do with you guys. This is how much we're going to afford, and this is how we're going to make these remittances. But I do not want no strike. Today, as we speak in Nigeria, Anambra State University is the only university that is on, like state or federal, that is on. I'm not talking about private university this time around. I'm talking about state university that is on today. And when you listen to him, he keeps making mention of that. The reason why Anambra State University is on today is the agreement that was reached during the Peter Obi's tenure as the governor of Anambra State. So please, when we are putting up issues or putting up quotes or whatever we are putting up, please let it be embedded in facts. Thank you.
All right, Joel, let me move on because we're 4 hours in and still quite a few people still not had the space. But let me go on from you, Joel, and let me go to Kulata, who hopefully is now ready for us. Kulata, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Kulata. So to that space of the striking lecturers, this is something, that is somewhat upsetting to hear, that university, you expect them to be cerebral and above the fray in terms of this common everyday thing like striking. So it's never a good thing to hear that university lecturers are striking, but then a common occurrence in the Nigerian experience. So at this university striking, the labor union joining them, Lagos experiencing a massive protest as we speak. It's going to last for 2 days. The labor union they promise or even threaten. But then this is based on an agreement that dates back even as far back as Goodluck Jonathan. So universities on strike again in Nigeria, Kulata. So just another regular thing then, would you say?
Well, I mean, you see, this matter of university strike, maybe because I know too much about the history of university strikes across the country, coming from them jingle era. You guys may not know about all this. There was a block of university lecturers that were actually communist people. They pushed for all this labor union stuff. They eventually got their way. This was way back. This was way back. Was it under Abacha? I think it was under Abacha, like early 90s era. Yeah, it was early 90s. The first strike was in 1992. So this thing has been coming.
Point of correction. Not to generalize everybody. You are answer. You know, be only issue about strike. My father, my ex-father-in-law was one of those members that you just described. So everybody,
it was in the jingle. Was he in the jingle faction?
Yes, and it was also a victim.
It was in the Jingle Factory. Yeah, because I know the history. That's what I'm saying. The point that I'm trying to
let him carry on over here. Yeah, carry on.
The point that I'm trying to land on is, I think if you made an agreement, yes, they should pay you what's in the agreement. But at the same time, though, there needs to be a compromise. I mean, I personally was affected by how many strikes in my life. I did a 5-year course. I didn't have any extra session. I ended up staying in university for 7 years, and I made very good grades in my university due to no fault of mine. So there needs to be compromise because you're affecting people's lives. Yes, you're not getting everything you want from those negotiations, but at the same time, like when two elephants fight, is the grass that suffers. The kids are suffering. So the government needs to meet ASU somewhere. ASU also needs to kind of meet their own obligation somewhere too. You just can't throw your hands away and say, I'm not working for every single thing. Because imagine if the entire civil service of the country downs their tools. I mean, already we don't have a country, then we won't have anything at all. So there needs to be compromise. Yes, ASU, they deserve what they've negotiated, but they also don't have to down their tools for this protracted amount of time. I mean, look at these kids. Like the kids are getting. I mean, the kids are getting idle. What are they going to do? They're going to turn to crime. They're going to turn to so many things. So everybody needs to try and work with the best interest of the country in mind. And it will have to be compromises. They both have to compromise. Both ASU and the government will have to make some compromise. And the government too making some compromise. You can't see some idiot like stealing money and you're not doing anything about it. There was this guy in JAMB before the latest guy, is it Professor Olojedi or something? He stole, I mean, the guy stole a ton of money. Like you could not imagine JAMB was generating that kind of money till the next person got into JAMB. Then you now saw JAMB releasing revenues and you're like, what the hell? Where's JAMB getting all this money from? So government at the same time can't take kiddie gloves with people stealing money. And at the same time now giving excuses. Yes, the country is broke. Nigeria is super broke. But at the same time too, if the country is super broke, you need to project decisive actions against people that steal. You should have zero tolerance policy about stealing. Like it's criminal. So I feel ASU needs to make a compromise for the benefits of the kids. And I think the government also needs to meet them halfway. This thing needs to stop. It just needs to stop. The country is not progressing with the kids. Like for me that survived like 2 to 3 strikes, I still came out decent in my life. But I mean, it's getting worse and worse and worse. I can't say so much for the current crop of people in Nigerian schools. So there needs to be compromise. That's my stand on that.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Kulata. So 2023, Wike vows not to work for Article. But
forget Wike. Let's move to another topic. I don't want to talk about it.
All right, let's go to the presidential guards then that were slaughtered as they were going on parade. You would have thought they would have been the most prepared, of course, and you and the most fortified. But 3 taken down according to the reports, and this seems to be a recurring decimal within the space.
What I saw tonight, I think they said 8 died. I saw.
I saw 3, but I mean,
I think I saw 8 died. Then I also saw another news in Zamfara today. Some numbers captured. So, like, people, let us not kid ourselves. We're talking about presidential guards. Yeah, I mean, seriously, presidential guards. They're killing 8 in Abuja. Like, we don't have a country anymore. Let's be honest with ourselves. And I'm tempted to believe that is either Buhari must be complicit in this, because I don't know of the level of insensitivity you will have that they will kill 8 of your own guards and you will go to Liberia for some nonsense conference. Like, is either you're aware of it and you're tolerating it, or maybe you are really, what's it called? What do IPOP people call Buhari again? Something from Sudan. something from Sudan, whatever they call him, because
Jubril.
Jubril al-Sudani, because there's no way. Like, look at it now. Like, assuming you are the CEO of a company, one of you have 2 security detail. They kill one of them. You now say, I'm still going to this child naming ceremony in Yanopaja, even though they killed one of your guards. Like, are you kidding me? Like, Buhari must know about this stuff. Like, they're turning a blind eye. Nobody can convince me that this government is not turning a blind eye to what is happening. Like, come on. This is crazy. Like, if Buhari fed for his life, really fed for his life, won't there be some like sense of urgency? Does anybody feel any sense of urgency at all? Like, it's more like, at this point, it's more like another day, another dollar. Like, nobody cares. And we're talking about the President's National Guard now. But the problem now is this security situation. We have, in my mind, I think we have 4 main problems. Number one, we're understaffed. We don't have enough security detail across the country, both the soldiers and the police. They need to recruit more. But okay, if you recruit them, what about the second problem? We're under-equipped. Those guys are not getting the firearms that they need. The people that are supposed to buy the firearms for them, they're stealing the money. Like Buratai, how much did he steal? The ones before Buratai, there was another one that died. I mean, they keep stealing the money, So even if you recruit more people, there's no certainty that they will get the equipment they need to protect. So we may end up even compounding the problem, because if you recruit people, they're not, another third problem, they're underpaid. They're underpaid, you recruit them, you give them light firearms, nothing major to protect themselves. A lot of these guys, let's face it, the training is not good. So very few of them, some of them, let me not criticize them. Some of them have loyalty. A lot of them don't have loyalty to the country. So if you bring in so many people in the millions, quality will suffer for sure, because you need to recruit these guys in a hurry, and you need to try and bring them up to speed, and then you give them firearms. So a lot of them are susceptible to what these terrorists sell, because these terrorists, all they have to do is bandish a 1,500 rifle, AK-47, bandish it, bring people, collect millions of dollars, millions of naira, buy more whatever, buy more guns, buy more this. And what are they doing now? They're like opening franchises across the country. Franchises. So all you have to do is just, you and a group of guys, just carry gun, kidnap people. So there's money in this thing. There's a lot of money. So if you have a soldier that is underpaid, undermotivated, under-equipped, most likely that soldier will end up conniving with this terrorist, because there's money there, patriotism in even soldiers. So there's even a risk of hiring all these people without being able to properly fund them, and without being able to properly train them or motivate them. So we're in a massive conundrum right now that I don't even know, whoever wants to go and sign up to govern this, to rule this country, Lord knows their motivation, because this is a massive problem. Hiring these people, there's no guarantee that the likes of Buratai and Co will give them the money that they deserve. The salary issue. Then we have our economic crisis. ASU wants more money. You bring in more soldiers, you have to pay them. Where's the barracks they're going to sleep in? There's no infrastructure for barracks. There's no, so we're really talking about a situation where we may no longer have a country if things don't change in the next 10 years. I really do not see how we can sustain this for 10 years without something changing, because if they're already hitting the presidential guard, who else is higher than the president in Nigeria? Am I missing something?
Kulata, do you remember about a couple of years ago, these Nigerian terrorists went to, I don't know if it's Chad or Niger, and kidnapped some Americans, and they brought them to Nigeria?
Yeah, they brought them there. The Americans rescued their people.
The Americans came there and dealt with them. It was a matter of hours, and that situation was resolved. So it's not, these people are not 10 foot tall. The geosynchronous satellites we have in there can locate even Osama bin Laden, where he was watching TV in Pakistan. So these people wearing sandals running around is just the resolve to deal with them. You don't have to house anybody in barracks. The button could be pushed from Salt Lake City, Utah, or from Owerri in Nigeria. There is just the resolve to deal with them. There's no barracks needed. They can be taken out in 1 week. All of them can be taken out.
This resolve is also skewed, because if they want to do that operation they do in the southeast and the south, and they were doing in the southwest, you'll see a different resolve going to deal with Sunday Igboho, going to deal with IPOB. They have a different resolve. When they were bombing people when Buhari first entered and they were bombing people that were bunkering oil, you knew we had equipment. You knew we had all this what's it called, satellite imagery and drones. We have them. They use them. But when it comes to Northern Forest and Northern Bandits, somehow maybe they do one air raid once in a year.
What we have to give consideration to is that the situation we're contending with in Nigeria is a Hydra-headed phenomenon. It's a Hydra-headed phenomenon, and also coupled with that, it operates in a guerrilla fashion. So it's a Hydra-headed phenomenon operating in a guerrilla fashion.
Yeah,
yes. What am I saying? You can't just press a button in wherever to go and blow up what? There's a multiplicity of these people. They operate in short compartments, and they operate in a guerrilla fashion.
Right.
So it's not as though there's one arrowhead that you can go after, or even a clutch of arrowheads.
Right.
And the Americans going in to rescue their person in however many hours. It is however many hours that took the action of that operation, but the processes of that will be however many weeks and months. So it's a lot more complex. Let's not be flippant.
What I'm saying is not.
It's complex. It's complex.
You're saying it's asymmetrical warfare. That's true, but the experts in this field, they know how to handle things like that. It's just coordinates. Once it's determined, because the menace we have there, we're dealing with unsophisticated terrorists.
Right, but they're still battling them in Iraq and Syria till today.
Yeah, but not really. What they were dealing with before is different from what they do now.
Well, is that not what we just said? It's a Hydra-headed situation. Let's not simplify it.
I want to land, and then you could
with
let me land on this here, because this is now security that we're talking about, okay? So painting them as 10 foot tall is not going to help anybody.
Nobody is painting them as 10 foot tall, but calling them a ragtag in sandals, that shows a patent lack of understanding.
What I mean by that is that they're not a state, okay? When you're dealing with a state like Iraq, like you mentioned, that's different. I remember I'm a military analyst. I'm trying to talk to you
about
it.
You're not a what qualifies you as a military analyst?
By my education.
What education? Do you have military background?
Yes, I do. So hold on. Let me finish though. On that particular issue, I don't even have to be.
So do you do? Because that sounds to be as untrue.
I'm trying to talk about historical.
that is untrue, isn't it?
Hold on. This is where you start insulting me and
no, it is untrue now. There is nothing in since you've been coming here.
Yes.
There is nothing in your commentary that indicates towards any real military understanding. So how can you, from a patent lack of an understanding, become an expert?
Hold on. I'm the one who's come on this show.
This is why I said that this is not like that watch.
Let's lay a foundation before we talk. Let's show our education. You say no, it's not necessary.
Answer me something. Answer me something. Quick, real quick.
Hold on.
Real quick. I'm a soldier. I have a gun. The magazine in my gun is empty, or maybe I only have like 5 loose bullets in there. There are 3 ragtag terrorists in front of me. One has an AK-47, one has another form of semi-automatic, and one has a shotgun. What will I do? Okay. They're under-equipped. So what exactly will you do in that situation?
Let me tell you what you do. It's not a combat situation where you're gonna go fighting somebody. We have a situation where our security has been breached. We're almost in a state of war with stateless actors. Therefore, it has to be a program that's designed by experts on how to take care, mop up all these people. Okay, you don't have to fight them with your ammunition, with your gun. They can be taken up by drones. They could be their headquarters,
All
those
right.
financing them.
No, that's fine. We are going
No,
to the territory of
right, of
solar
truth,
energy all over
of
America
truth.
again. But
Let me get
let's
back
get
to
back
my
to
We're
Kolata.
going to we're
You
going to
just
the
take us
territory
on
of
a
truth, and you
ludicrous
don't like the
journey.
truth.
No,
let,
I like the truth. It's just I find somewhat ludicrous some of the things you say.
let me get back to my talk. So I mean, we said first of all they're understaffed. They're understaffed, under-equipped, underpaid, undermotivated, and then their leaders are stealing the money. So the drone, the same maintenance problem we normally have for drones, someone could have chopped the money. So the drone could work for 3 months and not work anymore. And to replenish the drone, the funds may have been stolen. So, and then we're also talking about this system that has, like, I mean, they're also compromised. They're compromised. So if you're going to fire the drone, they will have told those guys like, hey, these people are coming. I mean, didn't those terrorists talk about that they know about the plans that they're doing in Kaduna? So who told them about the plans that they're doing in Kaduna, for Christ's sake? So we have a serious problem.
Kolata, Kolata, are you listening?
I'm listening. I'm not talking. I'm listening.
Okay. See, the issue, one thing we keep missing about our security apparatus is that, do you know the reason why the United States were successful in that operation? Because there was no link from Nigeria. Look,
Yes,
I have some soldier friends.
I remember they purposely did not inform Nigerian military.
They did not inform Nigeria. That's the reason why it was successful.
Exactly.
I remember I have some friends in the army that they sent them to do this crocodile dance in the southeast. They ran away from there. They ran away. The issue there is that the force itself has been infiltrated. The amount, whether you have corruption in the army at this point, it does not really matter. I mean, in terms of finances. But these guys have infiltrated our army. Whatever move you're going to make, they already know the move you're going to make. Whatever thing you are signing, even when they're in the National Working Committee, they have somebody in there.
But sorry, let me interject. You can criticize Nigerian army as you want. Don't tell me that the success the America came to achieve has nothing to do with Nigerian army. The intel that they gave lead to that success. Go watch the real documentary. It will tell you how both the Chadan army and the Nigerian army give their intel and help them carry out that. They didn't make it public or physically involve Nigeria, both men or ground that they refuse to also know. Doesn't mean Nigeria did not get involved.
I think Nigeria even gave them some logistics.
Yeah,
they gave them some support. I can't recall quite fully.
See, my brother, even if they did, right? I do not want to think that probably that I don't want to think that they just came into Nigeria, and did that operation. But I am telling you that some part of those operations will be hidden from the Nigeria or Chadian counterparts because of how infiltrated our army has been. That is my point.
All right. Thank you. Back to you, Kulata.
Yeah, so I mean, we have a problem. I mean, a friend of mine was doing an IT project related to HR for Nigerian Army, and it was capturing some demographic statistics and all. So I think state of origin or something was one of the fields it was capturing. One Oga at the top told him, do not share that particular data, because they were, you know why? They were concentrating the recruitment from a particular section of the country. I don't know the exact details of the section of the country, but for one reason or the other, that particular demographic was sensitive. So he had to kind of like he had to mask it. So something is going on in our military. I don't know if it's I mean, I don't want to say tribalism or maybe some sort of religious fundamentalism is in there. I think we have jihadist people in our army, and it's going to be very tough to flush them out because I believe part of the leadership in the army is compromise. I also believe from some of our politicians too are compromised. We've been hearing since that United Arab Emirates knows the sponsors of Boko Haram. Well, there's some almost every year or almost every 2 years, one politician will say, "Oh, I know the sponsors." So if people know these people, how come nobody is talking? How come nothing is being done? How come everybody just kind of like waves it off? So I don't know. I mean, I want to be like Joel to believe that a Southern politician will come in and change things. I want to believe that. But a Southern politician is not a one-man army. He still needs to rely on his team, on his control, or the people he controls. Those people are compromised. How do you identify all the people that are compromised?
Yeah,
So it's a tough problem. It's a tough problem.
Kulata, remember when OBJ came into power? What was the first thing that he did with the military?
He sacked all those top people.
Beautiful. That is how you go about. That is why I said.
That was
one of the things Sowore said yesterday.
Joel, what was the reason he did that?
Is that?
What was the reason he did that?
For whatever reason that he did that, I am trying to tell you that if you have someone, if you are coming into a system as corrupt as that of Nigeria, I mean, I know he was trying to also take away those people that have had civilian, that have started civilian function. So in order to prevent further coup. But then we've not had issue of Boko Haram infiltrating our army. It wasn't in existence then. So for now, can I finish, brother? For now, right, what I think should be done is that if any Southern president gets into power, they should, as a matter of urgency, all those top military hierarchy, take them out. Those people that were recruited, they were forgiven, and they were sent into Boko Haram, were sent into our army, flush them out. Then the ones that are in there will already know it's either they keep giving information or they change. And there will be no internal mechanism on how to fish out those that are actually giving information out there. For instance, you want to take an operation somewhere in Kubwa, and you know there are certain people that knows you know there are certain people that you know that are really meant to lead that force. There are ways you can track it in the army, and you will know who the saboteurs are. We see those things in the movies. There are ways to track those saboteurs in our army.
All right, gentlemen, let's give Kulata the space to round off his thought, because I still got about 3 people.
So, I mean, I need to just come back. Even what Obasanjo did, we cannot say it worked, because it was under Obasanjo that Boko Haram actually even started. So,
yes, and there was a political motive for that too.
You heard what I just said now, please.
So I won't even say if you bring a Southerner or this, I'm not sure that's any panacea to any of our problems, because this thing is deep. You cannot fight ideology just like that. People, it may grow. I mean, I don't even know. So I was going to ask a question, because as Joel was talking, the thought come to my head. Like, assuming we even get things right, we start capturing all these terrorists and all that stuff, we still have a logistic problem. If we capture all those terrorists, where are we going to keep all of them? What do we do with them?
You know what they used to say back in the day in Texas? They say dead or alive, but then they always put those alive in faint funds. So that people
if you start killing them, then the international whatever will now be telling you extrajudiciary.
No, please. You have to let him finish a sentence without you. Please, now, Joel, what is this now? Please.
So, I mean,
I've removed you from the screen, so I'm not sure why you're still talking.
So here's my problem. We have tons and tons of problem actually coming up with a solution. And if you have a solution and it works, we also have a massive logistic problems of what to do with all these captured people. What are we, I mean, we do need to renegotiate this country. I do think we do need to, because there's a matter of trust, especially a lot of Southerners here, a ton of us, let's not even lie. We have we have trust issues with the core North, and there's no core Northerner that will fully satisfy us, regardless if it's Shetima, if it's Obi's VP, if it's Atiku. There's always something. We just don't trust any one of them, and let's not lie about it. So we need to renegotiate.
Can I correct him on something?
Don't correct me. Let me
please
finish.
Don't.
I think we do need to renegotiate our existence as a country. I'll leave it at that.
Anything. You are going to say something spurious and just random. Okay, say the random thing you want to say. Go on.
I'm taking it on the chin from you today, but at least one thing
because this is what. Okay, just do it, man.
What I was gonna say is that we don't be trying to assign moral equivalence between the South and the North. What the North has a problem with, what do you call it? What they call Western education, Western ways. Okay, so they have a problem with the truth, not us. We love our northern brothers. We love Africans. We love Ghanaians. We love people further away from them. We love our people in Somalia, no matter in Haiti. The problem we have is that the Northerners have a problem with Western education. Boko Haram, even all of them are the same. OVA, we let you in here as one of like a Southerner. You're not. So you can shake your head and keep insulting everybody as much as you want, but you don't even qualify.
You see what I mean?
They will cut your hair like I said.
No, please don't respond to it, please. Please. All right, thank you. So you see what I mean? If I didn't let him do that, people would say I'm stifling his voice, but we know him. We know him. So that's what he does. But thank you, Kulata. Thank you, Kulata. Let me go on from you, Kulata, for reasons of time, to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next. Hopefully you're now somewhere where you can talk freely. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
You hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Brilliant. So Ajanle Koko, I was especially wanting to hear your thoughts about the labor union, joining the academic staff, in this now what they describe as a massive protest in Lagos. So this is just something that happens now just too often.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody for the platform.
No, we can't hear you, man.
You cannot hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Oh, okay.
It's dipping in and out, but
Okay, thank you, one. You see, the labor, one day strike today is just a warning to government. If government does not enter into concrete agreement, they already had agreement. It's just the government that couldn't fulfill the agreement. So the irresponsible government that you have enter into agreement and they fail to execute that agreement, to fulfill their own terms of agreement. And that is why you see these people embarking on this strike or closure of street. So Kulata saying that they have to give or they have to compromise. I don't know how long workers will have to compromise for this bastard governing our space. Bastard that is never compromising nothing when it comes to their pay. They earn more than any other legislators around the world, more than the legislative parliamentarians in UK and the legislators we have in the United States. But they fit for no purpose. So I don't get it when sometimes some people that workers should compromise, they should do something. How long can workers compromise, for God's sake? When the Constitution says that for every 5 years, workers' pay has to be reviewed, and their condition of living has to be reviewed, because the inflationary rate at the last 5 years is not the same it is today. So when you are paying somebody like $1, I'll be so sorry, when you are paying them 30,000, what 30,000 can buy 5 years ago, 150,000 cannot buy it today in Nigeria. But then you want to keep them on the same salary. But you legislators and you people in government make millions of naira every week. I mean, every time, every month, and plus all the bribery and corruption that is there. So, for God's sake, how long will workers will continue to sacrifice? Are they going to, will they sacrifice to death before we appreciate workers in that country? Workers that are supposed to be assets for the country. The irresponsible government in the responsible government have turned them to liability. Nigerian workers are useless. They are very useless. They turn them to nothing. They render them useless. Nigerian workers cannot feed themselves. They can't send their children to school. They can't do anything. They are languishing in poverty. I mean, how dare in words should somebody be working and cannot enjoy life? Cannot enjoy life. What is the purpose of working, for God's sake? So these workers, this government enter into agreement. They fail to agree. I mean, they fail to fulfill their agreement, and that is why these people embark. And they must not back down. Backing down will result to stupidity on their side. They must continue the struggle. They must not back down. If they should back down for these criminals, that's tell them that they fit for no purpose as well. They don't love themselves. So this first day by NLC is a warning. If they don't enter into a concrete, if they don't, enter into, a concrete agreement on how they're going to start to execute already agreed terms and conditions on the ground, they are going to embark on another 3 days. And after that 3 days, they're going to go on a definite strike. So NLC strike is a combination of all unions of workers around the country joining NLC. So this is 1 day. Next time it's going to be 3 days. And after 3 days, it's going to be indefinite strike. So it's unfortunate that we have a country where people in position of leadership just believe that only them to enjoy workers, they don't care about workers. So it's unfortunate one, but to my surprise, I thought that people would have used today to identify itself with workers.
Sorry, Ajalekoko, the connection is very, very poor. We are barely making you out, but
Oh. Okay, can you hear me now?
A bit better.
Better now. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that, to my surprise, I think Peter Obi should have used today, to identify himself with the workers, and then market his candidacy. So I don't know the reason why he didn't show up, because it's a Labour Party. He representing the Labour Party. He representing the workers. I mean, so, maybe he has his own reason. Maybe his advisor advised him not to participate. I don't know why, but I think he should have done better by showing up and speak to workers that.
But a presidential candidate cannot solidarize with workers downing tools.
No. Anyway, it can. I believe it can, because it's not. What do you want to say? It's not in government now. He's vying for the position of president. He is a candidate of the Labour, and Labour represent the workers. He should have been able to be part of them and tell them that he wants to represent them and they should consider him and he will treat them right. Because
would that not put him in danger of being seen or being categorized as some Aluta merchant?
There's nothing wrong in being a Lutheran. If you don't have workers if workers in any country does not prosper, that country will never prosper. And that is what is happening to Nigeria. So he should have used that occasion to campaign to them, to tell them that he knows what their pains, I mean, he can feel their pains, and he's ready to listen to them and you know, try as much as possible to engage with them. But maybe because his background, his political ideology, from where he's coming from, and his economic philosophy does not run with the labor. Maybe that's why.
John Lekoko, could I interject?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but don't let the nomenclature fool you about Labour Congress and the Labour Party. They are loosely connected somehow, but the entire OB program, going from consumption to production, and everything he has been elucidating, is for the labor, is for the worker, is for jobs. Excuse me. So I understand OB should be criticized, and this is one of a criticism that lands. But I don't think that he could do what you're saying, or he could do what he's doing. You know, it doesn't. It's nothing to dwell on. Your criticism, yes, those are the kind of criticisms that I think that should be laid on OB, and some of us who support his program. I'm not obedient, but I support OB in this election because of the people that he's running against. So my point I'm just trying to make to you is that you need picking things as if OB is perfect. It's not perfect. And then when it comes to a junction, intersection where he could do left and it's okay, he do right, it's okay. A reasonable person can do what he's doing. So I think you spend your time more with talking about your own candidate. He's not out there helping the NLC right now. He's not out there. So I'm sure who's your candidate? Seems to be just like OB should work together with OB is the point. I want you to support OB in this election. That's what I said to you about a month ago.
We cannot work with OB because OB is not different from PDP. And you can see.
Yeah, but how is that? That's
you can see it in the
that is true in the sense that OB come from PDP. All these politicians come from somewhere. But like one man one time about 4 months ago tried to find the ideology of these political parties. There's really none. OB's message has been the same even when he was governor. He's saying, look, in the state I did this. Now, when I go to the federal level, I'm going to do this, the same thing. So I find it incredible that you don't like OB because he came from PDP. I mean, that Atiku has been in the PDP. He's still in the PDP. He's been in APC. He's back to PDP. All of them have done they have the same common denominator. So what we're gonna have to do, in essence, you're a very important voice here. When it's my turn, I'm also gonna mention a guy in the comment section, Oga, if that's how you pronounce his name. That is a very smart guy. You, Kolata, me, one man, we want to make Nigeria better. Stop nitpicking. If Showore is up there now, I will be supporting him. But we have to learn how to work together. Don't let Showore turn you into fighting with everybody who's not a saint. Obi can be criticized for what you're saying. I agree with that criticism. He should come out and expand his stuff. But make no mistake about it, he's the closest to the labor. In the United States, when Kennedy, for example, was president or running for president.
Sorry, Bansat. I think you've got the point across. It's just for reasons of time.
I got you.
Yeah, let's get back to Janle Koko.
So Obi failed. His failure to show up, his failure to communicate with workers. So I don't know who he's communicating with. If he's talking about production from consumption to production, the basis of that message is the value of workers. So if Nigerian workers are demonstrating and you're not identifying, you are not communicating with them, you are not, identifying yourself with them and put yourself before them as a solution, as an alternative rather, against the criminal politician, then it's not serious. It's not a serious candidate.
Ajali Koko, Obi is not that it's not serious. Let's say the truth. Obi is in the wrong party. Obi is a capitalist, thoroughbred capitalist. Naturally, Obi should fit in more in PDP. Labour Party is more of a social structure. Omoyele should be in Labour Party. Obi should be in PDP based on their personal ideologies. That's what I just see. It's just Obi is conflicted.
So he is in a wrong place, messaging a wrong cause. So the production to these things, that can be regarded as deceitful if he cannot identify and fight the same cause with the workers. That is what he's telling me. So this is the desperation I was talking about. And this is why I am opposed to him, that he is not different to the politician, desperate in fulfilling their selfish political ambition, jumping from one party to the other, and not really care of the interests of Nigerian people. And this is what he has just demonstrated today. That is what he confirmed today. So I don't really know. So he should have been there, and maybe his listeners, his supporters and strategists are listening to us. Maybe they can communicate to him the next time that Labour asks you or anything.
I think that would have been a political suicide for him to have done that. Why would he? I think Kulata is right. That's more something like Showore. So Showore is the man on the street. Showore is a street fighter, isn't he? So he can do that.
Kulata just tell us why he couldn't do it, meaning that he is a liar. He's in a party that he cannot champion their ideology. He cannot champion the ideology of workers. You understand what I'm saying?
Can I interject?
That is what Kulata is saying. So
can I interject?
Yes.
Okay. It will be a political suicide for Peter Obi to engage in anything class action against government, being that he is a candidate in the state election. You're talking about Peter Obi. Did somebody join them? There's a reason why. You cannot blame any, because no matter how you want to look at it, there are people in Nigeria that are against the strike in itself. You understand what I'm saying? So he is in the Labour Party. Also remember that the Labour Party is not like a full integral part of the NLC. It's not a full integral part of the Labour Party. So you can see in the last election, the Labour Party in that state declared for who? PDP. Did they declare for Labour Party? No. So when you're trying to discuss issues that have to do with protest and class action against government, you have to be careful as a candidate. You might be burning yourself. That is my point. Thank you.
Anyway, you can play all these excuses, but the fact remains that he's not championing the cause of the Labour Party, and is not championing the workers' interests, and his mantra of what do you call it? consumption to production is just deceitful. It's just deceitful to me, and it's just one of those typical Nigerian politicians that just lie to Nigerian people and just deceive people that are not. How do I say? People that are not people that are
the gullible.
People that are political conscious, but politically ignorant.
Impressionable people.
Yeah, they are ignorant of the political situation. They can like politics, they can jump, but they just follow for a reason of maybe tribe or religion or something, but not to critically analyze a political situation and political position of who they are following. So that is just the way I see it. So it just it failed, and we will continue to say it here because we are very analytical here. People that don't like it, fine. They might not like the way we are, very analytical on issue, but we will not stop saying it the way we see it. So that's the way I see one man. He just didn't help himself. It didn't help him. He should have helped himself better today. What is government going to do for him? What is Nigerian government going to do for him? How are they going to hurt him? You are fighting for a cause, and the cause you are fighting for is to better the life of Nigerian people. And who are the basic, the people that constitute more of this interest you are fighting are workers of Nigeria, of Nigeria. Workers in different sphere of life. So he didn't get it, woman.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Ajale Koko. Let me move you.
Woman.
Yeah.
Woman, I sent you a short video, the campaign video by Shore, exposing. It's just 2 minutes. I don't know if you can play it. Just 2 minutes. It doesn't take too long. I sent it to you this morning. If you can just play it to see how Shore is carrying out his campaign in a more dynamic way, in a more scientific way, that if Nigerians are people that can really see beyond their they know that that's the right candidate.
All right, let's watch it. It's only because you are asking, because I had already mentally packed Shore to one corner.
But you got to, one man, you got to open your mind, though. You cannot be doing this. You got to open. This is election time. You don't have to silence.
No. That's why we are only trying to focus on serious contenders.
We can't be discussing Tinubu, Atiku, or P2B. You have to discuss Shore. We have to bring issue about the SDP. We have to showcase all of them.
All right. Let's showcase Shore now. Let's showcase Shore now.
Why can't Shore work with others?
Okay, so here is the clip that Ajale Koko just trailed.
Check out the real situation. Nation war against nation. Where did it all begin? When will it end? Well, it seems like total destruction the only solution. And they ain't no use. No one can stop them now. I paraphrase Bob Marley's real situation song by saying that total liberation is the only solution for Nigeria. Of course, I want to win as the president of Nigeria, but it's not about my ambition. It's about the poor people of Nigeria, hovering around in pains and anguish, in their hundreds, millions sleeping in agony over insecurities, hunger, and starvation. Of course, I need plenty of endorsements, but I won't be able to take that of Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, who had over 12 years as president, but I have nothing but barbarism to show for it. What will I tell the people of Odi and Zaki Biam? That the rogue that massacred them is now my mentor? Or where will I tell the memories of journalist Delegiwa or Kato that the drug dealer known as Maradona is now one of my godfathers? Umba, my people. I'd rather be endorsed by the very masses who have no billion of naira, but are in their millions. I'd rather be endorsed by the oppressed who bear the brunt of this vulcanizer economy that we have today, that has been imposed on our people and have brought untold hardship and poverty. I'd rather be endorsed by the comrades of anti-SAP, those who fought during June 12, anti-regulation, and recently those who fought during NSAS. Those who beloved heroes were those of Lekki and Olu. I'd rather be endorsed by the Northern Talakawa who live at the behest of Boko Haram, Bandits, and ISWAP. Some are desperate to be endorsed by the enemies of our people.
With what I know about Atiku, if I have put Atiku forward, God will not have forgiven me.
Okay.
Atiku is my leader, my boss, and a senior brother.
But am I desperate? Yes, very desperate. I'm desperate for free and quality education at all levels. I'm very desperate for free and quality healthcare at all levels. I say I am very desperate to stop the greedy rogues and return our commonwealth to the very people from whom it was looted. Omoyele Sowore is very desperate, yes, for the total liberation of our country, Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. We can't continue like this.
All right, so that was
Can I say something?
Hold on, Ajaleko opened it up, so let him have first dips. So that was certainly very sleek and well delivered, and nothing to disagree with in what he said. I'm glad you made us listen to it, but just very condensed response to it, Ajaleko.
Powerful message to all Nigerians. You have seen those people that are going to the criminals to beg for their support. We heard Peter Obi calling Atiku, my boss, is my boss, is my boss. And you can see it in the interview he granted with Channel. He wasn't able to detach himself from Atiku. He wasn't able to detach himself from PDP. He was acknowledging them. He was paraphrasing his word, not to attack them. It's still not. It doesn't want to get away from these people, and you can hear from. I was surprised when he made a statement during that interview that the people in the north. He actually agreed with Atiku that 90% of Northerners doesn't have social media, and he said those people that doesn't have social media, yes, those are the people who's going to use for production and put in industries. And he believed that's the same thing Atiku want to do. He said it, and he said, I believe that is the same thing Atiku want to do. I just don't get it.
Adeleko, what's your problem? What's your problem? Obi is not that kind of person that is like arrogant, right? What do you want from Obi? What do you want from him?
Contest. This is a political contest. We are just telling you this guy doesn't understand the game. He's not ready to pursue the cause that he is lying to you guys that is pursuing, and you guys just got to get it right.
Obi is not there to fight everybody like an Agboro. That is not what Obi is there. Obi is focused on issues. And this thing you keep saying that people that are following him are not thinking about this. Look, this is not the issue here. The issue here is that Obi wants us to take a different kind of approach when it comes to governance. Governance shouldn't be about bickering. Governance shouldn't be about poking. What is wrong? Atiku is his friend. What is wrong with that? He also said Kwankwaso. Hold on, please. He also said Kwankwaso is his elder brother. Big kind of character. It's not that kind of character that you wish. Look, we are suffering from past military syndrome.
You live in United States. You know people are contesting for such an exalted political position. You see play it. You see the way they oppose each other. You see the way they come out with opposition. Opposite position against each other. You see the way they contrast each other.
Obama wasn't attacking anybody when he came into
all right, thank you, gentlemen. Let's hear from Ovie, who wants to respond to that clip too. Ovie, you wanted to say?
It's so funny because Joel and Ajale Koko actually live in the same state in America. They live in the same state.
Ajele Koko, are you in Tennessee?
Yes, it's in the state capital. It's in the state capital.
Yeah. Ajele Koko, are you in Nashville?
Yeah, no, it's in the state capital.
That's the state capital. Nashville is the state capital now.
No.
Memphis.
Ajale Koko, tell him.
No be Knoxville, I've been at Memphis.
Memphis is the state capital. Memphis.
No. Memphis was the former capital. Nashville is the present capital.
Oh God, this guy. Why did they argue like this?
Ajele Koko, are they lying? Ajele Koko, am I lying?
Now, former capital.
Memphis is the former capital, ba?
Former capital, yeah.
Hey, why are you acting like I'm lying? I beg, Ajele Koko, I do normally. I was in Memphis last week though. I didn't know you were in this state though. It's all right. Now we are knowing.
Now
we are knowing
let me make my point. The difference between
Ajale Koko is gonna hide. He doesn't want you to know where he lives.
Because I've never seen his face either. I've not seen his face either. He keeps hiding his face as well.
Now, my point is, why did I point that one out? Because the difference between Take It Back movement of 4 years ago, which Ajale Koko represents, and the obedience of today, which Joel represents, is TikTok. There was no TikTok before during this. What I'm trying to say again is that Showore has gone Hollywood on them now. So it will be interesting how the obedience are going to respond. But most importantly here, again, it's still the game of elites. See as they turn all the young people against themselves, because between the Take It Back and obedience, now in them be the segment, the young people, the new register voters, where everybody is excited about. But you see how carefully.
Sorry, Ovie. Do you think Peter Obi recognizes or acknowledges that he's actually in a fight with Showore? And I'm only saying that because of what you said, which I agree with. The demography that Peter Obi occupies is the demography that Showore occupies too. Showore recognizes that and he's going after him, but he's not really seeming to pick up that there is something brewing. I'm not getting the sense that Peter Obi understands the politics that Showore is playing against him.
That's why I use the TikTok narrative. You know, the TikTok generation are very stubborn. They know they hear now. Go.
Actually, one man, let me respond to your point. You make
no, that was
you make.
Yeah.
I know, but hold on. I was gonna say.
Don't take us to some funny place.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I have never done that, by the way.
Yeah,
the point is that I sent you a link that shows where Showore disclosed his assets yesterday. I wanted you to read that for everybody. It's just like on a tweet.
Man, if you actually believe that is his asset, then I don't know. I don't know what to say.
You cannot lie when you do. When you that's a formality. You cannot lie when you disclose your assets. So we have to believe you or you're lying, right? But let me tell you, Obi, you on this show have said that Obi is supported by Southeasterners. Okay, that's not a doubt. I've heard a lot of people say that. Southeasterners, that's a huge population. Some others say he's got Southerners. Some other. Well, all those being conservative figures. Obi is supported by every tribe, class, all kinds of things. Showore doesn't have, for example, a region that supports him. I like Showore. I don't have any issue with him. But the game he's playing, which John Lokoko is doing here by extension, is to do what he did to Jonathan. Pretend like you don't know the difference between PDP and APC. Pretend that you don't know the difference between Atiku and Obi and even Tinubu. Of course, it's a judgment call. What kind of nonsense is that? That's a huge difference between all these people. We can stay here talking, belittling Obi, insulting Obi by saying, oh, he's lying, Obi is lying. Obi, if he lies one time, he's not like other candidates. If he lies, he's in trouble. Just one time. If they catch him lying.
But he has been caught lying, as you know.
We've talked about that, but like I said, I defer to more professional journalists like Rufai and others who are on
Wait,
this. Well,
wait. You were doing so well until you mentioned Rufai. What are you
Rufai
talking
is an
about?
idiot anyway. I don't.
What are you talking about?
That's in my
I
opinion.
beg,
Hold on.
I beg your patience.
My opinion.
Peter
My
Obi lied.
opinion.
Peter Obi lied that he turned 20 million into 100 million.
Yeah,
and then when that was exposed as a lie, he lied that he did not say it. Until then, we went to dig out the archives to show 2 instances of him saying it. So it's a pathological liar.
Okay, I give back the time to Ajala. I wait till my time comes and I deal with this.
Rufai. So let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
If na Rufai be your professional journalist, then
on. And Ovie, like I said,
which Rufai are you talking about?
I could be like your dad, right? So I'm telling you,
no,
you can't be my dad. That's where you get it wrong. That's where you're wrong.
In my day,
oh God,
smoking pot and coming on here. In my day, there was a stigma to somebody smoking weed. Okay, so I am from the old.
Not in these days.
I don't appreciate you coming here just talking crazy. I'm an African. Age means a lot to me. Have some respect, okay? But
allow old man to cut you. Go ahead, I'm listening.
I'll allow him. Like I said, try to respect yourself when we're in a forum like this. Try to hold yourself together. If you smoke pot, don't come on the show. All right? It's not a virtue. It's not a joke.
Person. I think if we have to take a survey right now among me and you, who is actually making sense and educating the public?
Guys, let's move on, please.
Do you want us to do that?
Oh, all right, just let it slide over here. Let it slide. No, just let it slide. But let's get back to Ajale.
Come on, Badon. Okay, let it go. Okay, that's good.
All right, let me move you
So now again, my analogy of using TikToker as a difference between the take it back and obedient generation has just been proven. You know, so yes, this is just the big. But the saddest thing is that we are not seeing the gamers play yet. Again, the elite, the older guys, are able to successfully turn the younger generation against themselves. That is what is happening right now. And I have a different perspective to this strike of a team because at this point, it's political. I don't think APC want to actually consent to that agreement. Who is going to take the credit? Is it the people that initiated it or those that actually, finally put pen to paper? That is at play. But again, the stark majority of the new voters that we are celebrating today are students. Now, by the time the election is here, that they have to exercise their rights, they will be in school. Do you think that is not a deliberate action, deliberate game that is going on to actually differentiate those side of people? So this is beyond incompetence. Now, this is politics as played between these young people and us that are just, when I mean us, people who just collect their PVC with that chunk of people that we are celebrating because I know that there's no way they will allow that vote to actually go as has been registered. No, they have to find a way to channel that vote, and that's what you are saying. The obedience and the take it back, they will keep going from time to time, until at the end of the day, they are vote onto a protest vote. What is that vote for? To take Buhari, which is, as far as I'm concerned, is wasted. So if we are not saying that, and if the obedient and the take it back would not find a ground to actually disagree and agree and prepare a solution going forward, it's just going to be that blow that Mike Tyson is talking about, that go to say you strong until they blow you for face. So by the time the 2011 come and hit this same generation, what is going to be the end result? Are they going to turn against themselves? They say, oh, you collect money, you campaign for this, vote for this. Or are they going to say, you know what? Now it's a game, and it's not even a sprint, it's a marathon. How can we forge ahead? We even do our differences. Because that's where the solution is actually going to come from.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So Ajale Koko, back to you. Round off your thoughts on that space, and then I want to go on to Ola because we're now 5 hours in. Back to you, Ajale Koko.
Okay, so Yorel has done well. He's telling us a lot of messages there that Nigerians have to wake up, know the real leader, to follow the military leaders that hunted death themselves to emperor, where all politicians, everybody that they even their blessing, never run this country well. So why must you stick to people their blessing? They bless them to protect their own interest, the military, industrial complex interest, and not the interest of you, the people. So everyone that went there see that candidate as a candidate that have compromised. Is a compromised candidate, is a candidate that will never represent you. Period. Every one of them. And that's why you see this country going down. So what do we have? A poor country, completely poor. The balance sheet of the country is in red. Now we are paying more to service debt than what we earn, than what the revenue we make. We pay 1.9 trillion naira to service debt. Just to service, we are not paying the principal. And how much are we making? We are making 1.6 trillion as revenue. So our payment exceeds our revenue. So what is going? Where are we driving? Where are we driving at? We are driving towards disaster. We're in crisis. We are driving towards economic disaster, financial disaster, military disaster. The military is not capable. What? We don't have nothing. So all these politicians and those that look like them, jumping from one place to the other, cannot represent you well. Go. Omoyele Sowore is the guy with the big brain, with a big vision, courageous, bold, and never want to compromise the interests of you, the people, for the emperor in Nigeria. So that's my take tonight. But one more. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, thank you, Ajale Koko. So we go on to Ola next. Only first to remind people to make sure you are clicking on the like button if you haven't already, and subscribe as well. So we go to Ola and hear him his thoughts on the ongoing strike in Nigeria. So Ola, to you.
On the ongoing strike, honestly, if you ask me, just for the reason of what is going on now, I have very unpopular opinion. I know that nowhere is safe in Nigeria for now. I think people should not go back to school for now, no matter what. Even if ASU try to call off the strike, I think with what is going on now, it is dangerous because we are in a country now where even the president himself is being threatened, even though I find that ridiculous because despite all those security lapses, our able president still finds a way of doing his normal tourism around the world.
Are you saying they should not go back to school until the situation gets better, and when is that likely to be?
Honestly, with the security situation today,
yes.
If I have people in school, if I have my way, I don't want them to go back because we don't know. Nobody's protecting them wherever they are.
Yes. So when are you anticipating an improvement for them to be able to go back to school?
Well, as much as because like if Nigeria, if it is where it is possible, honestly, I don't know how it is possible. If Nigeria can rise up tonight and force this guy or this imposter,
yeah, but that's not happening now. So in practical,
I know, I
yeah,
know
but you are suggesting that they shouldn't go back to school.
Honestly, for security reasons, honestly, for security reasons, especially towards these elections. To me, if you ask me, next year is a visible time for them to go back to school.
What will happen next year?
Next year, by the time we resolve the matter about Nigeria, do we still want to stay as one country,
or are we going to elect someone that will be able to pilot the ship of the country well? Because what we don't have, what we have now, they are not doing anything to protect us, and it's like going back to those schools, especially with the
Okay, so
forest.
if you are saying the students should not go back to school for reasons of the security situation, so what I'm asking you is, when would you then recommend that they do go back to school?
Next year, by the time we are able to sort out where the country is going, it's either one way or by forcing this guy there in
All that
Aso.
is happening next year is a change of government.
Yeah, it's a change of government, but
right
now I'm hopeful, and I've not lost any hope that we are going to get the right person next year. Because as it is now, but it's what people may be unpopular, and it's what I never really come out to support in the past. Is what I think will be is the best option for Nigeria for now. If we can't go our way, but to me, like what I said yesterday, to me, Atiku is never an option for me, and Shifemiloko is not an option. Unfortunately, whereas I would like to say to support Ajani Koko in his in his support for Showore, but I know that that one is another wishful thinking for me. It's not going to be there. So that's why I find it difficult why that guy cannot just try to join forces with others that still have some kind of a reasonable political capital. So as it stands, these guys, they are not ready to do anything for all these our lecturers. So whether we like it or not, head or taste, I don't see the issues being resolved. But I would like a situation whereby the longer they prolong this matter, the longer we have so much emotions driven towards the like of Obi and any other people that would like to lead the country better. Because as it is now, I cannot pretend. I think Obi will be the best for the country among the jargons we have now. So
Okay,
very good.
So because I'm not clear on what you are saying. You are saying the students should not go back to school until and unless Peter Obi is elected president.
Yeah, that's my own opinion. Why should we read? Okay, look at it now. When people now are now asking school to close down in Abuja, and that's Abuja that is supposed to be the federal capital.
So what if Peter Obi is not elected president?
What if Mr. Obi, if Peter Obi is not elected the president, we can always look at see, it is the way I say it. If a person like Peter Obi cannot make him to Aso Rock next year, I'm not saying they will elect him, but that is the most visible option I say now. Whatever situation we find ourselves next year, whether Peter Obi or not, we need to sit down and discuss how we want to go forward as a country. We cannot just take all these children in the name of what they want to go back to school and sacrifice them. Are they not supposed to be back to school to be the future? But what about the future that you cannot guarantee whether they are even going to live to even witness the future? So we have a lot of serious things to tackle in that country than the issue of
I'm not sure what you are advocating, especially essentially to me, Ola, is you are essentially advocating that they shut down education in Nigeria.
Even if we can shut down commercial activities in Nigeria to make sure we reset the country, I will support.
I don't know what you're talking. That's just what are you talking about now?
I know what I'm saying may not make sense, but that's how frustrated I am.
No, this is frustration. We're all frustrated, but to suggest that students should not go to school because of insecurity, which we know that is getting increasingly worse, not better, and until Peter Obi is elected president, which is highly unlikely, and then to shut down education totally and commercial activities. I mean, come on, man.
Peter Obi is just a statement. It's just a statement of hope in this regard. Now look at it this way. How does it sound? We are talking about what they did to the presidential guards, for example. We are talking a situation
whereby they kill a captain and they kidnap 13 soldiers. And now, if the country is not safe, well, what is school? What is school? See, we should go beyond this, that we pretend that nothing is happening in that country and we now say, okay, let everything be going normally. We have something at hand that is more important than ASU strike as we speak today. But like I said, it may not sound popular, people may be frustrated, but it doesn't make sense when someone goes back to school, someone goes back to school and is kidnapped and is murdered by all these terrorists and nobody even cares.
So if your recommendation is followed and these children, millions and millions of them, don't go back to school, so what fate then their future?
The future I'm trying to talk about now is that if they don't go back to school, let us direct the right angers to the government, and let us find a way to shut down this government now and reset the country.
What are you talking about?
I'm on a Luther, I'm on revolution as I'm speaking now. Yeah, I'm on a Luther and I'm ready. See, as we are saying, they should go back to school.
You know, you come up with some funky statements sometimes, Ola. Remember when you told us that we shouldn't send money home anymore to punish Buhari? I mean, this is one of those, isn't it?
Well, man, you've not forgotten this thing.
I don't forget anything. You know that.
I just made an analogy that time, but I told you that was not possible. I would just say that if I only said if. I just made an if scenario. That's what I just said. I know that it wasn't possible, but what I'm even saying is this: on this ASU strike we are talking about, honestly, there's nothing that is even encouraging me to even ask people to support. If there's anything I want to bring out of this ASU strike, is it should be an opportunity to even mobilize our people to do the right thing next year and make sure we don't have this kind of fraudulent APC and the gang that we have in power. So going back to school, yeah, it is good for us to say, okay, we want them to go back to school, we want to secure their future. We can say whatever we like. But these people we are sending to school, they are going to where all those areas that are already surrounded by all these criminals we are talking about. So going back to school, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm not right. I'm not using, but to me, I'm even afraid of what can happen to these people even if we send them to school. So to me, we should be more aggressive towards, okay, if this guy cannot even solve the problem of ASU, if he cannot solve the problem of everything, this is the time for everybody to be on the street and ask Buhari. Maybe is the guy said he's tired. Then resign now. Why must you stay till next year? Resign and leave us because you are tired. And person that is tired can no longer work. Please leave us alone. And the idiot at the National Assembly there, they are busy doing the different bits that can grant blind, all those things that can even fragment the country and cause problem. Impeach this guy if he cannot perform. That is standard. That I don't even want to see. See, ASU, I like it the way the government is not talking, it's not responding to you. Use your sense and find a way to protest against the government. When Jonathan was there, all of you were standing, like we're saying, like, okay, Cleveland, you go, this thing, but nobody wants to talk now. Everybody just kept quiet and just saying different things. They don't want to talk. As it is now, it is dangerous even for children to return to school. It is even dangerous for even for ASU members themselves to go back to school, because as it is now, nobody is guaranteeing your security. And what we need now is the change of that government is what we need for now. And we don't have to wait till 2022 and to 2023 to achieve this. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not interested in ASU going back to school. Even if you give me a chance, that what can I do? If I can go on the mountain and pray that ASU, you should not go back to school until next year, until Buhari goes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. It doesn't mean that I'm wicked. It's only no, but
what is your can you estimate? Can you guess at a figure of the numbers of students in tertiary institutions in Nigeria?
I just know the Armenians. I don't know the accurate figure.
So if we go with a working hypothesis of about 7 to 12 million, so you're willing to destroy the lives of these 7 to 12 million people to make a political point that would not really mean anything.
Okay, let's look at it this way.
Can I interject, one man? Ola is looking at it at one angle, that of the safety of the children. What of the economic well-being of the teachers, of the lecturers?
What about the economic well-being of the students too, as well as their safety?
No, I mean students rely on their parents.
No, so, but they rely on the future now. If we exclude them from education,
the future what I mean,
what is
the economic well-being? What is the economic well-being of the professor? Who is going to be feeding them? Where are they going to get? I mean, how are they going to get? How would they survive? Ola, I want you to look at it from that another angle as well. So, what is the economic well-being of the teachers themselves? And the children they have, how would they feed their children? How would they? And they have children going to school as well. How would they survive economically and financially? It's going to be disaster.
I got your point, and you are not wrong about your point. But when you have issues, you have to prioritize, right? Now, you have to choose either between economy first and life. Those are the two things. It is only when you have life, you start talking about economy. Now, whether you like it or not, as it is now, those lecturers you are talking about, they are not finding it right. I know they are feeling it, they are suffering. And when all those children, the family they have, if those assuming, God forbid, if something wrong happens to those lecturers, like those people that were on the Abuja Kaduna rail that they are yet to find now, if something wrong, if something goes wrong with them, the issue of economy will not even come in place as we are talking about. We are talking about the economy of the country.
If the students don't go back to school, Ola, would they be safer?
As it is now, I think they are safer by not going to school than going to school. Because we are talking of a country whereby bandits will just go to school and march people out en masse. And we use that one as a weapon of bargaining and use that to hold government to ransom. See, all these security report that the likes of Gani Adams have been given before, that people were just looking away, it's becoming even more serious as it is now. It's only that we have to watch whatever we talk about online. That's why I can't talk too much sometimes. Look at what if this former deputy chairman the former deputy governor of CBN said, that what these people are planning in 2022, you will see the recent activities of these guys. Are they not moving towards that promises now? So those are the things we should look at. So we can't just pretend as if nothing is happening.
But nobody is pretending. Is anybody pretending as if nothing is happening?
No. It's just an analogy. I'm not accusing. I'm just talking generally. Now, let this ASU and all these people we are talking about, let them use this as an opportunity. I know that some people were saying the other time that Obi didn't care about ASU, all those kind of things. I don't want to believe in all those stories. Not those kind of production to this thing. People are thinking that Obi cannot do that thing. I have my own opinion. Even right from all this, even from right of this ASU and workers that we are even talking about, we can even kickstart that product, consumption to production already from them by improving the quality of the life.
Why no do as the governor? How many companies? How many startup companies start in
forget the fact that he didn't do it as a governor didn't mean that it was going to solve everything once and for all. But you see on record that time that he was able to turn the fortune of his state around when it comes to the secondary school and primary school education. So that one is still on record.
But secondary school,
now,
primary school
wait,
education
wait,
is not consumption to production. You guys just throw these things around like you even know what it means. Someone that his own livelihood is based on consumption. You're now saying it's going to turn consumption to production.
It depends on how you view it. It depends. See, consumption to production can even start from, okay, do you know that it's not, people have been talking of production as if it's only when you put plant in place and manufacturing. That could be production from the service angle, for example. Now, see how dollar has jumped up just because people are now amazing dollar now to pay this.
Because people are importing cans and ketchup and ends salad cream. That's why dollar is going up.
Kulata, you know book. Good one. That's the point right there.
Even let me tell you one thing. By even improving the welfare of the of ASU members, ASU and co, and make sure that our school runs better in the future is part of consumption to production. Because
why can't he put his money where his mouth is and come out and defend ASU and the laborers and he's in Labour Party? Why can't he do that?
Sometimes
he has done it now.
Sometimes we don't have to be generic or now start to be looking for every little mistake or every part of this. Now, you can still state it. Let us look at what this guy did in the past. For example, he encouraged innocent motor. It's a fact. Motors is a fact. Now, the fact that he omitted some in the past does not mean that someone that already tried the template in application development, for example, if you are going to build something big, you start by building the thing in modules. You can build millions of modules before you integrate them together. Now, the fact that, okay, I build this module internally for myself and I outsource others doesn't mean tomorrow that I cannot acquire capacity to build this thing internally. So let us forget about why didn't he do this. If he didn't do it that time, the fact that he understands the model doesn't mean that he's not going to do it in the future. So I don't believe in all those, why is he not doing why? No.
So you are saying you should come and experiment, use Nigeria to experiment again. That's what you are saying.
What's experimentation? He has done something that we can use as template. This one is not about
and we are scrutinizing that space when they angry.
Okay,
that little that he has done, we are scrutinizing it as we begin the verse. Why?
Is it a fact that he supported innocent motor? Is it a fact?
Oh, you prove that to me? I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
Yeah, I'm open. Tell me.
Ola, can I help you, please? Ola, can I help you?
Let Ola run through because we are 5 now.
Let me just interject. Let me just interject one man.
No, please don't. Let Ola. Yeah, no, I'll come to you after.
You see, Ovie, you see, we are talking about all the garbages we have on ground now, whether you like it or not.
We are talking solution, Ola. Solution. That's what we are talking about.
I'm talking of that solution. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Good. So good. Let us
get out all these extremists and all those people that see Nigeria as just the tools that they should use to satisfy their ambitions. That's what I'm saying. Get the like of Tinubu out, for example. You know, before I was neutral about Tinubu until he showed his card, and I've discussed the choice of his deputy is a no-no for me. So whatever people think about that, that's my opinion. I don't think. Then
your position is not tenable. You can't be saying anarchy till we elect to be. What kind of position is that? That is ridiculous.
It's ludicrous, isn't it? I don't
know. If you are talking of anarchy, right? So when your government cannot defend you, when some bandits are even threatening the presidency, what do you call that? And the president look away and go. What do you call that? So
then we now compound it with more anarchy. Right? Is that what you're saying?
If the president is not showing capacity to protect himself, then you now want people now to say, okay, because I don't want anarchy, and run themselves into the situation where it's not safe.
See, Ola, I agree with you. I agree with your criticism of Tinubu. I agree with you.
Now we'll go to the next one. Atiku. What is your criticism of Atiku? Why should
don't
I
go
vote
there.
for instead of Atiku?
Don't go there. Just round off your thoughts instead, so I can go on to Saki.
A vice president is a potential president. If you know that, it's enough for you. So you get what I'm talking about. So Atiku himself may not be a problem for me. You understand? But his vice president may be a huge problem. May not be, doesn't mean that Atiku is not a problem. May not be, but his VP is a big one for me. So let me just leave it that way. So to me, where we are today is beyond ASU. We need to reset that country. So I'm not interested in ASU calling law for now. Because even if they call law for now, it doesn't mean that the same problem they have that they are not going to have, because we have government that will promise you A now, and that A, they will never fulfill it. I will still come back. So I will still go back to what Wole Soyinka said that time, that why can't we close down the entire system of education in Nigeria and reset it, and everything will go. Look at what this
all right. Sorry, round it off in a couple more sentences.
Okay, look at what Unilorin did. This Unilorin, one of the VC did sometimes like that. That he took it upon himself and he put an end to that kind of the frequent industrial actions. That was when you will go to University of London. If you were supposed to spend 4 years, you spend 4 years. Nothing will disturb you. Courtesy, all those things, they were not there. He was able to resolve that. So so let's forget about. I'm not interested. That's just it. I'm not interested. So
all right, brilliant. So let's go to Saki. So Saki, good of you to stay all the way through. So Saki, you've been hearing the conversation, the ebb and flow of it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't want to take much of your time, but I want to quickly make two different submissions, Permit me, for purpose of argument, not for any other purpose, to take permission from Kulata to attack him today. Kulata, I think you have not in any way been fair to P2B since this election cycle. I don't know why you have not attempted to be fair at all to him. Everything you have always said about him is fault. You're always looking for the fault. And on that very basis, you do a lot of analysis. Your analysis is always quite good, but most of the times your analysis become very much academic, more than praxis at times. For instance, I want to give you like an instance. Ajan Lekoko does analysis here, but I think Ajan Lekoko's analysis is more like praxis than more being more academic. So I don't know why you have not seen even one good thing P2B has ever done since this cycle started. What you always look for is the fault. I think your view about him is somehow prejudiced, or rather somehow jaundiced, and I don't think it is good to toe that line always. Try to open your mind. When somebody does something that is good, try to appreciate him. If he does something that is wrong, try to criticize him. But whenever you always talk about criticism, always the negative side of Obi, you don't even want to even sit down to even listen to anything he has even said to know whether he is even making sense or not making sense. Now he has been saying from production to from consumption to production. That is not the only thing he has said. He has said a lot of things in most of his interviews, but the only thing you keep emphasizing always about Obi is that he has been chanting the nonsense mantra of consumption to production. And then you went ahead now to talk about how can he even make Nigeria a productive country where he himself is not like into production. I think that is like somewhat not being fair to him at all. Because if I present somebody like Soludo now and ask you between Soludo and Atiku, who do you think can move Nigeria to a very better cause.
Soludo.
I know you
Of course.
choose Soludo. Wait, I know you choose Soludo. But the question I want to ask you now, does Soludo have any business in Nigeria? Has he run any corporation in Nigeria?
He ran the central bank. That's a huge that was a huge corporation.
No, it's a question.
Successfully.
Successfully. Please don't start with me with Soludo. You know I like Soludo.
Wait, he ran the central bank, right? P2B has headed the SEC, like he has shared the SEC before, like as a chairman, like I don't know how to put it, but you can read something about that, you know. So
Securities and Exchange Commission, yes.
Yes. Soludo does not have any business that he owns in Nigeria, but yet he is very good.
How do you know that?
He doesn't have business. He's from Anambra State. I know him.
Yeah, what do you mean you know him? The fact that he's Anambra.
Oh, go and browse. I know everything about Soludo. Go and browse. He doesn't have any business that is real business, productive he's doing in Nigeria. And then during the time of P2B in Anambra State, you said he has not done anything, he has not brought anything.
But you are not being fair on me, because when I praise Peter Obi on education, you guys just ignored that I didn't say anything.
No, wait.
Peter Obi is still your babe, is the question.
No, I'm coming, and I will give you
like so. Maybe in past life.
This is the reason I said that when you make your analysis, it becomes too over academic. You know, I see you as somebody that your analysis, I would say this person should be in the university, you know, so it becomes more academic. But when Ajenle Koko makes analysis, although he doesn't speak the English the way you speak it, you know, he's not that fluent, but his analysis, you can tell that this person is open to accepting when people are doing well and when people are not, and criticize people when it is necessary to criticize people. And I can give you a instance. Yesterday, on Arise, 2 days ago, on Arise, Omoyele Sowore was interviewed on Arise. And there was a question that they asked him. They asked him, how are you going to fix electricity problem in Nigeria? This is the question they asked him. Then the same 2 days ago, P2B was interviewed by Sheun. And the question Sheun asked P2B was, tell us your experience in Egypt. Tell us your findings in Egypt. You know what I mean? Then if you now come here and say, Ajenle Koko, please analyze these two interviews. How can you assess Omoyele Sowore and P2B? I'm telling you that if Ajenle Koko is making this analysis now, he will be able to open his mind and tell you the question that they asked Omoyele Sowore on electricity is different from the question they asked P2B on the same electricity. Sheun asked him, tell us your experience in Egypt. But the other person asked Omoyele Sowore, how can you fix electricity?
Sheun said, tell us your experience in Egypt and extrapolate it to how you're going to solve Nigeria. Because I listened to that question again, and I asked one man to play yesterday.
I'm coming.
Okay.
But if they present this same question to you here, how can you measure these two people? You know, in your mind, you have already concluded that nothing good comes out of P2B. You know, P2B, what he says doesn't enter your ears. You know, you will always say that you don't see anything in that very interview that Omoyele Sowore. So I don't think you are being very fair when it comes to P2B. Honestly, you have been very critical of him. And your criticism is always of him is always in the negative. Now you said that during his time there was no company he brought in Anambra State.
I did not say that. I didn't say that. But I did not say that now. I never said that. I never said he didn't bring any company.
You said how many
I spoke about IGR. I didn't say he didn't bring any company.
Today, I'm talking about today. So I don't know. Maybe it was not you, but someone here said,
you see now,
how many companies someone here said, how many companies did he bring in Anambra State? And somebody told you that it was during his time that Emerson came to be in Anambra. And somebody kept on saying, I was
the one that asked that question. It was the question I asked.
You understand what I mean? So
you see now, you're confusing Kulata and OVA now. I tire.
Kulata, I've listened to your analysis of P2B all the time. What you always kept on looking for is fault line. You understand what I mean? Pinpointing I know this is what he didn't do this, he didn't do that. Production to consumption, consumption
You
to
will let me
production.
That is
Respond,
even though I'll make it very brief.
Okay,
no,
I think you've put it across. Let him defend
you will let me respond.
Yes. Then the other point I wanted to make, not about Kolata, Ajale Koko, when you were talking about the fact that P2B is going about meeting people like Obasanjo and the likes, I don't think meeting Obasanjo will make P2B to compromise anything. P2B, if you are good, you are good. At this point, what P2B is looking for is those influencers that can increase his electoral value.
At what price? At what cost?
No, wait. At which cost? Do you think Obasanjo is looking for anything at this time? How old is he? Obasanjo is very close to the grave. Obasanjo has achieved everything he wants.
Sorry, Saki. Saki, hold on, Saki. You see, the criticism of Peter Obi meeting those people is pedestalizing. He's pedestalizing the people that the country is trying to escape from. That's the criticism.
All right,
placing them on the pedestal, the people that we're trying to escape from.
That's the criticism. If you have followed P2B will always tell you, my politics is not politics of hate or talking against people or trying to. That my politics is about just more of politics of issues.
Yeah, but you shouldn't deify the people that destroy the country.
Let me tell you, P2B was initially in the PDP. When he was in the PDP, he never came out to say, I will contest. Atiku was the first person that made it public. And when Atiku was doing that unveiling, Atiku invited him. Atiku invited him. He went there to observe that. Do you understand what I mean? Then at the end of the day, somebody interviewed him and was asking him, do you have intention of...
Exactly, point of correction. He said, if they zone it, or if they zone it to Southeast, he will contest. He said that.
Yeah.
I believe you remember that.
Yes.
Okay, and then they did microzone it to Southeast, and they bought form to contest.
People can listen. He was going around, telling that when he was going around the country, trying to tell people about reasons he want to contest. PDP then they were still doing their meeting on whether to zone or not to zone, and he was busy going around. By the time they came up with the decision that is going to be open, P2B has already covered the space. He has already seen that people are buying into his message. He's a human being, that people are buying into his message. So the interest to continue with the program, was still there. So I don't see anything bad in him contesting at this point. But what I'm trying to say is when you
nobody said that.
What I'm trying to say is when you are criticizing him for going to Atiku's pronouncement that very day and still saying that Atiku is his friend and is his elder brother, that he respects him. You are criticizing him for making that statement. I don't see the reasons why he should be criticized for that.
Saki, please let me respond. Since you spend the better time.
Hold on, everybody. So thank you for that. So Saki, let Kulata have the right to respond because you've put him on the spot. So he responds. You can let the conversation take place, but it's just a short window.
It's going to be short.
Between Saki and Kulata only. And then after that, I start to round off. So yes, respond.
Saki.
So did he steal your girlfriend is the question.
Nah, sugar daddy. Saki, here's my response. I mean, here's my response. You guys don't let me speak bad English. Here's my response. You Peter Obi supporters, you are his biggest problem. And I'll tell you why. You project Peter Obi to us like we're oblivious of his background, of his, I mean, when we even say background, of his immediate politics less than 2 months ago, of his associations, of, I mean, the role he played 4 years ago. You come across with all these big hyperboles about Peter Obi, giving him like a messiah complex. People that want to be neutral, that know more, it's like it hurts us. Like, are you insulting our intelligence? I mean, I need to confess that is how it comes across. Because when OVA or someone is pushing Kwakwanso, it doesn't approach it that way. It doesn't come to tell me all I need to do just put Kwakwanso in office and our problem is miraculously solved. He walks on water, he pumps gas by himself. He does so. It is that you kind of drive for any thinking person that knows about Peter Obi's background and his record. You drive a visceral approach to kind of like, what are these guys talking about? Like it's okay to support your candidate, but when you are going to ridiculous level to support him, something that any person can easily dispute, they'll be like, "Come on, man, isn't it X Y Z Z Z Z?" So you bring all those things out from us. We don't want to. On the positive side, I like Peter Obi's record on education. I like the fact that
Sorry, Kulata. You know, a lot of people actually like Peter Obi. I like him.
yeah, he's a likable person.
Yeah.
He's a likable person. He looks like someone I want to sit down and drink pepper soup and drink beer with. He looks jovial. I like the fact that he relates. He's going to be a relatable president, and he's also going to bring a lot of respite and peace to the southeast, to my southeast people that feel aggrieved. There are many positives about him, but when you guys go about the way you support him with this messiah-like figure, it's. I mean, I will speak for myself. It just makes you feel disgusted that what you guys are insulting my intelligence. Then it doesn't.
Sorry, Kulata. Let me just come in for a microsecond and insert into what you've just said there. There was a time that some chap came here and he was telling us that Peter Obi that Peter Obi was contesting for the PDP presidential ticket, not knowing that they were bribing for the tickets.
I mean, come on.
That rank, I was that really. Don't do that now.
I mean, you are. I mean, let me talk now. I mean, being honest with you, I like the guy. He's a likable person. Yeah, does he make some mistake? Yes, he could do without all this ridiculous mistakes in style. I mean, let's call it mistakes in quoting statistics that will be wrong, that's disprovable, like 100 Nigerians in the NBA, like ridiculous, like one wristwatch, ridiculous stuff like that. But I mean, anybody that's running for office must have some narcissistic personality. So I'll give that to him. But from the way you guys blow up the record is easily disprovable, and anybody that's curious enough will push it. So don't think anybody will just buy the stories being sold a hook, line, and sinker. People look. I mean, when you look at Tinubu, you look at him with his baggages. When you look at Atiku, you look at them with their baggages. You don't even attempt to go past the baggages and kind of say, "Oh no, Tinubu doesn't like, doesn't steal," or Atiku doesn't like, doesn't steal, because we're realistic about it. The same way they talk about Kwakonso. But when you now start talking about someone in a mythical way, it's just so easy to push back. And when they push back, you all get upset. And then first thing is you now start calling someone tribalism. I mean, you now start calling a tribalist when the person likes Obudo, when the person has like family that is even there. Like the way is you guys' fault.
Your madam is Igbo, isn't it? Is your madam Igbo?
Yes, no.
Yes. His wife is Igbo.
I mean, you guys will just start pushing it to ridiculous levels. So, I mean, of course, when you keep doing that, then you'll make me go and dig for more information that I know are factual.
No.
Kulata, at the end of the day,
Kulata, this is the point I'm trying to make. You know, I'm educated as a person. So if I come to this platform and see the analysis people are making, whenever Ajan Lekuko makes analysis, I see objectivity in that analysis. That analysis is like free of bias. It's just He's just analyzing.
That's a long time ago.
No. I'm trying to come. I know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to know what I'm trying. I'm trying to say something. Then, but when Kolata makes analysis, especially when it comes to P2B, I see him as he's taking like some jaundice
He takes
view
delight
of
in
these
it.
people.
He takes delight in making it
No,
out.
he's taking like jaundice view of this very person. As I'm telling you now, I don't think that even Kolata has ever sat down to even watch one of the P2B's interview from beginning to
No,
end.
to be fair to
Patiently.
Kulata,
Patiently. No, wait.
Obi said go and verify. And Kulata has done thorough verification of Obi. That's why when he's speaking about him, he knows what he's talking about.
And even if Kolata is watching the video, he might not be too interested in what P2B is saying. What he'll be interested in is, can I find a force I can use on this platform?
So that is your task. That is your task, Kolata, for next time you come. The next time you come, you have to come and say three positive things about Peter Obi.
Let me put it. Let me do it now. I like Peter Obi. I would like him to be president. I don't want Tinubu to stand in front of the UN to speak. Tinubu will not be able to talk to world leaders. Peter Obi can talk to world leaders. Peter Obi is 61. He's young. He can jog. He can smile. He can dance, break dance. But Tinubu can't break dance. So, but I mean, let me not start with but. I'll just say those. I like his.
Are you looking for dancing president?
I mean, I have dancing governor.
Like dancing governor. He's from Osun State. Dancing governor.
I'm from Osun now. So I mean,
not see my TikTok narrative, Abi. It's very hard to even address.
So you see, I don't hate Peter Obi, but someone that if you've done some efforts to kind of like research something, and when politicians are saying things that that they're ridiculous, like saying I'm going to get $200 billion of export, in your mind is like, which trade deal is going to give you? Which country have you negotiated the trade deal with that will do these exports? What particular one? Which one are you going to eliminate? Which country are you going to push out? Like your mind is already going to those places.
Obi has gone to 36 countries. Okay, he has all those kind of things. You really can't really fault him on that. Or the substantive.
I can't win.
They don't understand that. They don't understand that. You have to win first before you even say your policy.
The trivial
win first.
But when it comes to studying other countries, okay, or taking whatever UN is recommending for developing countries, that's the only secret to Obi that I actually noticed. What he's done is to go look at what the United Nations and its various organs have recommended for a developing country, or if a country.
Those are public information. You can Google all those stuff now.
Right.
So we don't even want UN recommendation. We don't want their recommendation. We don't want their policy. They should keep it.
Please. Abide by the rules of this stand. I know that one man hasn't been needling you, but try to conduct yourself and sit up. Stop lying down when you're talking in front of everybody.
Don't tell me how to act.
Obi, sit up. Button your shirt.
Give him a haircut. But anyway, so Kalata, I know you. All I'm saying.
Are you now a military commander? What's going on? From military analyst to commander.
He supports Hizbah, he supports Kano and all that. So
that's your level of intelligence, okay?
Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Kulata, once you made right now, you try to make a constructive criticism, which is like his figures 200 with negotiating with other countries. But he studied that very well, and he's been reeling that off over the last 5, 6, 7 years in front
of. It doesn't make them factual or realistic now.
Wait a minute.
There's too many gullible minds supporting Obi. It's just
that's what I'm saying to you is that Obi has been in front of trained journalists. In
so what?
Hold on,
Which politician?
Let me learn. Let me tell you why. Why so what?
Atiku was in front of trained
So
senior journalists.
assuming I was a Tinubu supporter now, and I'm now saying all this U.S. All this Ohio State Secretary General going to visit him, I'm saying because of that Tinubu is going to turn Nigeria to Ohio. It's going to do this. You don't do stuff like that now. You don't.
Say that, like I said, okay, Obi, just think about it. I'm like you. Let's say I'm from whatever state you are, and we're talking about Obi. He has studied what he's talking about. He's not just talking. I'm telling you that what I found out from his program, it's not like he came up with many of these things.
Have you seen Atiku's plan? Have you seen Atiku's plan?
I haven't seen it completely, but
go and read Atiku's plan.
The reason why I'm not looking at Atiku wholesale, what he has in his micro, is that he's from the north, and this time around, this presidency is going to come from the south. So it doesn't matter what he's got. Even if he's better than Obi, he cannot be our president. He's out. Okay?
So this time saying he's out. He has a 50-50. The president of Nigeria is either going to be the APC guy or the PDP guy.
Our southern governors made it very clear that the next president...
The southern governors, Ifeanyi Okowa is his deputy. He was part of the people that told us that the power will come to the south.
It's not just based on that. The point is that for Nigeria to move forward, it doesn't matter what Atiku has. It doesn't matter. He could have whatever he's got. We want a president coming from the south this time.
Yeah, but there's a high probability that you will not get that for reasons that of the two most likely parties to present the presidency, one is held by Atiku, who has a very strong chance of being the president.
That is true, but what I'm saying, as far as my vote, I'm talking about my own vote.
I don't know. I don't think you have the deciding vote. But
what I'm saying, as far as that program, that's what raised this up. Just hold on. You're saying, have I looked at Atiku's program? The reason I'm not looking at his program is that he's out already. He's not even in consideration. Period. So with me.
My God.
So now, when we're looking at Obi in the case of him really now, this is a pertinent point I want to make. Obi is not just talking. He went around, he studied successful countries when it comes to trade, when it comes to production, when it comes to power. How did you do it? And then he looked at, even when he was governor, he looked at what the United Nations, who's going about studying developing countries, all right? So that's why I want you to know that when he's reading out his statistics, you're not quarreling with just Obi, you're quarreling with the United Nations, or you're quarreling with Egypt, or you're quarreling with South Africa, or Asian Tigers, who's done it, or China.
I must be frontal here. People find Obi ludicrous. They find him ludicrous. I find him ludicrous.
Let me tell you something.
All right, I want to say to start to round off.
Yeah, one minute before you round up, let me just take something.
If you mind, sorry, please.
You want me to stop?
If you want to look at the clock line, 6 hours.
Okay.
So I think that's sufficient enough time.
No problem.
So to land on Ajanle Koko, but please, man, you know, we have to just abandon Peter Obi on this platform because it's just getting more fanciful, more offensive, and more ludicrous. It just
One man, stop hating. One man, stop hating on him. Stop hating on him. Stop hating on him. Stop hating on him. If you want to hate on him, hate on him with reason. Stop hating on Obi. Stop it.
Hating on him. Look at what we've just been put through. Logic and fact.
One man, they win.
You take the light. You take the light.
Come on, man.
You give more time. You give more time to people that you in your forum. That is wrong. That is wrong.
It reminds me of the guy called.
They win.
Somebody is giving you that facts and you're saying it's anyway. Let's just
it reminds me of.
All right, I want to say let's round up to land on Ajanle. I'll kick it off with please.
I like this platform, man.
All right.
This is the best platform.
So gentlemen, I'm going to allow just a strict 2-minute slot. I'm even raising my voice now, and it's you know. So I'm going to allow a strict 2-minute slot to round off. So let me kick it off with Ayo, of course, to land on Ajanle Koko. So Ayo, Yeah, if you're still there, we're taking closing remarks. Oh, okay.
Yeah, quite your tilo.
Oh, that by your law.
Ayotilo Oloke.
All right. So I'm condensing it to a real strict 2 minutes. We are now
All
6
right.
hours and 2 minutes in, so not anything long and labored.
All right. Thank you once again, woman. It's been a nice day. It's been a good conversation. I like it when it comes like that. We can't just go on a straight one way line. It has to be this left and right. So, but uh, I hope we've learned a lot today. We've spoken much about what is going on, education wise, security wise, and less of politics. But I think whatever you bring tomorrow, we'll say much about it tomorrow. But there's one thing I don't like when we say things about Obi and then Jewel of Navich and they say, oh, so they start coming against attacking you because of what you have said. Everybody has right to say anything, and also we have right to decide who we think is the best or who we think might be the president. But the fact still remains there are two contenders. That should be APC or PDP. So I won't say much about that. And for the fact saying Obi is UN, who says Obi is UN? I don't understand what you were talking about. Please don't ever use that. Obi is not UN, so he has no relevance to that. So, and that whatever he says is this, no, he's not, and he's not even more learned than Tinubu. I can tell you that. No, forget his age. He might be 70. He might be going through some things, packing disease or anything. But when it comes to debate, I tell you, we will know what it is. So, I wish all the best. Good night and God bless. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ayo. So from Ayo, just for the name consistency, let's go to Ola to you. Ola, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. One thing I just want us to know is that we've got serious problem that we need to solve now, and this is not a laughing matter again. We should be very careful, and even by pulling everybody down, we should be very careful who we put down. I think this time around we have to be consistent. You may not like Obi, but let us look at the other alternative we have. Are those alternative the one you want to go for? The one that is not even considering you, the one that has history of dealing with some kind of people that are rubbish in the country today. So whether Tinubu or Atiku, those people, they are bringing garbage to you. So if you like, criticize Obi. You can't keep criticizing Obi on some kind of things that are not life-threatening. If Obi could restore education in his state, even we may say, okay, ASU strike that time. What about them becoming one of the best when it comes to WAEC and all those things? That's one. So the same model, he can find a way to escalate it at the national level. So to me, ASU should even stop thinking of trusting these guys. If we want to force them back to school, they can promise without fulfilling that promise. I think the best thing ASU can do is to join forces together with others and flush this guy out. Find a way to flush the guy out. So, people are saying, oh, by asking people not to go back to school, that is anarchy. What type of anarchy do you want when the president cannot even protect himself? Can he protect you? So why do you really? So what's that thing that you are in a hurry to go back to school to do, where you are not protected? So I think we have a serious national issue at hand that we all have to sit down and to discuss about, even before thinking of what you are even going to eat tomorrow. So that's the way I see these things. So you must have life before you talk of economy. Without life, economy is what anybody can do behind anyone. After all, this world has been existing for millions of billions of years, according to scientists. So we are those people of yesterday. We never even know what happened to them. So you have to be alive before you can talk of economy. You have to be alive before you can eat. You have to be alive before you can go back to school. Please, what we have on ground now is let us find a way to support someone that we know is not among those garbage. I'm not ashamed to tell you today that Obi is one of the best choice you have for now. Otherwise, let everybody go on his own. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
Brilliant, well put. So brilliant, well put. So Ola ways on the side of the obedience. So Ola now a new obedient, but still Kwakwan Zoid the last time we checked. But are you now with the new movement now? Ovie, final words.
Which of the new movements?
I don't know, whichever one you choose to be. Are you know, I don't want to. Okay, let me just speak.
No, I stay with a more organized movement, a movement that stands the test of time. The Composite movement is a structure. With one text message, you communicate with over 1 million people. That's the people that I align with at this point. For political reason, I someone my mama say who they cry the sea road. Yes, Nigeria is not working. We want it better, but at the same time, I still, I realize that you have to win first before you can implement any policy you have. However brilliant your policy, however solid your idea is, if you don't win, you end up becoming useless. So I focus on people serious about winning first, who are getting power, because that is what the game is all about. You have to win, and winner take it all. So it's you can be emotional about your candidates all you want. You can be wherever route you're going to take. I'm a realist. The reality on ground says that come 2023, there is going to be determined by identity politics. And if you look deeply into it, our friends and brothers and relatives who are obedient, they display that every day. If you support any other person from the other side, you are illiterate, you are not smart enough, you don't get it, you are stupid. You might have to be somebody from this side. So that is what is going to determine who win the election come 2020. With mindset like that, we is going to determine it. We are agreed to insult our president, call it on names, but when you try to say, okay, what about this other side? Again, you are foolish, stupid, and all that. And so it's very hard to even say, okay, let me even try and see to join them if they can hear me, but nobody wants to do that. So, but being a political student, and I love politics, I love history, I stick to what I believe is very visible. At this point, nobody can beat the chest, not even the obedient to say, yes, I'm going to win that race. So it's all about numbers. While we focus on the noise, people like us focus on the signal. Where is the signal going? What is going on there? What is the permutation? So other than that, I stick to my both smoking lane. The Composite movement, we are the Talakawas. The only way we can mute ourselves from this problem and the madness of the obedience is to roll up and smoke up. You understand where they are coming from.
All right,
so
roll up and smoke up.
As on our politics.
Brilliant. So that's Ovie, all now politics. So all now politics from Ovie, all politics though. Joel, you're up next, but a real condensed closing remark. Joel of Nashville.
Thank you. I know you're going to give me a special instruction on how to make it condensed. Well, thank you very much, one man. It's all love. Please, when we are talking about Obi, I will please want us to be objective about what we say about him or any other candidate. Obi was asking, how did Obi support? He wanted to know how Obi supported Innocent. Yes, it might be interesting to know that the first 2,000 cars Obi ordered from when he was governor was from IVM, and subsequently he paid in cash. That amount, even when you go to listen to Innocent Motors, he said that it was the purchase that from Obi that made him this big. So we are not selling to Nigerians a dummy. We are selling to Nigerians someone that we know that has done something good for his people. The second part I want to make you to bring your attention to when it comes to Obi is the issue of the priorities when he got into government. It is different from the priorities right now at the federal level. When Obi came into government, we had a problem, a big problem, where the boys didn't see anything good in education. About 80% of our boys decided to go into marketing. If you ask them, they would be like, education does not pay. It was Obi, when Obi came in, Obi said no, that's time to stop. And he put them back into schooling. And today, Anambra is good for it. Whatever you're going to do as a president, you have to lay your foundations right. You cannot go and bring in all the top 500 companies in Nigeria when we do not have the human resources to do it. You have to train the people first. And when you listen to him when he was talking, he said something like that. He said, you have to get the youth, employ them, train them, retrain them, and give them jobs. Make them that he wants to make the youth be part of all this IT money that is coming out of the world. So please, I am begging. It is not an issue of trying to bring down anyone. Among the three candidates, the best person that we have is Peter Obi. And that's the reason why I am supporting Peter Obi. Thank you very much, one man. It's all love. There's nothing I can say about the show. It's been interesting. I enjoy it when you're a hater, but I mean, even at that, I don't mean it like literally. I mean, it's like, jokingly. But I would like you to look at those people. Like Ajelo Koko used some foul language when it came to Peter Obi today and his followers. You did not check him. Those are the kind of things I'm talking about.
Bring it to my attention when it happens, because I don't. I may have missed it.
But
But
you wouldn't allow me to even talk. That's the reason why. But it's okay. It's okay.
What did I say? What did I say about Obi followers?
It's okay. It's okay. You know what?
What did I say about Obi followers?
I don't want us to go. I don't want. The intention wasn't for us to go back and forth. The intention was to make everyone around to understand that we can make our point without being abusive.
This is the way you make up things, man. You make up too much things.
Thank you very much. And one man, let's do it again tomorrow.
All right. All right. Thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel. And Joel, you get to speak a lot also. So you and Ajan Lekoko, I don't think between the two of you,
I'm not paying at all. I'm not paying at all. No.
All right. Well, Joel, we do it again tomorrow, twice as nice, even. So that's Joel of Nashville, of course, one of your favorite voices. Another one of your favorite voices comes up next, Saki Fada.
Yeah, one man. It has been a very wonderful session on a very wonderful platform. Yeah, I want us to continue doing what we are doing on this platform, enlightening the Nigerian minds. But when we do that, let us do constructive criticisms, and then let us know that every candidate in this election is capable of endearing goodness, So let's find faults where there is faults, and then like encourage where there is need for encouragement. For instance, yesterday I listened to the interview that was granted to Shore. That interview was quite, Shore's performance there was quite stellar. It was quite cerebral. I didn't have any reason to say anything other than that, because I listened to that very interview with open mind, So don't just keep on finding only faults, Let's just like open up our minds and criticize when it is necessary, Yeah, Ajan Lekoko, like I said, you are doing a very wonderful work. Your analysis is always practical and is always based on the issues. You attack when it is necessary to attack, and you encourage when it is necessary to encourage. So That is the way I would like everybody on this platform to approach the issues, you know. And then let us encourage the Nigerians. Let's not say that this person is not going to win the election, and because of that, people we should not vote them or thereabout, or people should not waste their votes. So let us just encourage people to vote who they want to vote their conscience, and go along that line. So let me leave you one more so that I wouldn't take much of time because it's already time. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, purple. So thank you, Saki. So that's Saki Fada. There's so many things I admire about Saki Fada, but one of them is he speaks and conducts himself like a gentleman. So a real gentleman, Saki Fada. So let's see you again whenever you have the time to spare. So that's Saki Fada. Let's go on from Saki Fada to Pansat. And Pansat, we're really taking a very, very short closing remarks this time around. Pansat, your words.
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually do admire the way Saki Fada speaks as well. I want to talk like that. If I'm given a chance to land, I think I can do the same. But let's move on here. John Lekuko, I will first address about his own candidate, Showere. Before I say that, let me quote the Bible. I think Matthew chapter 7, verse 3 to 5. I think Luke 4:41 also make the same point, which is why do you look at the speck of dust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? In essence, if you do remove that plank in your eye, then you could see better. Omoyole Showere was asked the other day by Serap, SERAP, of Nigeria on July 23rd, quote, there at Yele Showere, ahead of the February 2023 presidential election, we are again calling on you to show leadership by urgently publishing details of your assets and publicly rejecting vote buying and electoral bribery before and during the elections. So, Omoyele Showere, by the way, from that quote I just read from Serap, he says again, which means they had called on him before to release his assets. So now what he did is to take on Twitter to release his asset, and he says this, I quote, I have 2 used cars, a Toyota Camry and Lexus RX 350, a home in my village worth maybe 5 million, 3 iPhones, a Galaxy Note 10 Lite, if you could call those assets, Sahara Reporters Media Group, quote, bracket, don't know the worth as of today, a 4-bedroom bungalow in New Jersey, and nothing more. So he goes on after that to say that he has, I think, 6,000 naira, not dollars, naira. So now, John Lokoko, when you close your remarks, I want you to think about a guy like that, Showere. He's declaring his assets like he's too big to be asked to declare his assets. All right, he doesn't do it officially.
I'm not sure where you're reading that syrup thing from, but when I read the syrup thing, it wasn't at Showore, but it was at the presidential candidates, and Showore seized that request from syrup, and he published his.
No.
So I'm not sure that it was pointed. In fact, I know that it wasn't pointed at Showore.
I sent you the link. When you click on that link, then it's gonna take you to Twitter. But you can see they have the image of it right there. I sent you. If you don't see the link, I'll post it again. So I'm gonna do it right now. So you're gonna see the link.
All right. Just go and round it off, just for reasons of time, you know.
Okay, for time, because there's a couple of people I wanted to. I'm trying to point to show it this time. Now, if you remember, in 2019.
Sorry, it's a window of just a couple more sentences. We're nearly 6 and a half hours into
I understand. You could stop me at any time.
Right.
At any time, and I'll be okay with that. But I was going to point also to Showere was on the ballot with P2B in 2019. Showere and his running mate, P2B and his running mate, and P2B got 11,230,000 more votes than Showere, who only garnered 33,000 votes. So we talk about Obi being governor doing this, but one of his things that you have to give him credit for is that he's run for vice president before and on a ticket, and that's a big experience. So you have to understand that in America we say he's not his own man. You know, when you go through the ladder, you become vice president. Then when you're your own man, like George Bush Senior left Ronald Reagan and became his own man, and so forth. Even Biden right now. But I did have some words, but I understand time has gone. I have some words for Kulata and others.
And just going forward, you are not
Yeah.
here to appraise anybody. You're not giving scorecards on the commentators. So every panelist, they comment as they feel. So you can counter in a conversational thing, but you are not here to come up with a notepad and say, "Oh, you said that in." So no, that's not what we're doing. But I thank you, Pansat. So let me go from Pansat to Kulata. Kulata, really try and condense it because now I'm
You
just
know
about
me,
ready to leave. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I don't have any problem condensing. I mean, I don't even know what to say. At this point in time, I have to be bullied and surrender to say Obi Supreme. You can't shut someone's head up. If the guy gives you a challenge, go and verify, go and verify. What do? You go and verify. And if he's saying some obvious things that just don't make sense, it doesn't mean you want to shut your brain down because you like him. You call him to action. What his fans can do is correct him. Don't let him make those kind of silly mistakes anymore. But I mean, at this point in time, you're kind of like emboldening someone to even like dig in. But I'm not going to dig in. But you guys need to give it up. You can vote for Obi if you want to vote for Obi, but you can't insult our intelligence. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, brilliant output. So brilliant output. You know, I've been trying desperately to move away from these long sessions. I've succeeded only for a moment, but here we are back there again. But Ajale Koko, the final word and really a very swift one.
Okay, thank you very much, one man, and let me thank everybody that came today. Your contribution was quite meaningful, and it was very interactive, very funny section today. Zaki Fada, the interactive engagement between Zaki and Kulata was very interesting, and our military expert and military commander, you are interesting as well. So, but I don't want you guys to see people that are bringing out record or trying to interrogate Obi's past record, see if they hate Obi, or some people, or you should see them as hater of Igbo. No. If I am a Yoruba man, and everybody know on this platform that I stand against Tinubu. Why are Yoruba not killing me for that on this platform? So we just take it that it's our politics, and when we have reason to, scrutinize any candidate, don't be emotional about it and see people scrutinizing his position or his past record as if they hate him. No, they don't hate him. They're just trying to throw some light into the public space about this verification that he called for. He called for verify. So, other than that, we are all family on this platform.
Pansat, a loving guy. He and one man, they had some disagreement several times, off and on. But Pansat never leave. He will still come back because he loved this platform. He loved people on this platform. So that is how we should see each other. Guys, tomorrow is another day. I would like you guys to come back and let's have another round tomorrow when one man bring it to us. So, and to those few behind the scene, chatting from the beginning to this end, I thank you all. From our brother Alexander Akashi, brother Alexander Gomez, Chairman Board of Trustee, one man went to Mo, Alexander Akashi, Secretary, Jafar, I'm seeing what you are doing there. Why are you chatting in Hausa language with my sister Bonksma? Why? Are you trying to adopt Atiku style? Atiku will see one of his leg in Yoruba land, another leg in Igbo land, and one of his arm in Kogi. Stop that. We want to see what you are chatting with her in English. You think we don't know your style. So thank you, Jafar. Thank you, my sister Buxma. Oga, the master. Thank you, Ortiz, our military officer. Thank you for your service for United States. Then Mr. Vin Maswell, thank you for your service for Nigeria. And the others, I thank you. Come back tomorrow and let's do it again as well. And to the man, one man, the eagle, the man that is the driver of this platform. He's, the man that brings us together all the time. Tomorrow, another day, the eagle. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow and have a very good night. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, brilliant. Well said. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So like, share, subscribe, and peace.